Coming up on the LCS preview show, we break down the playoffs, hand out the Spring Split Awards, and reveal which North American All-Star is returning to the LCS for today's games. Time to get hyped, because the LCS preview show starts right now.
And CLG looks to win the fastest game of the North American Spring Split. The Nexus falls at 21-35.
Turret number 1 is gone. Nexus turret number 2. Meteos trying to close the game by himself. And the 4-4-2 Meteos takes down the Nexus. It's like the toss to hold on to their 4th seed, putting in the damage.
Crumbs is pumped about that one.
Cloud9 staves off Team Solo Mid one more time to go 3-0 in the 4 matches against them. Cloud9 is going to be more than happy to keep sole possession of first place.
Hey everyone, I'm David Freak-Turley alongside Joshua Jat Leishman. Today, we got a special North American playoff edition of the LCS preview show. How's it going, Jat?
Feeling like it's playoff time. We have a huge weekend of games, and a lot will be decided after these next 3 days.
I'm honestly surprised playoffs are here already. I can actually barely realize that it's happening, but going to be casting today. Our top story right now is the return of Skara. After spending 2 weeks on the bench, he'll be starting in the mid lane for Dignitas in today's quarterfinal match against Curse. Now, before week 10, it was announced that the 2013 All-Star would be replaced in the mid lane after having his worst LCS split to date. At the time of his benching, Skara had the least kills, the most deaths, and the second lowest KDA of all the starting North American mid laners, and Dignitas was struggling. Then enter Golden Glue. With the new mid laner in the lineup, Dignitas went 3-3 over the last 2 weeks, locked in the 4th seed in the playoffs, and beat Curse for the first time all year. In that game, Golden Glue racked up 8 kills. Skara only had 4 kills total in Dignitas' previous 3 losses to Curse, and those are their quarterfinal opponents today.
Yeah, and if you look at the conventional metrics, the decision to start Skara in the mid lane this playoffs might seem like a mistake because they were 3-3 with Golden Glue.
Yeah.
But if we dig a little deeper into the stats, we can see that Golden Glue has actually been struggling mightily. The first stat we're going to look at is CS. Through 6 LCS games, Golden Glue has averaged 52.5 CS at the 10-minute mark. That's actually 20 lower than the league average and 16 lower than the second lowest mark by a starting mid laner in the LCS, which is Cloud9's High. But unlike High, Golden Glue isn't dealing much damage to enemy champions either. He currently deals 24.4% of his team's damage dealt to enemy champions. The league average for mid laners is actually 27.8%, and no other mid laner or AD carry deals less than 25% of his team's damage. So Dignitas as a whole has actually been playing much better since Skara stepped down, but the props go to the rest of that team and not necessarily Golden Glue.
Well, we'll see if the team can keep that performance going up, because the semifinals, they're going to be important. And of course, later today is going to be their quarterfinal match against Curse. So before we get to that, though, we're going to rewind and talk about the European LCS Spring Playoffs. On Tuesday, Rocket blasted past a full boot-camped Gambit into the semifinals, while Alliance fought back from a Game 1 loss to muzzle the Copenhagen Wolves.
Then in Wednesday's semifinals, Fnatic shut down Froggen and his Alliance before the top-seeded SK Gaming shut down the Polish Rocket.
And that set up the final showdown between the top 2 teams in Europe for the Spring Split title, with Fnatic looking to win their 3rd straight LCS championship. Well, Fnatic took the first 2 games of the series before SK managed to pull out Game 3. But Peke and crew were too much for the top-seeded team in the bracket, and Fnatic walked away with Game 4 to win their 3rd straight European League Championship Series title.
And really, for the last year and a half, Fnatic's been the best team in Europe. Not only have they won 3 straight titles, but they made it to the semifinals of the Season 3 World Championship, and most recently the finals of IEM.
Yeah, and so while Fnatic walked away with the Spring Split title, the playoffs didn't go nearly as well for the Copenhagen Wolves, because their 6th place finish meant that the Wolves joined the Super Hot Crew and Millennium as the demoted LCS teams.
But also, because of their 6th place finish, the Wolves do get first choice of which challenger team to face, and they've actually made that decision already. They chose Denial. That was no big surprise.
Yeah, that was the 3rd place team anyway. So once the Wolves locked in Denial, it was up to the Super Hot Crew to choose their opponents. They chose challenger champions Cloud9 Eclipse, which meant that Millennium will be facing Ninjas in Pajamas for the final spot in the Summer Split.
Yeah, and you can actually watch those 6 teams fight for a spot in the European LCS Summer Split when the promotion tournament kicks off next Thursday, April 24th at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. Central European Summertime.
So now let's turn our attention to North America. 2 weeks ago, the NALCS Spring Split regular season came to a close with a super week's worth of games, including the battle between Counterlogic Gaming and Cloud9.
Here come the highlights.
Yeah, so C9 comes in, fighting for first place seed, CLG pretty securely in 3rd. the game was all kind of fun.
These CLG vs Cloud9 games have become a spectacle. They are so close, especially in the early and mid game. Meteos goes a little crazy here, jumping over the Dragon Pit.
But, he's okay. Burns the flash. Not a huge deal. But yeah, C9 starts getting a bunch of kills early on. But CLG is a team that actually fires back. This is my favorite move of the game, Aframu. This flay right here predicts the leap, and it secures the kill for it.
Aframu is such a playmaker for CLG on support here. It seemed at this point like CLG was going to take a big lead, but it's actually Cloud9 that grew a big gold advantage.
Yeah, so they got really far ahead, C9, but Doublelift comes up gigantic in this team fight. Of course, the team helped this one, but Doublelift comes up with the quadra kill in this one. So CLG starting to look good finally later on in the game.
You give Doublelift a quadra kill, 6 kills in the game now, 35 minutes in. The old Doublelift would have went off and farmed a side lane away from his team, but the new Doublelift surely will hold on to this lead.
No, he's going to farm the jungle. What else would Doublelift do but get caught out a little bit, and then Meteos and crew start chasing down Aframu. Nian tries to save. It does save Doublelift.
Ironically enough, Doublelift is the only one who doesn't die in this one, but it does end up costing CLG the game. After a near comeback, they fall in a great game against Cloud9.
And that's going to make it 3-1 C9 in the head-to-head for that one. Up next, though, the battle for 4th place between 10 and 14 Dignitas and the 10 and 15 Curse here. And Dignitas come into this one 0-3 against Curse in the year.
Yeah, and the roaming Kiwi Kid is something that he's been doing all year. Level 2 at 5 minutes. Surprise, gets the kill on Elise.
Yep. Not, pretty scary champion overall. Then, of course, here's this big team fight there. Missed Shockwave, but this is the fight that goes really well for Golden Glue and ends up that he gets a quadra kill in this one.
Yeah, it was the quadra kill from nowhere, it seemed like. No Shockwave, but he ends up getting all the kills with the ball. It gave Dignitas a lot of confidence and pulled them back in this game.
Yeah, final distance right there, put them in, and Dignitas kind of kept that thing going. They actually got their first win of the season against Curse, and things are looking a bit better.
It's the high five from Crumbs as well, but TSM vs Cloud9 was the spectacle.
Yeah, fight for the first place in the split right here, and honestly, C9 just looked better the whole way through. Blue Buff Steel 12 minutes in, they even win this fight.
Yeah, and a rare ultimate miss by Bjergsen's Gragas right here, and you just cannot afford mistakes like that against High Soraka. He just chased people down, one star call after another.
Yeah, so it's going to be really good, and then of course another big team fight by the mid game though, C9. Close to closing it out. Sneaky goes down, but they get so much more.
Yeah, it's just the continual chase from Cloud9. Balls comes in late. Everyone is so low because of this monstrous ball of teamfight power Cloud9 had built up. He finishes off Autumn with a nice dash.
That's going to be C9 taking the first place. You can see the players know it. They're all holding their fingers up saying, yeah, we are the #1 team in North America. One of the funnest games, though, C9 versus Coast. Didn't mean a ton for the standings, maybe a bit for confidence, but it was a great game.
Absolutely. Coast came into this one looking really good. Look at the start of this, up 4 kills to 0, then 5 kills as well, getting Meteos after he picks up 1.
And it kind of just keeps going this way. Honestly, even Wiz Fusion stepped up really well in this one. You can see he's 2, 3, and 5, but Shifter, 10, 0, and 2, one-shotting High. That kept happening.
Such a powerful LeBlanc here, but look out, where is Meteos and why is nobody on Coast back at the base? What a miracle push here by Meteos. They're down 11 kills.
Yeah, but Cloud9 realized they're all going to buy time, push people around. The backdooring of the Nexus by Meteos. It's great because Coast are the team that got the Nexus dive against TSM earlier in the year, so they get to taste their own medicine. One
of the most ridiculous finishes we've seen in North American LCS this year. One time Coast gets the base race, the other time Meteos just solos their Nexus. That also gave them a 13-game winning streak, which is pretty impressive for Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9, of course, looking great. So, after 3 Super Weeks, 1 Earth Exhibition, and 112 North American LCS games, the final spring split standings look like this. Cloud9 locked in the second straight #1 playoff seed, and now have a regular season record of 49-7 over their first 2 splits. Pretty good.
Yeah, Team Solo Mid dropped to 2nd place after having their worst week of the spring. And despite finishing the split with a 2-2 performance, Counterlogic Gaming finally lived up to their potential and posted their first winning record in the LCS.
But on the flip side of that are the teams at the bottom of the standings. Despite getting a lot of love after their performance at the spring promotion tournament, the Evil Geniuses weren't able to come up with a solid solution to their struggles and joined XDG as 2 of the 3 teams, NALCS teams in the summer promotion tournament.
Yeah, and that's an especially big slide for XGG, who actually finished 3rd in last summer's LCS playoffs and then competed in the World Championships. 6 months later, they finished 8th and will be in that promotion tournament.
And it's a rough road for these guys. Of course, that means XDG and the Evil Geniuses will not be included in the spring playoff bracket. But let's check out the teams who are. Because of their 1-2 finish in the standings, Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid pass to go and head directly to the semifinal round.
Meanwhile, in the quarterfinals, it'll be the 4th-seeded Team Dignitas versus the 5th-seeded Curse, and Team Coast will be taking on Counter Logic Gaming.
So now let's take a closer look at today's playoff matches. Scar had some interesting things to say last week at this desk. He knew what he was talking about when he said that Team Coast is a dangerous 6th seed. That's because it was just last spring that a 6th-seeded Team Coast took out 3rd seed Dignitas in the first round of the playoffs, took out Team Curse in the semifinals, and brought TSM to 5 games in the finals. That put Coast 1 Nexus away from winning the 2013 spring split.
Yeah, and I actually agree with Scar's analysis that he dropped last week. The Team Coast has a lot of potential, but the odds of them pulling off a repeat performance this spring are not very good. Not only has Counter Logic Gaming swept the season series, they've dominated Coast statistically. CLG has a KDA that's 4.5 times higher than Coast in their head-to-head games, and a big reason for that enormous difference is the guy Kobe rates as CLG's best jungler ever, who is Dexter. He averages 6 kills a game versus Coast, 3 more than he averages against the other LCS teams in the league even, and he boasts the highest KDA on CLG versus Team Coast at 15.3. But the jungle isn't all about kills, it's also about lane pressure. Dexter excels at that as well. His early game ganks in their 4 meetings have shut down most of Coast lanes, with one exception. Shifter actually has more kills than Link in their head-to-head games, despite having the lower KDA. That's because while Shifter has been killing it, the rest of Coast have been getting killed, letting Link rack up a ton of assists. Let's also head over to the top lane matchup, where Nien has a KDA that's 5.5 times higher than Coast split-pushing specialist Zion Spartan. Part of Zion's struggles can be attributed to Dexter, of course, but CLG is also really good at collapsing on Zion and stopping his split-pushing tendencies. In fact, Zion's KDA of 0.94 versus CLG is his lowest versus any LCS team. That actually brings us to the bottom lane, where we have Coast Wiz Fusion and Daydreamin versus CLG's superstar tandem Double to Nafamu, who, by the way, received more All-Star votes than any other bot lane duo. In the games between CLG and Coast, Rush Hour has run all over Coast bot lane with a KD that's almost 5 times higher than their counterparts. While Doublelift has racked up 22 kills over their 4 meetings, Wiz Fusion only has 4, and for some perspective, Aphromoo is sitting at 9. Now, I said at the top that Team Coast has potential, but it's Counter Logic Gaming that have finally started living up to theirs, and they'll most likely advance to face Team Solo Mid in the semifinals.
So while Coast and CLG might have some more flash in that matchup, the battle between 4th seed Dig and 5th seed Curse has a lot more history and a lot more pressure for these two historic franchises. That's because history hasn't translated into LCS success for either squad. Both Dignitas and Curse have been relegated into a promotion tournament before, and the only playoff series that either of these teams has actually won in LCS history was when Dig beat Curse last year at PAX.
Yeah, Freak, and just like last year heading into the playoffs, it's Curse that holds the head-to-head lead, winning the first 3 head-to-head games this spring. But that streak was broken during the final week of the season as Dig's new mid laner Golden Glue secured a quadra kill, finished that game at 8-2-5. But as we said at the top of the show, he won't be starting in mid today. And so far this spring, Voyboy has destroyed Scara in mid lane. In their first 3 games, Voyboy put up a KDA of almost 11 when lined up across from Scara. And he's not the only member of Curse that has big stats against Dignitas. Quas has left Cruiser bruised in their head-to-heads with a KDA that's more than double Dig's top laner, while Cop consistently outdueled Cutie Pie, piling up a KDA of 6.86 to Cutie's 2.73. Plus, it looks like Curse has found a playmaking support in Bunny Fufu. You know, after they tried out Zcad and they resurrected Saint, Curse's bot lane has not looked this good ever. And that actually brings me to the last member of Curse, their jungler I Will Dominate. His greatest strength is in securing objectives in their head-to-head against Dignitas. He helped Curse take down twice as many towers and dragons and 5 times as many barons and inhibs than Dignitas took down as a whole. Now overall, I feel like Curse's roster is stronger and has the advantage in this individual matchups. And that's why I think they'll advance to the semifinals to face Cloud9.
All right, Jat, so before we move on, I got one more question for you.
All right.
Who's going to win the spring split?
This is a really tough call, but honestly, the number 1 seed, the team that has been dominating throughout the summer split of last year and the spring split of this year, Cloud9, has to be the favorite, but it's pretty close. Yeah,
I think makes a lot of sense. They've been winning the most, of course. So if Jet's crystal ball is still OP, that means Coast and Dignitas will be competing in the 5th place match. And the team that comes up short in that series is going to be relegated into the summer promotion tournament, where they're going to face the top 3 challenger teams. On Sunday, the North American Challenger Spring Series wrapped up with LMQ taking out Cloud9 Tempest in 5 games. When you combine those 2 teams with Complexity Black, who took 3rd in the Challenger Series, and the LCS teams that finished 7th and 8th, Yellow Geniuses and XDG, we now know 5 of the 6 teams that will be participating in the summer promotion tournament.
And of course, you can check out all the promotion action starting in a week and see for yourself if LMQ turns out to be the next Cloud9. Because the 2014 NA LCS Summer Promotion Tournament kicks off on Saturday, April 26th at noon Pacific or 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time.
And so now that we've broken down the bracket, let's check out the top performers in kills, deaths, and assists for the 2014 Spring Split. While TSM's mid laner Bjergsen came up short in his quest for ManCloud's all-time record, he did top the league in kills this split. It really makes you wonder what he could have done if he actually played all 28 games. And as far as deaths go, Coast jungler Nintendo X found himself watching more gray screens of regret than any other player, while the most helpful player in North America was Cloud9 support Lemonation.
Yeah, and thanks to all that support, his AD carry Sneaky put up the highest KDA in North America. The jungle Meteos was the KDA champ last summer, which actually means a member of Cloud9 has earned that honor for the second straight split.
But while Cloud9 claimed half the individual titles, it was Team Solo Mid who walked away with more top spots in team stats. Thanks to Bjergsen's 155 kills and Wild Turtle's 144, the second highest total in the league, by the way, Team Solo Mid put up 498 total kills.
And as far as most deaths, the Evil Geniuses found themselves watching their timers count down 492 times over the split. And finally, even though Cloud9 had the most assists, TSM were the ones who walked away with the highest team KDA.
So now let's flash from the single season marks to the all-time records and take a look at the players and team who rewrote the LCS record books. We're going to start with Super Hot Crew support Migza. His 128 deaths broke KiwiKid's heart and his previous death total of 126.
And next up is the man in the solo mid for TSM, Bjergsen. Broke his own record for highest kills per game in a split. It was 6.91. It's now 7.05.
And just like his teammate, Wild Turtle upped his own mark, but this time for highest gold per minute over a split by more than 7 gold pieces. Next record to fall was for the most kills by a jungler. Diamond of Gambit Gaming previously held that record with 89, but Meteos crushed it by stacking up 107 kills. I guess it shows he likes to farm champs as well as camps.
Yeah, and Cloud9 actually added one more record that they already owned. Their 13 wins in a row to close out this spring split tied the record that they set last summer.
So heading into the final week of the LCS split, there's one more record with a shot at being broken. Through the first 3 months of the split, the pros picked 93 unique champions, and that put us just 5 short of the total from last spring. Last week of the regular season started off with a ton of promise as Diamond pulled out Udyr and Youngbuck whipped out Heimerdinger in the same game. Soaz helped out the quest for the record with a top lane Yorick, but that was it for Europe.
And then in North America, Sneaky flew in with Corki and Zuna chose Kog'Maw, which brought us to 93. It officially tied the record for most champs played in a split, but that was it.
Yeah, so of course, even though we didn't break the record, at least we scratched it. So way to go LCS pros. Woo! And way to go to Jocks to Fox, even though you technically cheated and tweeted 2 champions because you picked Udyr and Heimerdinger and they both made their debut. This one time we'll let it slide and you still get a gold star.
Yeah, and now while the champs selected in the playoffs won't count towards our spring split total, it's still a lot of fun to guess. So hit us up at LOL Esports, hashtag it LCS Preview, and try to predict which champs will be played for the first time this season.
And so while 93 champs have seen some playing time on the Rift, here are the 5 that got picked the most, or as Jocks to Fox likes to call it, the Instalock. Over the 11 weeks of the North American Spring Split, Caitlyn and Leona eclipsed 113 of the champions in the league to finish tied for 4th, while Shyvana descended to the number 3 spot as most popular top laner NA. And just like over in Europe, the 2 most popular picks in NA were Lucian and Thresh.
But just because they were the most picked, it doesn't mean they were the most feared. Despite getting played in 70 games, Lucian only received 3 bans all spring, and all 3 of those came during the last week of the split.
Yeah, speaking of bans, let's go ahead and take a look at the list of the top 5 most banned in the North American Spring Split. Mampion dropped in at the 5 spot, while Lulu's Wild Growth as a deadly mid laner garnered her the 4th most bans.
Repelling in at number 3 is the Spider Queen, with LeBlanc earning the 2nd most bans thanks to Bjergsen's propensity to melt other mid laners with the Deceiver. But of course, the champ who got put in ban jail more than anyone else was Kassadin.
You're learning well, Jat. I'm proud of you. All right, guys. Come on, you deserve that one. There we go. Let's turn our attention now to the All-Star event in Paris. The North American champions will join the top teams from the GPL, LPL, Korea, and the EU LCS in the All-Star Invitational, a mid-season tournament to crown the best team in the world.
We'll have to wait to see till the end of the week to see who North American will be sending. We already know who will be representing the other 4 regions. Earlier this week, China's OMG secured their spot in Paris, joining the Taipei Assassins, who will be representing Southeast Asia. And the 3rd team is Korea's SKT T1K, who will look to repeat their World Championship performance on the All-Star stage. And just yesterday, the 3-time EU LCS champions Fnatic claimed the right to compete in Paris as well with their victory in the LCS.
Yeah, so we have the Season 1, 2, and 3 world champions all going to
Will we
All-Star.
see 4?
We're going to see the Season 4 champions there. I'm calling it here. We'll see if it happens. Now, of course, the best teams in the world will be competing in the All-Star Invitational. The most popular players from across the globe will be taking part in the All-Star Challenge. Let's check out the LCS pros that received the most love after 14 days of voting. The most popular pros from the European LCS were Fnatic's AD carry Reckless and mid laner Xpeke. Coming in at number 3 is Gambit's jungler Diamond, with Alliance's mid laner Froggen and Fnatic top laner Soaz rounding it out. But since Fnatic is going to the All-Star Invitational, Diamond and Froggen will compete in the All-Star Challenge.
And over here in North America, the top 5 in the fan voting were Solomid's Burger King. He reigned supreme. COG's Double finished at number 2. In third place, Cloud9's Meteos was there, while TSM's Wild Turtle and Dyrus rounded out the top 5.
So remember, if a team qualifies for the All-Star Invitational, like Fnatic, then their players are ineligible for the All-Star Challenge, which means the next highest player will be awarded a spot in the competition.
Yeah, and with all the top spots in the voting being occupied by playoff favorites, the games this week won't just determine which team goes to Paris, but which players compete in the All-Star Challenge as well.
Yeah, so let's go from the most popular players in North America to the most OP. Here's the 2014 North American LCS Spring Split All-League team, as voted by a panel of casters, writers, and the pros themselves. Let's kick it off with the top lane. Where else could it be but Balls, Cloud9's top lane equalizer. Balls led all LCS top laners, both EU and NA, in KDA and gold per minute, and his 84 kills were second only to Zion Spartan in that role.
Yeah, it's really hard to argue with this selection. Balls is mutually respected by all the top laners in North America. He just shows up every game on whatever champion Cloud9 needs. He's also mechanically proficient. His CS at 10 minutes is head and shoulders above other top laners. 76 CS at 10. The next highest in the North American LCS is Quas at 69. So Balls, so good.
Incredibly skilled player. Let's head now to the jungle, though. Cloud9's Meteos was once again the best jungler in North America. As we said earlier, he locked in the record for most kills in a split by a jungler. Add to the fact that he had the second highest KDA in the entire LCS, and you can see why his peers scored him as the best in his position.
Yeah, ever since this guy came into the LCS, he has been a top-tier jungle, but especially this year, because he isn't farming as many jungle camps as he did previously. He changed his game to have more pressure in the early game, and he has still managed to maintain his threat throughout the game. He's still just as powerful late in the game. That's because he's been farming kills with that kill record instead of camps, and it's worked out great for him.
Another phenomenal player there to add to the NA roster. Now let's head to the mid lane. Team Solo Mid's Bjergsen made an immediate impact in his first North American split. He set the LCS record for most kills per game, and despite playing only 22 of the 28 games, he led the entire LCS in kills. He also led all LCS mid laners with a KDA of 6.32.
Yeah, the numbers do not lie for Bjergsen. He had big shoes to fill coming in to replace Reginald, and he did it and then some. Everyone who plays against this guy fears him. He wins 1v1s more often than not and is just a force all around for TSM. He gets so many kills, doesn't die that often, and is great at assassins.
Yeah, he's just a wonderful player overall, and he adapted so quickly to the team, which is great to see for him, to have the individual performance also carry over. So now, let's look over at the AD carry role. Cloud9's ADC tiptoed past more high-profile players like Doublelift and Wild Turtle to win the award. Sneaky led the entire LCS in KDA, had the third most kills, and only died 44 times over 28 games.
Yeah, this is obviously one of the closer positions because North American AD carries are so strong by and large, but Sneaky's numbers speak for themselves. He is the most proficient player on the most proficient team for AD carry. He also has done the second most damage to champions while dying less than anyone else in the NALCS, which is just equally as impressive as getting the nod for being the all-league AD carry for NA.
Yeah, he's showing up to every team fight, but still not getting himself caught out. So it's great optimization there, positioning that whole kit. Great by Sneaky. So last but not least on the list is the all-league support. It's Team Solo Mid's Xpecial. He is the only player on this list that was in the North American LCS at the beginning of last spring, and he continued to get better with age. He led all LCS supports in KDA and tied Kiwi Kid for the most kills secured.
Yeah, Xpecial's like a fine wine. He took another big step this year as well, because you look at all the older players in the LCS, the guys that were around in Season 1 and Season 2, and they're either on their way out, getting benched, or they're retired. And then there's X Special, who
Yeah.
made the all-league team and has had his best split he's ever had in the LCS. It is such an accomplishment to stay motivated and keep himself continually improving, which he has done this year.
Yeah, great player again. So now from the players who were the biggest in their roles to the player who had the biggest impact on his team, it's time to name the 2014 North American League Championship Series Spring Split Most Valuable Player. The MVP award goes to TSM's Bjergsen.
Yeah, Bjergsen has been unstoppable this year, and not only was it the shoes he had to fill with Reginald, coming over across regions as well, it's that he single-handedly carried so many games for TSM. There were so many times where if Bjergsen wasn't unstoppable in the game, if he wasn't 7-0, if he wasn't landing all those Nidalee spears, TSM would have flat out lost. They would not have been a top team in North America, it seems. Yes, there was that 1 week with Reginald out, but every time Bjergsen was there, he was a force to be reckoned with and the most valuable player for North America.
Yeah, I agree with the call. He's a great player overall. So now let's take some time to move from the league's most valuable player to the league's most amazing plays as we count down the 5 biggest #LCS big plays of the NALCS Spring Split.
At number 5, CLG brings more cowball.
Well, that didn't work for Coast. Not ideal for CLG, but Afro able to save double and then again! The ball delivery cow making it happen. 2-3 kills so far.
Coming in at number 4, it's Bjergsen with the juice.
To really do what he needs to here. The blue buff has worn off of Bjergsen, so he is hoping for that W to come up once again.
Oh, the juke!
Oh, he juked it out! He'll be able to get past the special. Bjergsen flashes. That is incredible.
At number 3, Nintendo flashes with his godlike prediction
Let's see him
skills.
now.
Yeah, now they're going to see him. The flash flay comes in. Oh, he gets it again.
What in
he
the
did the
world?
same thing to Dyrus in their last game.
Nintendo is pretty much a god.
Coming in at number 2, Afromu takes the long way for a double kill.
Dexter coming up with a kill there, but this is bad.
Uh-oh,
Meteos gets the Q and execute down on him. Double lift very low here. This could be a double kill for Meteos. Can he get the extra damage down? The red buff is ticking. Red buff gonna take him down, but
Afro,
he gets
double!
taken down in the well. Oh my God, Afro still going
He's
on.
got this.
Minion sneaky, don't shoot a minion. Oh my God, Minion's OP. The barrier.
no, the barrier!
Afro with the Zenith blade.
He wants a piece.
He wants it,
got it.
and he gets the kill.
Afro Fu comes out the victor.
And the number 1 play from NA is what else? Shifter.
Ghost daydreaming
Oh,
his
I
10
got
HP.
another one.
The odd one's trying to do what he can. Shifter
Ori.
with the Lick Spin on.
Oh my
One
God.
Spirit Rush. Still going for the kills. The second, he's not going to get it. No, my God, he does get it. Ghost breaks the win streak of Team Solo Mid to go 5-8.
I just love that Zion pushed Nintendo away just to get into Shifter sooner.
He was really excited.
Yeah.
I mean, there was only one guy up taking the Nexus. He just saw past his jungler.
Yes, that's how you gotta go. You gotta dive, you gotta make it to the back line, congratulate the right person. That's how you do it as a top laner. Get back there. So guys, we've come to the end of the last LCS preview show of the spring, but before we head out, let's last hit some of our favorite moments from the spring split.
This will be a good opportunity for me to show off what I can do with my hands.
Does he have the skills to pay the bills? It's Sheep trying to get the kills down. The buff gets transferred over to ManCloud.
I'm sure you've already got tons of sheep puns prepped.
Well, you know, he said coming in he'd be a little bit nervous, but he wasn't sheepish. You've got a sheep on one side, Moo on the other. It's a bit of a farm lane. They're gonna be pretty bad.
Oh! Wow, the Thresh Express monthly pass coming in for Link there.
Kiwi Kid just so excited.
And so I spent a lot of time working on that crumbling factor. You'll see if you guys can keep the crumbs together here with this one. We want to get your thoughts.
Thanks for that insight. Now check this out. Double spider. I'm so good.
I'm here with Meteos. You just died. What happened? I lagged. You lagged on land. You lagged on land?
He can have his cake and eat it too. What is this that you have? Oh, yeah, let's look away.
You pull out the chase.
Whoa, whoa, wait a minute. Back and forth. What just happened? I have no idea. Dyrus is going in.
Overall, I'm like, if you don't lose, you're gonna win.
Up until they lose the game, they're winning.
The secret behind CLG's decision-making, magic spinners.
Shifter finally goes down in the double ace.
Daydream literally sees the future.
He saw it in a daydream.
That was too far. That was when you should have stopped.
Here is your funny hat trick, and I have decided that I am a winner as well. So,
But
not technically a winner.
congratulations to me.
playoff weekend is absolutely massive for every team involved.
It's really what matters.
It's everything. Whoever wins is going to go to Paris, so I mean, that's pretty cool too.
Playoffs is the ultimate test for this split.
Take the Lambert, third down! Gonna be Kiwi Kid! He gets the kill!
All of our LCS work, it's all preparation for this match. We have something to prove, and we're going to make everybody know that we're one of the best teams.
Let's face it! Shot! The boomerang misses! The triple for Shifter! The quadra kill coming in for Shifter 6!
To send your whole team to All-Stars to represent your region, that's everything.
Welcome to day one of the North American League Championship Series Spring Playoffs. We're coming to you live in front of this incredible audience here in Los Angeles. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and with me is Sam Kobe Hart McKenza, and we want to welcome our special guest analyst for playoffs, Brandon St. Fishes DeMarco. Saint, thanks for being with us, man.
Thanks, man. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, it's good to be here as well. Right, let's get into it. The big news coming out of the European LCS is Fnatic has secured their trip to Paris by taking home the spring title. They will be joining SK Telecom, T1K, OMG, and the Taipei Assassins. And we are just 3 days away from finding out who their North American counterparts will be. Here's a look at how the teams stand in the bracket. Cloud9 and TSM both have their first round byes. They will face the winners of today's 2 quarterfinal matchups.
And in our first match today, we will see the 3rd-seeded Counterlogic Gaming squaring off against the 6th-seeded Coast, and then it's the 4th-seed Dignitas for the 5th-seed's Curse.
Well, today's losers will face off to see which team is sent to relegation and will do battle with a challenger team to reclaim their spot in the LCS. Right, guys, we're going to start with some big news. Scar's returned to the middle lane. Kobe, you spoke to him in week 11. Did you have any indication that Scar was thinking about coming back?
Well, he definitely wanted to make a point that he's not dead. He still wanted to play the game. He likes the game, but he had accepted his sort of retirement very gracefully. He moved into the coaching role very quickly, and everybody was happy with it. He was off at PAX, and then he got this call to come back. He himself said like something must have gone wrong with Golden Glue in their scrims that they were having. So it seems like Dignitas, even though they are bringing back Scar and they are excited, it's kind of them choosing the lesser of two evils at this point, and we'll have to see how they can perform with Scar with such little practice.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to be in. Saint is a position that you've sort of been in before, making a big lineup change before a big weekend. Do you think Scar is going to be able to come back into this position recharged, ready for playoffs?
It's really rough going into that, just jumping back in that position, and Scar has been at PAX for the past week, so I'm kind of scared about how many games he's actually played, and I don't know, the scrims must have been going really, really bad. They're just like, all right, you played for like 2 days, come show up for playoffs. So I'm a little scared for Dignitas.
Well, we'll have to see what his mechanical ability, how it's going to turn out with so little practice. Let's turn our attention to the first matchup of the day. It is going to be CLG taking on Coast. And CLG are looking good for probably a deep run in the playoff bracket. Saint, what's your take on Counterlogic Gaming's chances?
To just sweep the whole bracket. To be honest, I think they're looking pretty good. It's they have really good team play and really good decision making late game, and of course Doublelift and Afro. Like I think they're hands down the best bottom lane right now. They just have amazing synergy. You can hear the crowd cheering. Yeah, they have really amazing synergy, and like all the players have stepped up. Dexter stepped up, Link stepped up, and Nienz has had a pretty good showing too. So. I'm liking CLG right now.
Yeah, since Rush Hour got married and featured in the Facebook magazine, they're definitely getting. Kobe, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, they definitely do look good. When they're on, they are definitely one of the top teams. Their rotations around the map, their objective control, they all look really solid. However, when they crumble, like they do choke pretty hard. So if it's going to be a bad run for CLG, then they're going to go down in flames. But if they're going to do well, then they can definitely challenge TSM. They can challenge Cloud9 for that top spot.
So it's interesting you say that because there are 2 teams taking part. It is Coast on the other side of the bracket, another team that has shown flashes of greatness, but they've also struggled to close games out. So what's your take on Coast's chances against CLG and deeper if possible?
Pretty ugly. I mean, Shifter, he has like amazing plays. He's a standout player. You're just like, wow, that guy he's almost like Faker status sometimes. Just like, he just completely took out the team by himself. But, I mean, I don't want to dime his team out. It feels just like he's just like dragging this dead weight, this huge dumbbell or something behind him. And he's like, please, let me do this. So, I don't know. Maybe he'll be able to do it this time. But I doubt it.
Strong words. Anything to follow, Kobe?
Okay, so if we look at the matchup on paper, Coast versus CLG, then actually, you know, Coast kind of looks like they have the advantage in their solo lanes. So they have very strong solo laners, and then CLG has the bottom lane in the jungle. But if you look at the whole team together, CLG's team play is so much better than Coast team play. They're just kind of on another level. And with the meta right now, the team play is what matters most. I think CLG have a really big upper hand.
Solo queue stars versus team play. We'll see who is going to be coming out victorious. For you guys at home, remember all the inside scoop on the players, the teams. You can find it all on lolesports.com. While you're there, let us know who you think will come out on top. Simply click on schedule, select the quarterfinals, and lock in your votes.
Also there, you can study up on all league action, stats, analysts, and the in-depth features and videos on demand. And quick shot. Those videos are not just the videos that fans want. They demand them.
Yeah, well, I am now demanding your thoughts on our Twitter question. Today, we're asking you, who is the most clutch player in the North American LCS and why? I want to pose the question to the table. Saint, who's your player? And don't steal Kobe's now.
I'm going to have to say Hyde just because he's like a workhorse. He's always there. He's always performing. And sometimes he's handed like a bad situation and he just always comes out on top with it. You know, he just looks really clean. I think he's an underrated player and he just always performs.
You know, plus sometimes he'll distortion into the Ziggs ultimate just for flashy
style points, man. Yeah.
But yeah, I have to go. If we're talking about clutch plays, Shifter. I mean, this year he solo killed a Nexus with maybe 100 HP left at the end. You got to give it to the guy. Even though the team doesn't lose, I mean the team does lose. He's not able to win all the time. He comes out with so many clutch plays. He tries his hardest, even when they are fighting from behind.
Well, for you guys at home, send us your responses at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. We may just read your tweets later on in the show. Now, let's throw it across the studio to Freak and Jat to take us into Game 1 of the series.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. What's up, guys? We're back. I'm David Freak Turley. With me is Joshua Jat Leesman. If we talked to you before, we're okay. Let's dive into our first matchup of the day. Best of 3 series between Counter Logic Gaming and Team Coast. Now, Jat, you have to marvel at where CLG are compared to where they were at the start of the season.
Yeah, CLG is just a team transformed. The first 3 weeks was a rotating roster of subs and role swaps, and in that period, they went 4-5. But then Dexter joined the team, Link moved back to mid lane, and the team immediately started to climb up the standings, going 14-5. In that stretch. They've become a team with strong coordination, great map movements, and decisive objective control, which is not something you ever thought I would say about CLG this year.
They've really turned it on. So even though CLG performed better late in the season, we've yet to see this team excel in the postseason, where the pressure is even higher and there's even more at stake.
Yeah, and that may be true with CLG. They have never won a quarterfinal series in LCS history, actually. In the 2013 spring playoffs, they lost to XDG. Then in the summer, they lost to TSM 2-0. So they have to get past their nerves and win a playoff series.
Yeah, they're going to have to try. But for Coast, they can take a degree of confidence from their past playoff performance.
Yeah, taking a step back, in the 2013 spring playoffs, Coast started off in the 6th seed as well, just like they are now, and they ended up finishing 2nd place. Throughout the split, they've shown they are a team that you can never really count out or in because they can't close games. Everyone remembers TSM's 11-game winning streak getting snapped by Coast and Shifter at the end. So this is really their time to show the rest of the league that they are not a bottom-tier team because many still consider them to be one.
Yeah, they nearly snapped Cloud9's
streak as well.
Streak at the end of that one as well. So, like, the guys come so close. So, we've seen throughout the year that Coast is a team that focuses on getting their solo lanes ahead. But they'll need to carry that lead into the mid-game and the late game if they hope to beat CLG.
Against CLG or against like any of really the top teams, we really were kind of relying on Snowball in the lane phase. Basically, after the lane phase, we kind of just fell over.
We have strong enough laners to not just get dominated by their solo laners, as well as a really, really strong bot lane.
They all just try and win lane and win the game as 5 people, but there's really no direction on what you should do next.
I think they're a lot more organized than us. Case in point, they're very organized and we're kind of just all over the place. We really want to take the first win because we're really momentum based. So if we can get that first win, we should be able to close out the series versus them pretty easily.
The first win definitely snowballs your morale as a team. If you're going to lose the second game, it's okay because you still have another one.
You can kind of feel hopeless from there because it's like, well, what do you really change? And you can't really think of anything, so you gotta just like hope you outplay that, but them just like crushing you the first game is, you know, still in your head, so that's scary.
In terms of like players, I don't think that we're like have this huge significant lead in terms of skill or anything. I think if Coast really does get like their team communication down and like start playing meta champions or just start like playing a little smarter, they have a really good chance to beat any team actually.
I think CLG's a good team, but I think honestly that we have not been playing that well. I think that we'll be able to beat CLG whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1. I think we'll be able to do it.
I actually want to talk about like that quote Double just put out there where he's like, Coast are like they're almost there. I remember at the very beginning with Super Week, he's like, yeah, I expected Coast to go 4-0 Super Week.
Yeah, a lot of the teams like TSM and CLG were expecting big things from Coast at the start of the year, but Coast just hasn't had the teamwork, exactly like they were saying in that video.
Yeah, and we'll see if they've improved it in the couple of weeks they had some time to do some practice. Let's check out the starting lineups now. On the blue side, Counter, Logic Gaming, Nien in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift on AD carry, and Aframu on support.
And on the red side, it is Coast. Zion Spartan in the top lane, and Tenudex in the jungle, Shifter in the mid lane, Wiz Fusion on AD, and Daydreamin' on support.
So now it's time for our featured matchup of the series. It's going to be the mid lane, Link versus Shifter.
Yeah, and when Dexter joined the team and Link moved back to the mid lane, Link got a lot of attention and was a spotlight player to watch. But now CLG has become even more team-oriented and focused on coordinated map movements. They win games, but Link hasn't necessarily gotten the attention the way he used to, despite him performing quite well.
Yeah, but you contrast that with Shifter, who's been the standout playmaker constantly that Coast relies so heavily on.
Everyone remembers the big moments for Shifter. He danced around TSM's Nexus. He got a late-game quadra kill against CLG. He is a consistent carry for Coast, but if Link can shut him down in lane, it's going to go a long way towards CLG getting the win.
So this is going to be the real test for both these teams then is CLG, can they actually make a playoff run in the LCS, because they haven't just yet. And they've never had like the standout playoff performances just in general. I remember season 2, they got the 3rd place spot. They dropped the Dignitas there. Like these guys would never actually turn it on in the postseason, no matter how consistent they tend to be. Coast, I mean, they didn't get to play the playoff summer split. They dropped to 7th there, but bad regular season, but they're playoff shiners.
Still counts, even if they didn't make the playoffs, because their record's
yeah, their playoff record's good.
Really, though, I don't feel like CLG's ever been a stronger team than they are right now.
I think so.
At least because if we think all the way back to when they were actually the dominant team in North America, there wasn't much of a competitive scene back then. Now these guys have really came together. You can tell they've all made big strides in the way they play. Doublelift in particular, he reached that moment, I'd say almost a year ago, where he wasn't really looking on ways to improve his game, and he's moved past that. He's understood that he could just sit in lane and farm all game and get farm, but that's not the best way to win.
True.
He's doing that and moving around the map with his team and team fighting well.
Yeah, I think it's the best way to sort of mature as a player is you can get those decreasing returns on individual skill, but the more you know about how to play with the team, how to make calls, how to choose engages, that's the big deal. I remember he used to talk about playing with Chowster so much, how Chowster would train him up how to play, but now he's the longest standing member on the roster. He's the guy with all the history. He's the guy with all the knowledge.
And he's drawing Vayne bans still. So he's understanding his strengths, but working to supplant his weaknesses with more strength.
With more strength. Yes, absolutely. It's just such a great choice right now. Shifter pulls up the Ziggs ban. I think CLG still has some memories of those team fights. Shifter nearly single-handedly won that game. Daydream getting his Andy banned away as well.
I actually feel like that Ziggs ban serves multiple purposes. When CLG is rotating properly, they do a lot of early game grouping and turret sieging, and it's incredibly difficult to push down against a Ziggs. So they're really getting rid of Shifter's best wave clear champion, as well as one of his best champions overall.
True. We'll see how much CLG can do then in the mid game by the time you've got like an Athene Ziggs, what that would have done compared to what Shifter ends up getting here in the lineup. CLG taking their time with their bans though. They want to make sure that even if they did predict Coast's bans so far, that they're still happy with what they chose to do before. Lee Sin removed away, so Zion using another champion. I want to say though, Jax still open. That's a big one that I got to think about.
Nidalee and Jax were actually banned in pretty much every game, actually in the OGN quarterfinal match that happened last night, and Team Coast really thrives off both of those champions. Shifter's Nidalee is awesome, and Zion Spartan was really the first one to start taking Jax here in North America. Talked to Nien earlier in the back room. He said he was going to play Heimerdinger top lane. Then he smiled, and I said he's going to play Shyvana. And he's like, yeah, I'll play Shyvana. Because he's played it 16 times, but it's Jax!
Oh, they steal away the Jax. Now the question for me is, we typically see Renekton as a good lane counter to Jax.
It's true.
Coast like, yeah, if we get ahead early in lanes, we'll be okay. And that champion's not banned.
This is awesome, actually. So Zion Spartan, even though he can play Renekton and it shuts down Jax fairly well, it's not his style. If he has to usually pick between the Renekton Shyvana things in top lane, he almost always goes with Shyvana. It's very rare that he ends up playing Renekton, but against Jax, I wonder what his options really are. That's a bold strategy by CLG, leaving that much stuff up, knowing that Coast was going to want to take Jax anyway, and then just swiping it away from him. Yen trying to diversify his champion pool.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. That's not the Nian sort of type of champion. He tends to play more of the tanky top laner type guys, so Coast going to make do with other lanes here. Thresh picked up for Daydream and LeBlanc there for Shifter, so maybe not quite as much wave clear, but certainly playmaking for the mid laner.
Yeah, last game of the regular season, Shifter started 10-0-2 against Cloud9 on LeBlanc. He is a formidable threat with that champion. It actually plays even better with the Thresh for added mobility with that Dark Passage, the Lantern, as they say. That's some powerful picks coming up from Coast. There's also an outside chance on the CLG side that it could be a jungle Jax.
True.
Most likely not, but just considering Yen's champion pool has been fairly limited and Jax is a new addition, there's always that chance that you could throw in the jungle Jax. It's gaining a lot of popularity around the world.
It's interesting, actually. I remember it was Devilift talking in the video we just saw. He's like, yeah, you know, if Coast learned some more of those like meta champions, where like Zion was like the only guy playing Jax, and now like everyone's playing it, so it is a meta champion.
Yeah.
It's like, well, maybe they're just determining everything, and you guys should follow quicker. Who knows? The Lulu, though, Lucian also picked up there for CLG, so picking up a lot of comfortable champs for them.
Lulu, of course, had some decently sized nerfs in the 4.5 patch. 80 base damage was dropped off her health picks. You can also not put a pix on someone and get 2 glitter lances off, yet she has still remained a decent priority pick, I'd like to say. Has not been getting first pick nearly as much, but can still provide a lot of pressure and still synergizes with CLG's roaming playstyle, with their want of getting move speed on a lot of champions, being able to shove lanes quickly, and most likely just to win lane for Link against Shifter.
That's going to be the goal for this one, and of course if you can roam around and make plays, then that's going to be all that Link wants to go for here. Coast going to make some new picks up though. Ezreal grabbed, interesting. Not one I see off for Wiz Fusion, but also the jungle Xin Zhao. It is 4.5.
Yeah, the Ezreal is to generally have a better counter to Jax's Leaf Strike, being able to very quickly get out of the way. And the Xin Zhao is just the new patch.
Yep.
He has been excessively helped by the Pharaoh Flare because he was always good early game with Wriggles, but now he has a much better transition into the mid and late game if he can eventually transform that Wriggles into a Pharaoh Flare. We'll have to see if Nintendo can use that. It does fit his style because it's a heavy ganker, and when he is at his best, he is getting Zion and Shifter farmed up. However, it is somewhat unsafe early game ward-wise, which is actually something that Coast has to do a lot of against CLG's map rotations.
That's true, yeah, is how well can you show up to these fights in time. They're not great defensive champions. It's like if you know, CLG sets up and starts the siege, bad things.
That's it.
CLG Nocturne.
It's a support Lulu, because Aphromoo has always played support Lulu, and they're going with the mid lane Soraka. That is some clever stuff there for CLG.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot more sense. Thankfully, at least for the Coast lineup, it wasn't like they baited the pick. The LeBlanc was picked blind anyway, but Carnologic Gaming making sure they know about this bottom lane setup and say, yep, we're happy with all of this. So now the pick is the Coast top laner, unless it's like top Xin Zhao, which I doubt. Say, okay, what are you going to fight Jax with? You waited the entire champ select to make your choice.
Yeah.
What's it going to be?
And the interesting thing about this that I like so much is these guys have had 2 weeks to prepare for this playoff matchup. And they've had 2 weeks to play on this patch, which changed a lot. We're going to see way more heals, obviously. Right now, CLG is slated to have 3 of them on their lineup, actually, plus the Soraka. A totally different team comp coming out from them. We get to see Zion on Rise. He played that once, I believe, and did not do well on it during Super Week. But really, this CLG lineup is something completely different.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit akin, I mean, not entirely, right? Because you're not seeing like a top lane AP champion, but it's like a little bit akin to what Fnatic was running in their successful run, where you've got a lot of defensive,
heals and shields.
Right? A very kitey AD carry, an opportunistic jungler there, and then in this case, it's a very split pushing top laner, so it's actually a little bit more of a Korean style, where Jax is on his own. It's the comps that SKT was running.
They have much more dive potential, CLG as a team, with that team composition. It's all about them being strong in the laning phase and whether or not Dexter can get ahead on Nocturne and just finish off fights during split push.
Yeah, so see if they can do it though. As the teams load into the Rift, let's check out who you're predicting to win. With 86% of the vote, you're tipping this in Counter Logic Gaming's favor.
Yeah, they have dominated Coast statistically throughout the year. It is a huge favorite here for CLG. People expect them to go deep within the playoffs, so 86%.
We'll see if they can do it now today. We're also adding a new feature. During the game, we'll be checking with you on Twitter to see who you think will win each game.
Tweet your game predictions using the hashtag CLGWin or the hashtag CSTWin for Coast to @LOL Esports. And we will be checking in throughout the day to see how you're voting.
Right now, it's 86-14. Both those numbers can shift.
That was the pre-vote.
Game. Yes.
Now comes the Twitter vote.
Yep. We'll see where that moves on over time. And, you know, if Shifter starts 10-0, you might see that shift way over to the red side. Yeah, move over left. This is, I know, right for everyone else.
It's going to be tough for him to assassinate the heel Soraka.
That's true. Well, yeah, so outside of Summoner Heal, though, for what it's worth, outside of Summoner Heal, Soraka, or I should say LeBlanc, has a total of 3 seconds of silence. So if you can make it, happen, you only have to get through the Summoner Heal, and you've got a Knight to help kind of mitigate that. There's a chance, as difficult as it is, there's a chance you can just, like, you know, burst that guy out. But Link, I want to point out, heavy defense tree already has Runic Blessing. Guy is making sure that he is durable at the start of this game.
The 50 health shield upon spawn.
Yeah, that is standard for mid Raka is 21 defense.
Because so early on in the game, what a lot of Sorakas like to do, high in particular, actually, we'll get back to that later because these guys are potentially collision coursing with each other. Thresh would have a chance of hooking Nian if he walks in just right. But they don't have the angle. Nian would be able to see them if they come out of that brush early.
Yeah.
And Link is actually playing defensive, so...
And I like where he's standing as well.
Run away.
He's not in hook range without being able to see the Thresh. Like, there's no over-the-wall hooks that are possible. And Nian's the only guy in this brush because he'll learn Counter-Strike and not die and set up the counter-attack. So CLG are playing this counter-invade properly. The rest of CLG would be ready to collapse. Coast also sent an early ward down in the river brush by Dragon to watch for blue buff invades, but they're just defending the blue buff, basically.
Actually, a proper ping on where CLG thinks there might be a ward. It's interesting how Coast would have the edge of catching because of the Thresh death sentence, but if it was a 5v5 fight, Link Soraka would win if they were grouped up. Mystic Shot falls wide, but this would be a 5v4.
Wiz Fusion goes in first, takes a bunch of damage, flashes out, Nintendo flashing away as well, and Yen does not land the stun. The Coast forced to run away. I don't know why Ez went in first. Now Shifter forced to run. Will he learn? Yep. Dashes away. Nintendo should be fairly safe, but CLG now owns this jungle.
Very interesting. CLG manages to push Coast back 4v5 just because they got the jump on them. And because Zion Spartans already went back to base. This is a successful blue invade that will delay Nintendo X's early jungle.
Oh, we're going to see what Coast can do off the back of this one, because right now it looks like the lane's going to be 2-on-2. Teleports go to the top lane. Quick recall from Nian will keep him safe, but Nintendo might just be stuck with only one buff here, and even Link.
Yep.
Just going to get the timer. Okay.
He's making sure to get eyes on Nintendo Dex so they can make sure to secure Dexter's blue buff. In fact, Nintendo is so low off of that one, and because he was warded, he is even more scared right now, which will do great things for CLG's ability to get past the early game Xin Zhao power.
And yep, so Kind of Logic Gaming already starting out nicely. Dexter going to grab the second blue buff there. So Nintendo won't get one whatsoever on this first rotation. Just going to grab the red and some lesser buffs. Wiz Fusion already pushed around as well. You can see Spell Thief's Edge Aframu poking as best he can, doing a good job of that.
One really interesting byproduct of the Lulu nerfs that ended up happening is it didn't hit support Lulu nearly as much as it did mid Lulu, only because one of the main harassment tools for mid Lulu was putting the Hell Picks on someone and then glitter lancing twice. That is no longer possible because of the duration of Hell Picks being on someone. But the support Lulu almost never did that because you did not have the mana regeneration to pull that off. So Aframu can still play support Lulu most like he used to and have the same success.
I do want to see, though, with those changes, what ability order he goes for, because I've seen actually a lot of guys, especially a couple of the EU Challenger guys who are playing support Lulu, would actually max Help Pick second, whether for the shield or just the easy burst to land, but rank 1 of that's actually an unaffected ability anyway.
Look at that, Dexter level 4 at 3 minutes and 40 seconds because he's gotten 3 large buffs, whereas Nintendo is off having to do battle with the white. Still level 2, gonna hit level 3 off that though.
Yeah,
so a full level behind.
Exactly, a full level behind. The Coast Jungler right here, down in CS, down in XP. We'll see what else he can do with this one. Xin Zhao, a great ganker if he can get his way in, especially with Lanterns. Like, I want to see how safe Doublelift and Aframu have to play to make sure they don't succumb to ganks like this.
Well, the nice thing about the Lucian pick against the Xin Zhao is when he dashes away, he can cleanse the slow. And it becomes immensely difficult for Nintendo to have any type of sticking power against Doublelift.
Oh, that hook's gonna hit a minion. Doesn't mean too much for that one, but does that count as a hit? It did hit something and, you know, pull in.
Something.
The cooldown went down when you did it. So we take a look at the lanes real quick, because obviously the jungler, Dexter, is doing much better than Intendude. Actually, the AD carries as well, double if far ahead of Wiz Fusion. But Zion Spartan's doing well in lane, and so is Shifter. So the gold actually fairly close together.
Yeah. Right now, it's going to be Dexter trying to hit level 6 and take an edge. Nien running himself out of mana, so it's a bit of a farm lane here. He was late to lane, which gives Zion Spartan a bit of an edge. And Ryze really beats on melee champions, levels 1 through 5 most of the time, so he's at his strong point at this moment. Nien's got to be a little bit careful.
Not much mana as Nien forced to flash away. The Q's almost quite going to land Intendude. His flash was down in level 1 and can't get the first blood.
If Intendude had his flash without that level 1, that would have been a kill on Nien. So big early game plays from CLG, saving Nien in that top lane from that gank.
And Afremu is able to like 1v2 in this lane, basically. It's basically, Daydreamin misses a hook, and then Afremu says, okay, go, I can fight you, you can't turn it around, and goes in and zones the carry back. 15 minion kill lead here. There's some still left under the turret, but this is a gigantic lead, and still the poke coming through Afremu, completely safe back here.
This is incredibly beneficial for CLG for a number of reasons. There was a lot of talk amongst the pro teams about whether or not Feral Flare and the Feral Flare junglers are viable in pro play, because it's so difficult for junglers to actually get the large camps in a speedy enough manner for it to make an impact. Often because you see so many lane swaps lately, and 2v1s and 3v1s where junglers are trapped in lanes and not able to farm big camps. But in this game, CLG successfully forced a 2v2. Dexter has been farming up a Storm, and his lanes are doing well enough that he hasn't even had to think about ganking. He has just been farming non-stop. This is the perfect situation for Nocturne to be in, where he can farm up, get Feral Flare stacks, and then just show up somewhere at level 6 with his ultimate. He's going to be level 6 most likely after double golems and be able to make plays. This is perfect for Dexter and CLG.
Well, we'll see which lane he chooses to salvage. Right now, actually, top lane is holding completely equal. Nien burned his TP to get back into lane. Zion Spartan with Tear, though, doing some major damage. Nien actually forced out rather quickly, chugging potions to keep himself alive, but Zion with heavy ward control. I guess you could kind of only Nocturnal lane gank to turn this lane around.
Yeah, I wonder if they're just going to leave Nien be and hope that Zion Spartan doesn't become too much of a problem, because that lane is unfarmable for Nien right now. If he gets too far forward, he would get flashed down for Zion. Dexter didn't quite hit level 6. He's trying to get it in lane, actually. He's going to end up going back and recalling.
So keep in mind also, the teleport is up for Zion, so if Dexter does force something, if it's not a completely one-sided fight, Zion could also turn that one around. You actually might not see Dexter wanting to show up unless they think like Link's Wish will be enough or something. I do want to know what actually the choice ends up being. I know Nocturne's a faster clearer than Xin Zhao, so he'll get more Feral Flare stacks, so that's an important resource for CLG. I want to see what their actual advantage comes to.
One actual advantage is that CLG's bottom lane is outclassing Coast right now.
Yeah.
Thresh Ezreal is actually a very strong laning combo, but Afremo and Doublelift are just obliterating them right now.
Oh, wow.
Just picked up first blood 2v2.
Yeah, that was an overextension right there. Daydreamin goes down. The summoner heals were still up, actually. Coast didn't even anticipate the damage that came through. CLG, gigantic lead down here.
Yeah, big misplays coming out from Coast there. And Doublelift also delays
Not quite.
nothing. He gets a lot of minions, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Half of them. Missed a bit of the culling, but it's all right. Doing well. Quick lane shove here. CLG. With the shove in mid, are they rotating Dragon, or where are they headed?
They're right now just sharing a lot of experience and making sure they have Dragon control. They actually missed that sweep, which I wonder if that's going to cost Link his life. Shifter's thinking about it. He had to run out. Yep.
Okay, well, it looks like the collapse from Coast is in time. CLG, the mid shove, got them to the Dragon Pit, but looks like there's not going to be anything capitalized off that. Link is going to get a bit of a late recall. Shifter's going to re-hold the mid lane there. 61 to 65 in minions. Slight lead for Coast, but I mean, overall, though, you got to say CLG definitely winning the map.
CLG's in complete control. Coast's strength, or what they have traditionally relied upon against the top-tier teams, is trying to rely on their solo laners and just win laning, because they admit that they are strategically weaker than the top teams, especially CLG. CLG is playing 2v2, 1v1, and 1v1 lanes across the map and winning by 1,000 gold.
Yeah, absolutely impressive play, especially, I gotta say, Afremu showing up massive. First blood goes to him. He's got the Sight Stone, he's got his Frost Fang as well, so more annoyance from Lulu will be coming out very shortly. 3 points on Death Sentence for Daydreamers, 3 points in Glitter Lance for the Lulu. Zion going to get hit up right here. Very little mana on him. Nian's going to have a great trade, but he's got minions to deal with.
Yeah, Zion's going to be going back anyway. He's actually, that was actually a fairly big misplay by Nian up there, because with jumping on Zion Spartan, he allowed the wave to hit his turret so he can no longer freeze it. And he's going to lose out on denying a lot of CS to Zion Spartan, but that's the one lane going well. 2 lanes actually going well for Coast overall is their solos, but it's just the bottom lane of the jungler getting out of control.
And we'll see if Doublelift and Afro can put this game on their back. They said they'd do it at the beginning of the year. Said, you know, now that supports get more gold, we can make more plays.
Yeah.
We can single-handedly carry the team, or I guess two-handedly carry the team. That would make more sense. And right now, yeah, they're the entire reason for CLG winning right here. Zion Spartan, 10 minion lead, still actually walking to the lane. He's kept his teleport available the last 2 times he's recalled. So he's really waited to turn something around if a dive does happen.
He hasn't been heavily pressured in that lane. It's gotten off a lot of farm, which is why Dexter's waiting in the wings. Level 8, same level as Zion. And Zion is still rather squishy. If Nian could get a stun, they could chain something. But that wave is going to push too far. This is not an extremely gankable lane. Dexter would require a lot of patience to get a kill here.
He's going to slink into brush number 2. Can't quite reach the 3rd one. Look at that pesky melee minion.
He would actually have to wait for Zion Spartan to push this wave out, with which he has no motivation to, unless Nian was actually very low. If Dexter wants his kill, I feel like he's going to have to wait a really long time.
Can they just force it onto the turret with their CC? It's unlikely, but they're going to try. There's the ulti pops in. The stun comes by as well. Zion flashes, gets away from the fear. Can he get the AoEs down to keep himself alive? Taking even more pain. Wish comes through. Dexter's going to make it enough. Nian takes turret shots. Counter logic gaming. Get the turret dive to top lane.
They did a couple things actually really well with that dive, is they had Nian tanking the turret with the armor and magic resist of his Jax ultimate, and they had the Soraka ult come in to heal them extra. So a big force of a dive there. But they do make it work out. Props to CLG for a good tactical maneuver.
And Coast don't get the kill back on that one. The recalls come through in time. CLG fully safe. Excellent play by these team. And Link's just going to hold the mid lane, right? You got the wish, got the assist credit. And then he gets, you know, to push down the mid lane and get the minions back against Shifter.
That gank really just goes to show you how vulnerable Ryze is to ganks in the early game. I wonder if Dexter's going to continue to do that on his ultimate cooldown until Zion Spartan gets a little bit of armor, because those ganks will be free. The fact that they could do that on top of a turret with Zion's flash up and still get a successful kill shows how vulnerable he is.
Yeah, everything burned, didn't even matter. The flash is used by CLG, but of course well played. So now closer to 2,000 gold. Counter Logic Gaming wanting to win the best of 3. Secure the LCS spot, move on to the semifinals. It's going to be all the things that CLG wants to do. They are one of the, I guess you could say, favorites for, you know, the #1 run.
If you're just trying to rank teams based off their mid and late season success, they're in the conversation for top team in North America. If they win this one, that match against TSM could be anyone's game. Yet not quite getting in range for the stun. Good ward by Zion Spartan.
Yeah, the Nocturne waiting around. Dexter's looking to make plays, but even if he's not getting too many ganks, he's still farming very successfully. Both junglers now have their wriggles. Actually, more damage added for Dexter going towards, I'm guessing, Cutlass, actually, on the Nocturne. So a very damage-heavy jungler pick out here. Dexter really embracing the Pharaoh Flare changes.
The build on Nocturne is Pharaoh Flare with Blade of the Ruin King. You just rip through everything. It also has incredible Baron threat once he completes those items. They could 2-man it with Nian and Dexter when they get those items.
Oh man, that's absolutely true. That's going to be a scary thing if that ever does happen. Coast would fall rather far behind if that came through. Right now, just a more passive game, and it's really the laning phase for a large portion of it. Nian finally getting his first real minion lead in the top lane. The kills, of course, helping that one. Once again, Dexter just showing up to wave clear mid, but it frees up some time for Link to get the recalls without losing much to his turret. But the big story as well is just the fact that Doublelift and Afromu are winning so heavily in this bottom lane. A bunch more gold from the GP10 that Afro picked up. The 30 minion lead as well for the AD carries. It's honestly just like CLG, like they can play the laning phase and they'll grow a lead that way.
Doublelift is 800 gold above Wiz Fusion, and Afromu is also 750 gold above Daydreaming. You add those guys two together, that's a 1,500 gold lead accrued over only 13.5 minutes by the CLG bottom lane.
Yeah, that's
without jungler intervention.
Yeah. 3/4 of the CLG gold lead is just that bottom lane right there. That is like the reason that Counter Logic Gaming is winning right now. Even the first blood and everything else, right? All that adds up here. So, Dexter taking away more of the camps. 72 minions on him. Playing a very farm-heavy style, Afro.
This is actually quite dangerous by CLG. We'll see if they can pull it off. Yen has no teleport, whereas Zion Spartan does. It could be a forced 5v5 by Coast, but CLG is daring them to come.
That dude's slinking around, puts the ward down. CLG does have to back off. Cutlass first Ezreal actually was Fusion going for a pretty self-sufficient build here in the back line.
He does that frequently.
Yeah.
With Fusion will rush Blade of the Ruined King more so than anyone else. It's because he really loves self-peel and just staying alive in fights because they rely so heavily on their solo laners.
It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you don't have a real tank line like you do with a lot of other conventional teams. You bring in carry top laners, carry mid laners, they're going to go get kills on their own, and you have to play by yourself. We'll see how well his Fusion can stay alive. He hasn't died here, but he's been pushed under the turret so much he's not getting many minions. Still trying to gain some levels. Level 8 and 8 versus 9 and 8, so gold and XP lead for the CLG bottom lane. No big surprise though, because they're winning. But it's a very patient game. Dexter going to look for his next gank. His ulti is back up. I don't know, Coast very rarely are past the river though. They're difficult kills to grab, and you've got heals and flashes available.
It's important to note that we're only 50 minutes in and the Pharaoh Flare has been transformed for Dexter, whereas Nintendo is on 18 of the 25 stacks, but this pink ward could turn into a fight.
And he gets the lantern though, gets himself out, but there might still be an engaged. Dexter on the front lines. Glitter Lamps does not quite land. He's still chasing though.
Teleport
comes in. The end, the box comes down. Daedriman gonna get stunned up though. Does he have anywhere to go? He does not. Down goes the Coast support. CLG 3-0 in kills and control over Dragon.
The very deep pink ward comes in clutch for CLG. Zion Spartan does not match that teleport because Coast was on the retreat. Means a kill and a dragon, plus they still hold the mid lane.
Big damage comes through. Shifter finds the kill, and Aframu even Wish is not enough. Blue team takes down Dragon though. That's going to be secured by Dexter. Intended forced to run, he'll survive, but a counter kill for Coast.
Yeah, they do get one back onto their most important player as well. Shifter with the DFG burst surprises CLG with that damage. Overall though, still big advantage gained by CLG.
Yeah, 3,500 gold there. That number keeps going up. Watch that kill again real quick.
Yeah, it was pretty much just Aframu getting hit by the chains and the full combo from Shifter. Link's ultimate, I think, came in after he was dead. It was just an unexpected amount of damage.
And one thing they did do is they forced Link to heal himself and immediately switched targets to burst down. I think the Wish came through in time. I want to say it did. I know the particle kind of
it was
well,
the
either way,
combo from LeBlanc onto a support with little to no magic resist. But this is Zion Spartan being a little vulnerable. 3-man gank, look out.
This does not look good for Ryze. The 1v3 comes in. He's going to get feared up under the turret as well. Nowhere else to go. The heal helps keep Nian alive, and that's going to be pressure on the top turret.
I wonder if CLG overcommitted that. They actually set 4 up, and that leaves them vulnerable to some counter pushing by Coast. How well can they use their teamwork to get some of these turrets down?
Okay, so far 1 turret for 0. We're going to see how these numbers shape up. Coast pushing the mid lane rather fast, making it a 1-for-1. Also, Wiz Fusion is pushing on the bottom side, but even still, it's going to be a second-tier turret in the top lane that CLG are almost definitely going to get, which still is a positive trade for CLG.
But also does mean that Shifter will be slightly unlocked to roam. Not the most ideal trade, but CLG will take it if they can get something back in the mid lane. The mid lane is fairly low. Shifter's far too threatening.
Yeah. One-shots caster minions, sends a message that, hey, that could be your champion. Be careful about that one. Level 12 right now on LeBlanc has Sork shoes as well. The build we typically see from DFG first LeBlanc is Void Staff next. Yep. We'll see if that is his choice.
It's generally for more magic penetration because DFG is just accentuating all the base damages early on.
And I want to see how the builds progress. So Nian grabbed early Merc Treads to survive both Ryze and even LeBlanc.
There's a lot of Merc Treads on there too.
Yeah, Dexter is still squishy though. Like Dexter has no MR or no bonus health in his kit. But uh-oh, Zion Spartan gonna face check into a Jax. Slowed down, spells coming through. He should be taking some more damage actually.
No
Nian
turret
really
there.
wants this. You're right, there is no turret. Nian might get the 1v1 kill. Zion gets a lantern just in time. Daedriman saves him.
Still a good hide-and-go seek by Nian. I wonder if it's going to cost him. He popped his ultimate throughout that. Gonna wish he had it right about now.
DFG comes out, the Wish comes through. There's the Ignite, maybe later than you would have wished though. Nocturne ult comes through for the mid lane now. Nintendo locked up, pops the ulti. Link getting the damage through. Hex comes in, they get the lantern. The heals come through, keeps him alive. Top lane kill doesn't fall through either.
Nian also, yep, as you say, managed to escape, but COG with the ultimates and the commitment by Coast get another turret.
Looks like it's going to be even more damage. Daedriman forced back. Zion Spartan doing his best to defend. That tier 2 will survive, but we're at now 5,500 gold, 19 minutes in. The number is continually growing. CLG keep finding those rotational advantages, the pushes, the better fights, and they're growing leads.
Smites that away as well. Dexter getting more and more farmed. 100 CS on Nocturne.
2-0-1.
Yep, Feral Flare as well is at 8 stacks already. So his life on hit is what we actually need to keep track of. Nocturne turns into a bit of a life-stealing monster if he gets a very stacked Feral Flare. Even though it does do some nice magic damage, it's really the life steal and the life on hit that makes these builds so potent.
So right now he's at 18. It's 10 plus number of stacks. That'll keep growing, of course, 1 per stack. So far, still no Feral Flare for Nintendude. Almost 20 minutes in. Sinjao is a bit of a slow stacker, but...
It's not about the flare for Xin. Like, it
Sure.
is nice for him to have it later in the game, but it's about the early game ganking and the early game pressure, and that's actually not where Nintendude's been able to come through.
And only 1 kill for his team. He has been part of his only team's kill, to be fair, but that was the one mid lane
100%
dive.
kill participation.
True, yeah. I mean, Shifter and Nintendude are doing their job. They got that 1 kill on the after move, but unfortunately, no other plays have yet been made. The flash that was burned at level 1, I think, is just kind of heartbreaking because that was a successful gank attempt. They got Nian's flash, but Nintendo couldn't follow up.
Something that's a little bit interesting here about Link's build is he's really disrespecting the physical damage on Coast by building that Negatron Cloak with Mercury Treads and an Athene's Unholy Grail. He's just completely against the double AP, and he knows since Wiz Fusion built Blade of the Ruined King first, he's not going to be a damaging threat. And Soraka is completely fine just stacking magic resistance and making sure he can't get assassinated by Shifter's LeBlanc.
That's a good choice there. He's going to rely on Nian for the damage, and Dexter. I mean, you've got a Feral Flare, Blade of the Ruined King, Berserkers, Greaves, Jungler now. Like, you don't need more damage threats at that point. Just go be durable, go give your team some help with this one. I would expect Aegis at some point to come through because you're facing Fed double AP. Like, this feels like the right choice at this point. Coast still on the wave for you. You're seeing LeBlanc getting most of those minions under the turret. 197 minions to 163 of Wiz Fusion. It's definitely where the damage is coming in right now.
CLG's just very controlled right now in the way they're pulling this off. Shifter has not been able to roam around. CLG has done a very good job of taking out Coast Pink wards when they're there. You can see Coast is desperately trying to get vision control back. That's why they have 3 sweepers despite being pushed back, because without roam, they cannot succeed. But here's the dive, 5v3.
Gonna do what they can. You got a little while till the next 2 people come in. Daydreaming goes down. Dexter claims that kill, gets healed up in the process. Turret will fall as well. Coast cannot stop that onslaught of damage.
Nice dash away by Doublelift as well to prevent the assassination. Coast might try and find something extra off the back of this, but they're already down to support. And the Dragon is up. CLG is going to try and force this one. They kill it so fast.
And it's going to be theirs without any contest, it looks like. It's going to be even more gold going this way. 7,000-ish gold. 7,700 gold. I mean, CLG completely in control. 2 of 2 Dragons. They're not giving away anything.
Yeah, and this was just because they saw the Rise was not near and they knew how well they could dive. Jax and Nocturne lead the way, and everyone else just kind of piles on. Because they have so many shields and heals, they are not afraid of that turret, and expect more of that from CLG. Nian and Dexter will be able to get those turret dives down soon. And there's the Aegis actually onto Link.
Yeah. So that was his choice of Negatron Ruby Crystal.
It
wasn't even Spectre Scowl.
He's going much more supportive on that mid lane Soraka. Very interesting choice. Normally you see the mid lane Sorakas go with the Rylai's right after their Athene's Unholy Grail, but just because they're against double AP and because they're such a teamwork-oriented team, it doesn't really matter who builds the ore items because the gold is equally shared amongst 4 of them at this point, with so much of the gold going to Dexter.
Massive jungle threat. I love. Yeah, it's
wanted
completely
mid
different
laners
style.
to do this for a very long time, or even top laners to just build team fight oriented items when the game becomes about team fighting and not about laning.
I think the case right here, CLG making that adaptation very successfully. First team I've seen really do that on the world stage here.
Yeah.
The professional stage. Coast forced to back away. The CLG onslaught, the 5 members together, there's no way Coast can stand up to that. Their damage hasn't really come through. Void Staff might help Shifter a bit. He can maybe pierce through some of that MR. But he's the only guy I feel like can make a gigantic impact right now in fights. You've got so long to go till Wiz Fusion gets any items.
And with all the heals that are on 3 members of CLG, just the summoner spells, and the magic resist aura from the Aegis that's on Link, Shifter can't kill anyone. And unless Coast could somehow do a high amount of sustained damage, like Rise getting through several rotations of spells, CLG is untouchable in these teamfights. They have built just right to maximize their gold advantage. And they're going to be looking to force some pretty big things very soon.
Well, right now, that looks like the force is going to be around Baron so far. Actually, Nian fairly low on health. He and Dexter are two-manning it.
This is a little bit risky. They're very low, and he jumps in with little health and no backup.
Wow, double the one-shot Shifter. Without that, it's going to be enough. CLG pick up 2 kills right here. Afro still making the plays, but goes down to Baron. He can't get help from his team just yet. Nian finally shows up. Dexter around the wall as well. Half HP. WizFusion can't possibly dual link here. This should be Baron.
They're trying to teleport in with Rise. This could still be a contest by Coast. I wonder how much damage Rise is going to do when he hops in. Link gets jumped on as well. Baron is aborted.
2-man stun, gigantic engage as well. Nintendo very, very low. Hexdrinker pops, but Link will almost pick up the kill. Yeah, the Q from Doublelift does it. Zion Spartan now the only member alive. Daydreamin actually respawns, making it a 2v4 sort of. Doublelift still in the chase.
Back
just
to
buying
Baron.
kills.
Yeah, that kill in the mid lane on Shifter was surprising. Doublelift with the magic resist does find the solo, and they're just back onto Baron. The life on hit and life steal of CLG's Nocturne right there gets him the Baron. Even more control. Great aggressive play making by CLG.
Link is smiling there in the bottom corner. He knows they're doing great.
Yeah, this was a little bit crazy when the Rise came in around the back, and it looked like it could be dangerous from CLG. But because Dexter was mainly the one tanking the Baron, he is able to stay healthy once Rise comes in, and he still has his flash to go over the wall. At that point, Coast just has to abort. WizFusion is very weak. Nice, he has his flash up and just pops him down. So CLG just stronger in every way.
Absolutely.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Lock of the Iron Solari completed. Even more shields come in for CLG now. Dexter builds a Negatron cloak as well, so he's tanky as well as having a lot of life on hit.
Yeah. And they've run such a completely different style of team. Like, just, you know, they put the lineup together. It's a carry jungle Nocturne who's just now started his first defensive items of a Warden's Mail and Negatron Cloak after he finished 2 fully offensive items and Berserker's Greaves. Nian's actually going for a carry-focused top laner. Had a tough landing phase against Rise. Yeah. I think it's just a rough matchup in general. It's my sort of blind guess, having just like
Nian
observed
has
the
also
matchup.
always excelled in team fights.
Yeah.
He's very good at moving with the rest of the CLG team.
And it's working. 1-0-5. Right, bad start to the lane, still succeeded very successfully. Nian in the chase against WizFusion. Not going to chase that one down, gets a Lantern just in case. Mid lane inhibitor turret, though, goes down. 9-1 in kills, 12,000 gold lead. CLG still pushing forward.
Yeah, and there's almost no way of Coast to get them out of this one. I wonder how many inhibitors CLG is going to take during the duration of this Baron buff. They still have a fair amount of time left on it. CLG is looking so good for you.
They absolutely are. They're playing this, I think, pretty much perfectly. I love their builds. I love the fact that they changed their kind of composition around to how the game is. They want to play it. There goes the middle inhibitor 27 minutes in.
Now they'll rotate down to the bottom lane, get that wave pushed up as well, and maybe take another. Coast is afraid to engage. They don't have the hard initiation.
Yeah.
If they do walk into the team fight, Soraka's Star Call will shred them out. Plus, it's an easy kill for whoever Nian and Dexter jump on as long as they go as dive buddies.
Last time they were in a fight like this, there comes the dive actually. Dexter going in, there's a jump away from WizFusion, will keep himself alive, but down goes Nintendo X. CLG now inside the base once more. Bottom inhibitor turret goes down. This could very well be the game. Nian just taking a bit of damage, doesn't even care.
Yeah, they really only killed one because the rest of Coast had to back away. They're probably going to just rotate and take inhibitor number 3. There's no reason for them not to right now. The only question remains is if they decide to wait for the minions.
Looks like CLG is going to be impatient with this one. Baron buff still for about a minute 20 actually. To back off a little bit, Dexter takes one more parting shot. Yeah, they pick back in the wave. I'll grab that before too long. Nian's full health anyway. They have Baron buff and they've got a Soraka. Not a problem.
Afro trying to take some farm.
Get it! Yeah. 18 CS. He's winning his matchup.
Yeah. Gold-wise across the board, they're all sitting on a fair chunk. Everyone on CLG over 1,000. So unspent gold is high, but with the Baron buff, the level advantages, and 2 super minion waves soon to push into the base. Sitting pretty. This is an insurmountable lead at this point.
Pretty much, yeah. It's going to be the game closing out. 29 minutes in now. Top inhibitor. Soon to be the target. Super minion's going to be flooding into the base very shortly. Mid and bot both dead. They're about half a wave away from making it in. Shifter might have to defend bottom lane, but here comes the next wave up at the top. Nian leads the charge, puts the stun up, goes for the engage, finds 3 with it. The knockup from Lulu as well. Big engage. Daydreaming's going to go down once again. Nintendo in the front line's also going to fall. They do find Dexter for this one, but still, a 2-for-1 is enough for CLG to keep pushing in. Doublelift
forces the backline away by himself, and the third and final inhibitor will go down.
Well, they did land a nice combo onto Dexter, but they're not strong enough to push off these minions, Freak. 12 kills to 2, 30 minutes in, the dive continues.
Another engage, Zion Spartan forced to run away one more time. Nexus turret number 1 will fall. Nian actually forced back, taking a lot of punishment. Little Lance as well, CLG trying to keep their health bars up. Gonna be the engage here, Shifter can't quite find enough. Nian survives one more time. And now the Nexus under fire. Coast, the respawns are so frequent this early in the game. Another engage, Nian doesn't land the stun, actually goes down, but that's gonna be the Nexus 30-minute win. CLG taking game 1.
CLG is gonna try and make quick work of this series here. Such a nice performance there.
Yeah.
12 kills to 3. They bring out something new. Link goes 0-0-10 on mid lane. Locket of the Iron, Solari, Soraka. They were able to withstand Shifter's the block pick because that was really the big threat from there. And now, Freak, you have to look towards game 2. What does Coast do? They had their Jax taken away from them. Yes, they get blue side, so they have first pick. They get a little bit of wiggle room right there. But this is a dire circumstance because that wasn't close.
It wasn't, and I really think it just snowballed 90% from that bottom lane. Because the other lanes were holding equal or winning in CS. Now, to be fair, Dexter had a great gank and made Nian win the lane. Like, that was awesome. That was a force by CLG that worked very successfully. It was good by them. But, like, there were severe misplays in Coast bottom lane. Like, Daydreamin died with all 4 summoners available to the team. The level 1, Wiz Fusion face check Tri-Brush.
Yeah.
Q didn't hit. He's like, great, I'll lead the charge.
It's true.
But Nian was on the other side
Down
of
a
that
flash
brush.
early on in that lane does hurt. Against a lane as talented as Afromu and Double Lift.
Oh, sure.
You're not able to make those types of errors early on. And then it just continued to push itself after that. I mean, by the end of the game, 290 CS for Double Lift. So he did farm as well as win. 290 at 29 minutes ain't too shabby.
It's a great job.
Yeah.
It's absolutely great performance. So we're going to send it across the studio, though, for more on CLG's victory.
Thank you very much, Freak. And that was an impressive game 1 from Council Logic Gaming. From the opening minutes, it seemed like CLG had control. Level 1, there was an invade from Coast. Bit more than they could chew.
The Ezreal
Lost,
face check.
Yeah, face check, lost 2 flashes. And from there on out, you just felt like CLG just had complete control of the laning phase.
Yeah, that level 1 was definitely very bad for Coast. It's not like they didn't try, though. He shot a Mystic shot in the bush to start it off. That's why he face-checked it. He missed everybody that was in the bush, though.
To be fair, that's a pretty small missile for the width of the whole area.
Yeah. The thing is, though, it took away Nintendo's flash, got him behind in the jungle, so Dexter gets a 3-buff start. So they won the jungle from that invade. They also won the bottom lane from that invade because Afromu got a huge chunk out of Wiz Fusion, and they basically just rolled over the lane from there. So that was jungle and bottom lane heavily for CLG.
But I don't even think it's the level 1 that was that important for bottom. I mean, when they died, neither person used their heal. Both the heals were up after he died.
We're not going to gloss over that mistake, but I mean,
Yeah, it hurt them. Yes, he was chunked at the start, but I think it was just misplay altogether. If you die without using your summoner spells, it's just unacceptable. And you could see it like all game. Like Nintendo Dex, he seemed really out of his element. The fact that he had to start, didn't get a pull, he had to start his red buff. They saw him start his red buff. He walked up and warded. He was like, hey, I see you there, man. So he's pretty scared to even just finish his red buff, so that put him behind. But I think that Coast could have had a chance to catch back up. They didn't make any of the right moves for it.
It didn't seem like they had the confidence to take the initiative and make any of those moves.
Yeah, there was a lot of times when, the moment is right there in front of them. It's like, hey, you can do this.
Saint, we've got to replay of this. We've actually got to replay of this. It's a little bit obscure because nothing's going to happen. But when we were watching the first 20 minutes of the game, Saint, you were speaking out quite loudly about the dragon control, dragon decisions from Coast. Let's pull this first replay up onto your screens. It is at about 8:25 on the clock. Now, the thing that I want you guys to keep your eyes on is the minimap and where the people are moving. And Saint, talk us through what Coast could have done and decision making.
Okay, so here is, I think it was a huge miscommunication thing all throughout Coast. Jax's TP is down right here, you can see that. I'm pretty sure they didn't communicate that to his team. And also on top of that, Ryze chunks out Jax in a trade up here, which you're about to see. And just like those two factors together should be just a red flag that, hey, we got to move on Dragon, we got to seize this moment.
And they've seen Soraka backing in the bottom lane as well.
Soraka was backing in the bottom, and also if you remember, Doublelift and Afromu had been pushing up bottom lane, and they got that kill, but they hadn't backed yet. So Coast bottom lane had backed, they're on fresh items, it's just right there. It's like, hey, take Dragon, punish them for what they did. And they just look scared.
The reason we bring that up is it's not the only time it happened. About 5 or 6 minutes later, there was another scenario, and you were sitting here going, why didn't it go? Is it nerves? Is it tension? What are some of the theories as to why Coast could have done it? Playing it safe? Maybe not seeing it? Maybe being scared? It's quarterfinals.
I don't want to say playing it safe because it almost looked like a communication thing. If they had that information, it's like, hey, Jax is chunked out. He doesn't have his TP. Like, we have to move on this. You know, nobody wants to make that call, make that critical call. And you have to make those calls to win the game. It's not just like, hey, like, let's just farm it out and hope that things go the best. And yeah.
It seems like they were so worried about making a mistake like that, making a bad call, that they don't make any calls.
Yeah.
And people have said so many times, it's better to have everyone follow a shot caller, even if sometimes they make the bad calls, than it is to have all these people making their own calls or nobody doing anything. There's no decisive moves. You can't win games like that.
Well, we do have a decisive move. This time it was CLG that pulled this first kill, or one of the kills rather. Let's pull a second replay up onto the screens. Starting off, this is of course a Baron Pit fight much later in the game. We know Double F gets a kill 1v1 on Shifter. Kobe, talk us through maybe some of the calling here from CLG. Let's roll the clip out.
So I do like, especially the popular two-man Barons with the Pharaoh Flares nowadays, but they make the quick call. I don't even know how he soloed him over there, but they make the call to jump over the wall, not once, but twice, even though Aphromoo stays in there and they want to keep on this Baron. They have Soraka, who's amazing at zoning. She can continue to heal herself up here and zone off the rest of the team while they do that duo-man Baron, and they have the sustain here. Everybody can jump over the wall, so they come over again, second time, and then even though Shifter does come in the back, there's nothing left for Coast here because they've already taken out 2 of the people.
At this point in the game, you really felt like CLG were in complete control. Coast struggled. We were touching on Dexter versus Nintendo, and I briefly want to talk about how effective Dexter was on Nocturne. Went unkilled, picked up a Blade of the Rune King super early on. He seemed to be farming and ganking well. As well as CLG having a very sort of meta composition. So what's your take on Dexter individually, and then, of course, the team comp that CLG were running?
I think Dexter had a much, much, much better grasp than Nintendo Dex did on the Peril player changes, because you should always keep it in your mind, I have to power farm, I have to reach my power spike, I just have to stay ahead of the other guy. And even though he only got off a few ganks, every time his paranoia was up, he'd show up top lane, and he would just snowball that Jax. Nintendo Dex, he didn't really gank that much. He got that one gank on top, which wasn't, of course, really successful because he didn't have the flash. But if you know that you can't get successful ganks off, your other option is just to farm as hard as you possibly can and to control Dragon. And he didn't do any of that.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
I think the older mindset of junglers kind of showed in Nintendo's play here, because he's playing from behind, so he's trying to catch back up. And usually going to these empty lanes where your laner just died and cleaning up the lane farm is a good thing. But like I said, when you're Pharaoh Flare, you're trying to get it stacked up as quickly as possible. And he was like 20 stacks behind. Yeah, he was way behind on stacks there for the Pharaoh Flare, which means that your power spike is not going to come through.
So I got a question. I want to look at 3 summoner heals, rushing Locket of the Iron Solari, second item on mid Soraka, 0010 by Link. Kobe, what do you think of the pick? What do you think of the items?
The mid Soraka, of course, it's super strong right now. With the addition of heal, it makes it even worse than the barrier mid Sorakas that were already really strong, because now she has the move speed also, and she can take off the ignite debuff. But I do like the Locket pickup on her. Cooldown reduction is extremely important on any champion where you're spamming any sort of spell. It's like, it doesn't matter how short the cooldown is, like Evelynn, even though the cooldown is really short on her Q, since you're using it on cooldown, that's the maximum effectiveness that you can get out of cooldown reduction. Same idea with Soraka. She's always spamming Star Call. You want cooldown reduction, and it's a great defensive, tanky item there. So really good team play from Link around this time.
Yep. I also want to point out that LeBlanc actually has the advantage in lane over that. But once it comes out of laning phase, anytime LeBlanc ever goes in on your team, you just silence her. And it's like, hey, look, she's just kind of standing in our team. Let's kill her.
Link the combo breaker.
We'll have to see what happens in Game 2. Right now, we do have to take a quick break. And when we come back, as we've mentioned, it is Game 2 of CLG versus Coast. But first, with so much on the line, players have a tough decision to make when it comes to champ select. Play what you know, or play to counter your opponents. It's the age-old question of comfort versus strategy.
If every person on your team could play every champion at the highest level, it's always best to pick for team common strategy. But if not, mostly you should pick for comfort.
For us as a team, Cloud9, I think we usually go for strategically good champions.
You should always go with comfort if you can't like actually out-strategize them.
You kind of want to have a mix of both.
If you don't have both, then it's probably not a good pick.
That's what makes the great team so great, is they're playing comfortable and they also have a really good strategy.
Going into the first game of best of 3, it's probably a good approach to try to pick strategically. If it doesn't work, then the next game you're thinking, well, they had an answer to what we planned.
A lot of people like lose with the comp in the first 2 games and just like throw it away, even if it's possibly the best comp that they have prepared.
No team wants to let it go to 3 games. At that point, I'm going more with comfort. I'm going with what? It's like, okay, what's calling to me? What am I feeling?
When everything's on the line, I think I'd go for the comfort pick.
You should be comfortable on all the champions that you're ready to whip out in LCS.
There were so many great plays this season. A lot of them had to do with Thresh and support plays, but since I'm a jungler, I'm gonna have to go with Nintendo X Vi.
He gets the flash! What? No way, Nintendo!
He was able to predict flashes from the laners when he was going to gank them multiple times, and it was very impressive.
Now they're gonna see him. The flash play comes in. Oh, he gets it again. He did the same thing to Tyrants in their last game.
Nintendo is pretty much a god.
And welcome back to the North American LCS Spring Playoffs and our second match between Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Coast. In game one, it wasn't Nintendo making the flashy plays, it was all about Dexter. He went 5-1-3 as Nocturne. He picked up his Feral Flare at 14 minutes and 42 seconds, very early on. Kobe, was he LCS big play worthy that game for you?
Yes, this game, the jungle was pretty much all Dexter's. Now, that being said, when you're playing Feral Flare versus a Feral Flare jungler, and your team is ahead this early, it's very easy. The game plan is very easy. You just farm your jungle, and since he's Nocturne, and he's that much further ahead of the enemy jungler, the threat is always there. So Coast have to play their lanes more scared anyway, just because there's a fed Nocturne on the other team. Dexter doesn't even have to show his face. He's this incredibly threatening figure that's always hiding in the fog of war. And he's going to have that one really impactful gank every time his ult is up. Plus, he played it really well. He went to go farm Nintendo's jungle whenever Nintendo went to go for a gank, further putting Nintendo behind on his count.
So on the other side of the coin, Nintendo execs, he struggled on Xin Zhao 0-3-1. If we're looking at timers, his Feral Flare was completed at 22 minutes. That's 6.5 minutes later. No, 7.5 minutes later than Dexter's. His big play little bumper video was great. His Vi prediction ganks were good, but he didn't really predict well enough in this last game. Saint?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that you have that big play video right before this, and I would go as far as to say Xin is the strongest jungler in the game right now. And I know people argue with me on that, but I feel in the right hands, he is hands down the strongest jungler. And Nintendo Dex just didn't make a good case for it. He didn't understand like the power spikes in the champion. He didn't understand what you're supposed to do with a Feral Flare as far as farming, dragon control. Yeah, he just looked like I would rather see him on Vi.
Well, we'll see. This is game two. If they lose this one, they're going to drop down to that decider match, possibly face promotion. As an aside, it was interesting to see the top lane matchup. I like to see Zion Spartan on playmaking champions. Yes, you can carry with Ryze, but I think it takes too long. And seeing him grabbing Nintonso's Ryze and Neon playing Jax was quite cool. I also want to throw out there the bottom lane of Coast really did fall behind Rush Hour. Doublelift and Afromu, they had such a strong league. We've been talking in the pregame how we felt that was one of CLG's biggest strengths in this matchup. What was your take on the bottom lane, and what do WizFusion and Daydreamer need to do now in game two?
They need to press their heal buttons. I mean, that was the biggest thing that stood out to me. He died. Both of them have flash and heal up when he dies. Like Saint said, that should never happen. That's not really acceptable.
Remember, kids, you can be an LCS player if you use your summoners.
Heal is really powerful right now, but you have to use it and heal yourself. That being said, Daydreamin', I thought, played the hardest here for Coast. He was working overtime, driving around in his ambulance, throwing out lanterns, saving everybody that he could. However, the laning phase did make that big mistake. I do want to touch on one point for the top lane that you brought up, though. The difference, I thought, was really in how they use their teleports. Nien had an amazing teleport down by the dragon to cut off Coast, and they got an objective after that as well, whereas Zion was never really using his teleport offensively. He kept on having to go back to lane with it.
Well, final thoughts for Saint before we jump into the game. What do Coast need to do?
They just need to talk and to, I guess, brush the nerves off. I mean, it just looked like nobody was together in that game. There was no synergy. Yeah, just nobody was together, no teamwork.
Well, we'll see if they can find that teamwork if it's happened between the break. We're going to send it back over to Freak and Jat for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. What's up, guys? We're back, and it's time to get right into Champ Select and see what these teams will be pulling out in Game 2.
Yeah.
Wonderful analyst has talked about what they're going to do to win.
Exactly. I mean, what Saint just said there, Coast needs to get their act together if they want to avoid getting ran over once again. They had 2 to 3, they had 3 kills that game. But that was only because CLG decided to end the game quickly and swiftly rather than save their KDAs, and it was still incredibly one-sided. So CLG absolutely has all the cards in their hands right now.
Yeah, they do. They've made the right plays. Like, even if you play like non-ganking junglers, they had the one who farmed faster anyway with Nocturne. Like, down the line, everyone did well. I still do want to say that Coast's top laner and mid laner played well. They got CS leads in their lane, but they were kind of alone there. They didn't get the help they needed. The ganks worked from Dexter, and the team fights worked. Here we go, guys. Next game coming through. Coast gonna adapt some new bans as when Orianna and now Lulu added to the mix. And of course, they get first pick, so we'll see just what CLG wants to remove. Actually, wow, a lot of support picks removed away by Coast.
A lot of heals and shields. They're gonna try and control CLG as best they can, but that just leaves up tons of stuff obviously with the Jax ban, they were respecting the power of Jax. I expect a lot more Jax bans, maybe even throughout the duration of these LCS playoffs. Very surprised to actually see LeBlanc as opposed to Nidalee for that first pick.
I feel like it makes sense in this context, where like I think in the general scale, like if you're on equal footing, Nidalee makes more sense. She'll do more for a team. But I feel like Coast right now needs Shifter to win his lane again and do something with that lane lead. I think LeBlanc roams are generally more impact than Nidalee roams, so I think it makes sense in this matchup. Of course, CLG now get their choices. Once again, first rotation, or first couple of picks. Lucian comes through for Doublelift. Lee Sin now, interesting.
The Lee Sin pick is very smart here by CLG. Not only has Dexter succeeded on Lee Sin in big moments, but it blocks one of Coast's better team compositions, which would be LeBlanc in the mid lane and actually Lee Sin in the top lane for Zion Spartan. It would be their highly mobile solo lane carry comp. They can't do it now because Lee Sin's been taken away by CLG.
So now the question is, what does Coast fall back to? Jax removed, Lee Sin removed. He did rise last time, but even though he won the lane, I think Shifter, or Quickshot said it. He was like, yeah, well, he's not really on like a playmaker there, right? He's just farming and waiting to scale late game.
I actually heavily dislike double AP compositions with LeBlanc. Because LeBlanc alone forces people to build heavy magic resist to not get destroyed, and it just cuts into the other guy's sustained damage. You should have, if you're going to run double AP, I feel like they should both have sustained damage or both have incredible amounts of poke. LeBlanc and Ryze don't mix very well.
Okay, well, we'll see if Coast fall into this kind of situation with this one. It's going to be support Karma down to the bottom lane for Daydream, and Nintendo is going to get Nocturne for himself. Jumping on that bandwagon really quickly. CLG, I'd be a little bit surprised to see TF just because I feel like it's a bad matchup, but we've seen Twisted Fate like 1 or 2 times a day over the last couple of weeks or so. He's come back.
It's an incredibly difficult matchup if he picks Twisted Fate into it, and that's what the Nidalee is for. CLG's composition is shaping up to be one of these, I don't have a name for it yet, because I don't necessarily feel like it's a poke comp per se.
Okay.
But it's more about a team composition that wants to fight you without you having the opportunity to fight back. They move around the map, they're highly mobile, and they find kills and damage when they can, and generally just try and make it so you can never engage upon them. That's what COD's going for here with the Nidalee and Thresh.
And we'll see what the last pick ends up being. Coast look for a new carry top laner with Aurelia on this one. So a far cry from Ryze, but heck, if you remove the Jax, you remove the Lee Sin, Aurelia will come through with this one. So it's going to be Trundle top lane and matchup against that. So Aurelia Trundle top lane. I feel like it's actually okay for Aurelia, but we'll see how it pans out.
This team composition makes a lot more sense for Coast than it did in the previous game. Nocturne and Aurelia can dive in together. Nintendo Dex should theoretically be able to get the transform fairly quickly. The only thing that didn't work for them last game that they really went back to is the Ezreal. So we'll really have to see if Wiz Fusion can do better or if they can force lane swaps. Much better this time around, but you have to remember how badly CLG beat them.
Yeah, I think this has a better recipe for success in that the way Coast lost their lane last time was they kept getting poked at, they kept getting pushed on, and they were down to their turret, and Thresh doesn't help that. Whereas if you got Karma, you can maybe shove back, but of course this now opens up Afro move for clutch hooks, for plays, maybe earlier picks and earlier kills. Have to see how that one pans out.
Yeah, this time they still have a fair amount of shields and heals on CLG. 3 summoner heals once again. They didn't necessarily even need those to come into play last game because they controlled the map so well. And a lot of the early game in this one will be how well Dexter can shut down or pressure the lanes as opposed to Nintendo Dex, because the matchup very much now is Lee Sin. The roles are completely reversed. Lee Sin needs the early pressure and Nocturne wants the farm.
Exactly. So we'll see now how this is going to pan out there. It's like, okay, well, Nintendo, if your ganks aren't working, can you become the carry threat, right? Like, it worked for Dexter to sit in his jungle, wait till 6, and just force something every 2 to 3 minutes. And that was fine. Dexter was massive that game. He had a very big force in, he was one of the big reasons CLG won. If that's what it takes, I mean, keep in mind, actually, I want to point out, Nintendo's like top 25 in solo queue. Like, I know he has a pretty bad sort of set of stats here in the LCS, but on an individual play level, Nintendo's ludicrously good. So I want to see if a different style, so I'll be a carry too if that works. That's a new look for Coast, and that one pans out.
Oftentimes, it's all about the teamwork, where Coast has been falling short time and time again this year. Remember, CLG in 2013 lost both of their quarterfinal playoff series, but this is a new team, new play styles, and the game constantly changes. CLG has improved massively. They are now 1 win away from a semi-final clash with TSM tomorrow.
And a top 4 finish, which will be pretty good for these guys at the very least. Of course, trip to the All-Star still on the line if you win the entire thing. If you win the grand final the next day after. Link right now, very similar situation there. Counterlogic Gaming, waiting around with Nien in the tri-brush. It's the exact same posture too. They're all waiting in different wings of it.
This is actually a game where CLG would prefer to 2v1. I've talked to Afromu a lot about support matchups, and he is adamant about Karma beating up on Thresh early on in the game. You just stare a hook in the face and shoot a Mantrid Q at Thresh, and you'll win the trade with Karma.
Yeah.
So Afromu and CLG might look to get lane swaps, but in the way they manipulated the lanes last game, it shouldn't be a huge problem.
Yeah, I do want to see what this pans out to be. Like, I always want to do kind of the mental math on like who's the fast pusher here, who's gonna get more damage output, and like you have the edge a little bit by having like Spell Thief Karma. You'll do more damage than the Thresh will in general.
But the Lucian will push a little bit faster than the Ezreal.
Absolutely.
Because of his double shot.
Yeah, I feel like Ezreal has to. I'm wondering like how much Essence Flux keys into that for Wiz Fusion. Like if he can keep the attack speed going high enough, but
it would heavily depend on how many people they decide to push with.
Yeah. And if Nintendo
or if he even skills it up, because you're
True.
level 2, and do you really want to go in without a Mystic Shot or a dash?
That's absolutely true. We'll see what happens with this one. Looks like the blue buff going to be started up by Coast. Nintendo going to get that one fairly safely. No ward coverage for him, actually, but he's secure with this one. Dexter going to grab his own, steal away the blue buff. Nien actually already starting the white camp. So, Counterlogic Gaming happy to keep their entire team on this side of the map and then collapse in.
And one of the most important things here for CLG with this counter jungling is that Dexter leaves small minions around because that will directly impact Nintendo Deck's ability to get Barrel Flare. It's not so much about the experience denial, even though it's nice. The bigger goal is actually to stop it from stacking up a Barrel Flare.
So here we go. CLG actually going to push to the top lane rather early. The next wave coming in on this one, and it's going to not even be the cannon minion wave. So they push on wave number 2, and the turret's under fire.
Yeah, they're rushing this as quickly as possible. How many times have they scrimmed and practiced this? As there are 4-man pushes in both waves. Remember, this turret that Coast is pushing should theoretically fall faster than the one CLG is pushing, but CLG started first.
Well, there we go, down to half HP. It is the Essence Flux here for Ezreal, not picking up an escape for now. CLG does get the turret number 1. Dexter getting rid of the cannon minion, the wave clear coming through. Coast off to a much slower start on this one. Can they make the headway in time right there?
They're pretty even with each other, though, especially with the Essence Flux and the way the minion waves are lining up right now. It's most likely going to be a 2-turret trade for both of these guys. The question will then be, how do they rotate afterwards? That's where CLG usually gains their edges against teams. We'll see if Coast has some up their sleeve here.
Here we go, the push now. It's tier 2 turret under fire for both these guys. The mid lane mashup, actually a lead for Shifter. We haven't watched it much, but that is actually working well in Coast's favor. The gold rather equal. Tier 2 turret's definitely going down. And the recall here for Nien. In full vision, Coast knows that he's defending. Actually, same situation for Coast. They're going to back off.
Yeah.
So the 2-turret trade in Wiz Fusion, going to deny the waves, let them down to the turret, and then pick up the local gold.
Very even turret pushing for both. 80 carries actually managed to pick up. Still decent CS numbers. They were last hitting things. A little bit more CS denied there by Coast.
Yeah.
And they're isolating the gold down onto Wiz Fusion, which is pretty nice. Get that last hit in. Good amount of local gold.
Yeah, so let's actually pay this off real quick. Check the top laner's farm right here to see how much that freeze and denial worked. Zion Spartan at 9, Nien at 5 right here, and you're going to see those waves finally got cleared out. So it meant a few minions, 17 to 16 among the 80 carries, the support CS. A lot of that's due to Targons. There's a couple stacks going through to Afromu on this one. And here we go, just a small, tiny 100 gold lead for Coast based on their choice of how to freeze the lanes up. Shifter being pressured here by Afromu. He's spending plenty of time in this one. It's actually a double lift chilling alongside Nien because all of CLG are going for Dragon.
Yeah, they're just continuing the buddy system right here. Dragon this early is actually fairly contestable. The shared CS means that they're just continuing their turret push. They see that Zion Spartan is freezing temporarily, and now they're looking to mob down the wave. This is, again, heavily because of the team composition Coast has picked. Nocturne doesn't have time to farm camps when all these lane swaps are happening. That's why it was so beneficial for CLG in Game 1 that they got standard lanes. Nintendo cannot stack up large monster kills in this scenario.
Well, Nien taking massive damage in the 4v3 has to flash, but the fear still comes through. Will it be enough? Nintendo forced to run back in this one. Afromu takes one of the Qs. It's going to be the wave right in front of the turret, but Coast does hold the push.
Yeah, they actually might go in for a little bit more on Nien. he's got to be careful. He's actually had something disastrous happen during a maneuver like this when CLG lost a game to, I believe it was TSM, where he spent too much time in the bottom lane, got heavily behind on farm, and then obliterated in the 1v1 matchup when he did finally go back to his lane. He might be fairly far behind Zion Spartan after that little maneuver.
No, he does have the teleport, used it to get back to the top lane, so Nian, down 15 minions, has 2 Doran's Blades, and that wave's going to stop right in front of his turret. Nian is going to have a freeze unless someone stops this.
Nian made it up at just the right time, as long as he doesn't get harassed down too far with that giant wave of the turret, because death here would be the worst case scenario.
It absolutely would be. Zion Spartan level 5 is going to get a bit of a roam here. Shifter making the way up towards the top. Will walk by Dexter on the way, though, right through a pink ward. Level 6 LeBlanc. Does Nian have to forfeit this? Dexter immediately runs up, try to help. Nintendo, though, also trying to make it a 3v3 or a 3v2.
Yeah, they just want to deny Yen this farm because it would give Zion Spartan a lead, which is why Dexter is here immediately. He had to run right up there. Thank goodness for that pink ward by COG, or Yen would be in a whole lot of pain. He still may be, though.
Coast almost going to try anyway. Stun goes in towards Dexter. Big burst! Wow! Shifter one-shot the guy! Nian have Link to hold up, but wow!
That was a lot of damage. Fight bottom.
All right, they're going to run. There's the hook. Flash by both of them. No summoners now for Coast bottom lane.
Yeah, just the one heal being burned by CLG. But wow, feel like CLG is still recovering from that Shifter shock in the top lane. How did they get all that damage out?
2 in Q, 2 in W, so he's a little bit more burst damage in that one, but just a couple of Doran's rings and he goes for it.
Yeah, and it was a very squishy Dexter, obviously, with the Spirit Stone at the moment. And they also probably expected the focus to be down on Dinyen because that's who they went up there to protect. Yikes.
Well, CLG, though, with a bit of coverage now in the bottom lane. Afternoon double lift, both level 5. Dexter only 4 right now. Nintendo is already level 6. So Coast, they're winning the experience game. They're up exactly first blood gold in global XP, so minions are pretty much a wash in this one. Madrid's Razor already done. Zion now, just killing off some minions. But now it's the potential freeze for Coast right in front of Zion's turret. No, wait, no, there's no turrets, just kidding.
Right in front of where his turret would be.
That's the one. I was like, why is the turret shooting? It should be so far down by this point. It's like, right, it's dead.
Much better start for Coast, all told.
Yeah.
The kill is onto the person that is best for the kill. But mainly, even though their bottom lane is losing, it's not nearly as bad. And the overall gold is very comparable. The thing they do have to worry about, though, is 8.5 minutes in, there's only 8 Feral Flare stacks on Nintendo decks. He's going to have a very long power spike. Plus, even though it's not a bad thing to have vision control, Nocturne really needs to hit that Blade of the Ruin King, and he's put a lot of early money into those wards, which is going to delay his items.
Yes, absolutely, but he has the Wriggles right now. 840 in, there's the ulti in on towards Aftermoon. The Fear Tether going to be landing as well, puts the damage through, and that's going to be a kill picked up for Nintendo. But Dexter is there for the counterattack. Big damage comes through, teleport comes in. That's going to be Zion Spartan forcing the team away, cancels it though. Oh my god, gigantic Javelin.
Wow, so close to getting a kill there, but Coast returns yet another one. This time on Nintendo, so that kill will make up for that ward gold he had spent. What is COG going to do off that one? They're still trying to take objectives on top of wards here. Knowing that Nintendo is extremely low, so there's no smite threat. Is a smart call by COG to go.
Shifter could try, not going to. Dragon picked up successfully Counter Logic Gaming. Only now down 700 gold. Good call with these guys. They lost a champion and still managed to come out ahead. That's, to me, always the mark of a great team. Less champions on the map, but you know that you're in a better situation.
Get that teamwork mentality working strong. Yen's still roaming around a lot. His lane's getting frozen frequently. Could be a 4-man turret push after all is said and done because they've gotten a fight, but I think that was really just to set up the turret push.
Level 7 there for Nintendo. He could show up if he wanted to, but Neon, Aftermoon, and Co. pushing in nicely. Great. A pillar comes down. Not good for Daydream, and he will die underneath the turret. CLG picking up their first kill of the game. Yeah. Now within 500 gold, they got control.
There's a reason that when 4 people are in a lane early on in the game, people abort the turret. That doesn't change just because we're 10 minutes into the game. Coast should not have stuck around when there were 4 people pushing there for CLG, and it cost them a kill.
Well, Shift looking for some damage back on a Link. Not going to mean too much, though. There we go. Turret picked up. Counter Logic Gaming now winning in gold for the first time now. Teamwork, we said it was the important factor for them, and it is the great rotation. Meanwhile, Zion is just still sitting in the top lane. He is farming while CLG is pushing. I do want to see how that continues to pan out.
Zion will be the X factor, but when he does teleport down, he has to be able to get kills. Otherwise, he will not snowball this game on Aurelia. CLG still rotating strong as a team and going for more turrets. If they get all those turrets down, the map control might be too much.
There you go, mid lane with 5, some quick wave clear. Another javelin on Nintendo. He's got to be careful, and I know you kept talking about the fact that Dexter was counter jungling early game, taking camps away. We still got a while to go for Nintendo. Hook's gonna land, though. This is not good for Nocturne. Thankfully for him, the Flay doesn't land. That would have been the kill if it did. He has to back off now. Once again, CLG get the poke on the jungler, the poke on a shifter. The siege continues. Nope, just kidding.
Gold
Backing
even.
off.
They did have to back off. They got a little bit low, despite landing a few spears. And those spears, if they keep landing,
yeah,
they're going to be trouble. Good early signs by Link that he's able to land so many of these. He didn't have a blue buff, though, so that this siege has a timestamp on it.
And right now, just with the Chalice, Link is just killing away the minions, keeping control of his lanes. The teleport comes in for Nian right as Zion pushes all the way up.
He might be in trouble here. Here comes the block.
See, there's going to be enough. The slow comes down. Big burst. Nian very low. Kill picked up. Daydreamin secures it for the team. There's going to be some pressure on the turret. Dexter and Afro are there to defend. Looks like that won't be enough. Turret goes over to Coast.
Nice move there by Coast. The expected rotation to the top lane. Knowing that CLG values their own turrets so heavily, they knew that that teleport would be burned in the top lane. But now they go mid. Let's see how CLG protects this one.
And here we go. Nocturnal goes in, goes for Afro and tries to dip out. He's going to be safe with Fusion, though. Has to get away. The Flay doing good things. Summoner heal the flash as well. If Fusion survives, the team gets out.
This is really just all about extended turret pushing. There's a giant wave in the top lane. Zion out of mana, and Nian has to hold that one. But the rest of CLG is down the mid lane, where they just made people back and burned a Nocturne ult. So not only do they have the numbers advantage, the threat of an engage by Coast is greatly diminished.
And there's a hook on a shifter. He's going to wave clear, though. Keeps himself alive. Wiz Fusion's ultimate is available, so he can help to wave clear a little bit there. And of course, the top lane was held successfully. Zion Spartan recalls, though, has Phage and Sheen. So the power spike is almost there for the Coast top laner. 1,200 gold lead right now for Team Coast. Dodging Javelin's much better than last time. We'll see if Link can continue to hit some more. Lizard Elder done. Nintendo with a spell shield hit.
Low on mana, though. Nintendo is almost no threat for standing there, other than to block spears. He's got to get back to farming. 13 minutes in. He's at 9 stacks.
Wow.
For Feral Flare.
54 CS is interesting, though, because like he's killed things, but they just aren't actually jungle monsters right here. It's going to take quite some time. Blue buff now. It's going to go to Link. Of course, Coast not up. Again, earlier, Dexter left part of that camp available. The blue buffs are very desynchronized here. So Shifter without the regen. Some damage to the mid lane turret, but Coast can't get the sieges to work. CLG just poses so much threat right now.
The mid lane is the battlefield, though, of course, because the side lanes have all had big turret deficits. But once the mid lane goes down, it will enable the map-wide movement of CLG to take over, or the singular movement of Coast's Shifter. That's why these guys are grouping up so heavily. It is the poke versus the counter-engage. Nintendo, because he is still not level 11, cannot use that Nocturne ult. He had to burn it defensively, and the cooldown is gargantuan for that thing. So they're really just stuck defending and trying to dodge Nidalee Spears.
And they're doing an okay job of that. Zion Spartan again looks for the trade onto Nian, level 10 versus 9 with the item lead. You can see Zion can flex his will there to a almost 30 minion lead. I gotta say, that's pretty massive though. Coast has their own advantages they can play. CLG, of course, theirs tends to be the siege and the poke, but this time...
gone, that's turret.
Coast get it, yeah, Double is forced to hold bottom in this one. There we go. Turrets 4-3, kills 3-1, the Dragon in 40 seconds.
I really do think because of turret control and having stronger solos at this juncture, Coast does hold the cards necessary to play them well and win the game. Shifter, gonna go for that DFG, and if he can arrive while Zion Spartan fights people again and again, they could pull off their Coast split push strategy. CLG will need to catch them within a rotation if they want to come back in this one.
Well, Coast right now looking to catch in the rotation. If they wait in this brush, they could just find Aframu. He actually knows there's darkness. He's waiting around. Afro knows it would be death to go forward. Really smart to know that the darkness is scary. Waits now to defend the top lane turret, but Coast, all of them are there while Doublelift is in the bottom lane. This is a 5 versus 4. How much can Coast get? CLG in the front lines, Nian taking it up.
Bit of flay damage comes through. Turret down to half HP. Wiz Fusion taking a big javelin, though. Coast not able to keep the siege going, and Doublelift is about to claim himself a turret.
Zion Spartan has so much of Coast strength right now that grouping as 5 is actually not a good call by them. Just seeing the level 7 Ezreal and the level 8 Nocturne is just weakness.
Arcane Shift goes maybe not the way he was hoping. Dexter's still on the chase. Looks like he'll get rooted up. That's going to be a safe situation there. Double.
Oh, don't take the wrong turn.
Does not have mana, does have flash and heal. Shifter on the other side. Doublelift knows about this, has very few places to go. Zion Spartan gets the solo kill on CLG's AD carry.
Wherever Zion is, Coast is strongest. And Doublelift, because he saw Shifter stalking him really, he did not use his healer flash because he would have been chased down by LeBlanc anyway. That kill grants him the dragon. The control by Coast is great right now.
They're finding exactly the right moves to make. There it goes. Dragon picked up, going to be roughly the 10th stack there for Nintendo Dex. You know what? Wriggles, heck, it gives him a ward at the very least. He's using that. I mean, he's using that and just allowing him to help his team, make the rotations.
Yeah.
Even if you're not killing jungle mobs, there's still a little bit of a GP10 out of that item.
He's getting a little bit of gold. He's doing some things. Yeah. But it's really all about Zion Spartan and Shifter right now.
Absolutely is.
The control that they're granting. I mean, so much of that early game where CLG was trying to roam around and get advantages was Zion just soloing right now. And now that he's at his Trinity Force on Aurelia, he can make plays. The DFG has been completed by Shifter as well. They are the dynamic duo right now, and it's on the rest of Coast to let them work.
I want to see if CLG can do something, though, to gum up the works, because while all has been happening, there's been significant farm going on to Doublelift. Like, you make the comparisons, like, okay, Zion's winning, Shifter's winning, Doublelift, 127 minions. Bloodthirster's already done. He's the one who holds a lot of the split push waves.
And there's also the X factor of Nidalee.
Yeah.
Versus a team with no sustain. If Link gets a couple items and starts landing a few spears, it can chain into a forever siege. If Coast can ever contain Zion Spartan and Shifter, that is another real possibility. So there are still plays here for CLG to win, but they are losing right now.
2,300 gold puts Coast in the lead. As Scarra put it, they're always winning until they lose, so we'll see if Coast can break that curse right here, though, and keep that lead throughout.
Teamfighting is not necessarily the best play by Coast right now, but they are feeling confident because of their 4-kill lead and their 1 turret advantage.
Zion Spartan lurking around, does take a little bit of javelin to the face. Daydreamin just going to clear. There's a big wave towards the bottom. If Coast can stop the rotations, they get some pressure on the inhibitor turret. The rest of the lane's pretty much holding equal. Summoner Heal just got used. Daydreamin misclicking that one.
Yeah, definitely a mistake. Maybe he just wanted to move fast. Could use that heal now.
Yeah, right?
Would have been handy.
Well, the pink wards, though, starting to go into the jungle. Coast really trying to block off a lot of these rotations, keep their champions in the fog of war. You can see another ward right there. Coast already preparing all of this. Shifter does own the blue buff, though. Coast spent some significant time to own the top jungle. They are rewarded with the blue buff still. You talked about how important Link would be. That's been shortcut a little bit with the blue steel.
Yeah, it absolutely has been. Link cannot spam spears forever, and he cannot sustain to the level that CLG wants him to.
Oh, Daydreamin. Gonna walk right into Dexter, and Aftermove Hook gonna come out, land on a Zion, though not the ideal target. He will disengage, and Power Q comes out. Doublelift takes a little bit of punishment as well. Wards come down on both sides.
CLG's hoping to farm this one out. Get a little bit of magic resist, wait for Aurelia to equalize a little bit with Trundle. Hope to not lose too much in the process. CLG is only down 2,000 gold and does have superior team play, just from a team perspective.
Absolutely. I mean, Counterlogic Gaming, right? They're sitting on a 2,000 gold deficit and keeping it there. In game 1, CLG had 2,000 gold, made it 3,000 gold, made it 4,000 gold, made it 8,000 gold, and they won the game 10 minutes from this point in.
Yeah.
Coast taking a much slower route with this one. They have not found any picks. CLG's been very controlled to not give anything away. There's only been 1 turret and 1 dragon in the last few minutes for Coast. We'll see if they
and
can
Wiz
force the next
Fusion is
objective.
almost a non-factor right now. If Doublelift stays alive in team fights, soon he will have a very critical impact. He's just sitting on the Bloodthirster now. But you add to the fact Nidalee gives him attack speed, he can become an extremely potent threat later in the game.
And Coast just are unwilling to siege. They had a 2 to 3 stacked up minion wave up there and did not even bother trying to go for that fight. Coast very much gun shy here.
Yeah, and there's been so much team roaming that Nintendo Dex will probably be worthless soon. by the end of the game. He is at 16 stacks on his Feral Flare, 20.5 minutes into the game. It's good now because they're maintaining control of the map, but late game Nocturne that is not farmed up and does not have that strong life on hit does not do much. He would jump in and then get killed by Double Lift. Oof. Or just a spear.
Or by, yeah. Link could do it. Either one of them seems to be having the best impact. Kind of a 2-carry team right here for Counter Logic Gaming. Dexter actually has added a Sight Stone to his inventory. I know it's par for the course for Lee Sin, but in a game where you're, you know, kind of behind Coast are trying to get rid of wards as much as possible, trying to get picks from rotations with champions like LeBlanc. Getting those 3 extra wards down kind of consistently helps CLG make those rotations correctly without getting picked off.
One really interesting thing we found when we were looking at, ooh, it's a lot of damage on a Double Lift.
Oh, the chain lands, Shifter. Summoner heal popped up, but there comes Afro in the back line, gonna keep him safe, but Summoner heal for Ignite.
Yeah. That was a nice play by Shifter. Afro came in to save. One interesting thing that we noticed, though, when we're looking at wards across regions, is as far as site wards purchased, North America almost purchased 50% more than Europe, but that's not because they're placing fewer wards. Overall, North America buys way more sweeping lenses, and they're much more about clearing wards, so they're not placing as many wards with their trinkets in that sense. And you can see it reflected in this game. Even though it's fairly early, there's 7 sweeping lenses in this game already, and tons of wards trying to get cleared away.
Yeah, I'm curious how much Coast is having to spend now on all these pink wards, these green wards going on, because as I briefly mentioned, right, CLG double Sight Stone, their wards are cheaper. Like, if you keep sweeping wards forever, Coast actually loses gold. Daedrian taking big damage, has to flash. Dexter flash kicks, takes him out. They're re-engaged now. Zion Spartan getting collapsed on. Trophy comes out, 2nd kill picked up. Shifter in the back line does find the kill on a Double, but he is very much alone now. Trying to run away. Summoner heal by Wiz Fusion might keep him alive. The chain's coming out. The hook, it's gonna land. Shifter is going to be trying to run. No, he's gonna go down. Dexter picks up another kill. 3 for 1 CLG.
Afro move with the play right at the end. It's almost like Coast fell asleep on that one. CLG stuck together and just found the kill. The Nidalee X Factor landed the spear, followed it up. They get the kills and the dragon. What more can they get?
They might get Nintendo. Looks like they will. He's got nowhere to go. Fear comes up. Oh, the flash over the wall is nice. He made his disengage. Link, 1 spear could turn it. Slowed down a bit. Some more damage comes through. Actually, Daedrian waiting around with the team. Link now forced to run away. Because this is a 3v4, it might be more than they want.
Yeah, but COG is rather low, and they know there are more people on the way, including a Zion Spartan.
What? Can he pick up? Dives on towards Dexter. The flame might just keep Dexter safe, though. Another slow comes in. The lantern as well. The root will land. Here comes Nocturne. The javelin nearly lands, but Afro will go down. Now the chase for Zion. Nian flashes the wall. He'll stay safe. 1 kill picked up on the backside, but +1 kill, +1 dragon. Coast still trying. Nian slow down, pops the ulti.
Oh, he's caught him.
Link
he's
will have a javelin.
Try to be. Does he have mana for a spear? And he's got the turret soon. Nice pillar.
Good trophy keeps Nian safe. CLG though, they bring the gold back within 400. Coast getting back whatever they can.
Taking another look at the way this fight started some minutes ago. It was really just a spear into Dexter, and that was enough to take him down. And then the rest of Coast, since they were trapped in that team fight without their support, just wasn't as strong. Yes, Shifter could take Double Lift down in the back, but the mob of CLG moving was strong enough to get them objectives. All told after that one, gold-wise, they're back in this game, and they have shown their threat and their ability to finish kills.
Some excellent play now. We're going to see a 500 gold difference between the two. Zion Spartan 1, 1, and 4 on his Trinity Force and Giant's Belt, Aurelia, so starting to go tanky in the mid game. Says, you know, I'm going to need to stay around in team fights a bit more. There's a lot of CC I have to worry about. Dash away by Shifter. He'll stay safe. Nintendo and Dexter, both level 11.
Yeah. And I know we're harping on it, but one of the big stories we had to track in this game was how long until Nintendo can transform his Feral Flare. He's still only at 19 stacks. He's like 80% of the way there. He needs more.
Zion Spartan, they're going to hooked into 3 people, and the rest of the team shows as well. The catches, CLG when they own the map, are getting killed left, right, and center. They are collapsing on these advantages.
They have regained control right now, and Nidalee is just now working up to her death cap. Those spears are going to be hitting even harder. There's no Soraka.
What?
This one.
Dexter just died.
We're going to have to take another look at that one, but a fight breaks out.
There we go. Daydreamin very, very low on health. They're re-engaged the mid lane. It's going to be the kill already on a Daydreamin. CLG
Yeah,
just,
so
they're finding him.
A little bit of craziness happened right there, obviously. Daydreaming fell down, nice hook, but this play over in the side, Dexter was just trying to find something. Looks like Shifter found him right through the Hex Drinker as well.
Yeah, you proc the R mark with a maxed up rank W, and that's going to be a whole bunch of burst at once. Going right through it. Deathfire Grass, of course, helps as well. Continue, gonna kill another camp. Gonna be stack number 21 here. A minute 26 in the game.
Just nowhere near what Dexter was like on Nocturne last game. It's because it's not necessarily a fault of Nintendude. It's a fault of Coast's overall strategy and COG forcing so many lane swaps and team rotations. If Nintendude is actually farming his jungle, COG would have taken so many more map advantages. They forced Nintendude away from his jungle and have thus delayed his power spike.
And it's worked, 97 to 100 minions. Small lead for Dexter. Of course, he's doing just fine. Conservation works much better in this kind of game.
Which is kind of unthinkable, that a Lee Sin has more minion farm than a Nocturne. COG has just been more rotational on the map, which is impressive considering they were pushed in for so much of this game.
And so now Coast on the back foot a little bit. Zion Spartan afraid to leave the base kind of to make some plays. Twin Shadows used do spot out CLG. And Coast say, you know, they don't want to go for it. Nian wasn't there, had TP, but no 5-on-4. Sun goes in towards Dexter. Big burst! Wow! Shifter one-shot the guy!
Yeah, right there. CLG putting out the Lantern. If the hook was landing afterwards, it could be a play. COD's really just waiting for a spear to land, or a hook to land, or they're waiting for Coast to engage on them, and then they would try and disengage smartly.
Well, CLG definitely been playing this game rather intelligently overall. Bit of damage in the end, not going to do much. Coast still waiting around now. They're the defenders, but it's Link with a depth cap, with Athene's Unholy Grail, with the Javelins. Figured only going to take 2 for them to give up the turret right here. Bit more poke comes through. Dexter looks for the play to make in the side. Javelin not going to hit this time. In comes the wave. Double actually puts some good damage down. 3 hits from Dead. Zion Spartan shows up. Javelin to the back line. Nian going to face take this. There goes the turret. CLG, the siege is working for them.
Yeah, and this is the Nidalee team versus the team with no heals and very limited magic resistance. That happened again.
Yep. There he was. That was the warrior that he died for.
The sad corpse of Dexter. He had a lot of defensive capabilities as well. Merc Treads, Hex Drinker, and a Giants build. Doesn't save him from the shift. Let's see this time. Did he have any backup, or was it just him?
No, just wanted the ward.
You can't have it.
Nope.
Ouch.
Shifter back over the wall. Dexter's got to learn his lesson.
Shifter single-handedly trying to keep Coast in this game.
I like some of the item choices, though, if Coast gets back into it. Twin Shadows picked up here. Try to get Karma into this one. Nocturnal goes in. They're going to look for the fight. 5v4. Big Ezel. Nintendude still the front lines, taking big damage, though. Forced to disengage Nian, though. The front line tank won't even go down. Zion is off on the side. Looks for Nian this time around. The base of the Mountain Shield keeps him in a good spot. Javelin not quite going to land. Boost Fusion forced to run away. 5v4. Coast can't win the battle.
It's all about the disengage here from COG. They have so much of it, and they're just waiting for Coast to try and initiate. We talked about how the Nocturne initiations would be lackluster. He went all alone and did not do much other than wait for the rest of Coast to arrive.
Uh-oh, and here comes the flank. Nuh-uh, it's going to be Link going back towards the mid lane.
They're pushing mid lane strong because Coast was pushed away to the side lane.
And it's going to be enough for the turret to go down. CLG find another advantage here. Daydreamin not able to get his team in this one. Zion Spartan forced to flash the hook and the trophy. Now the mid inhibitor going to be going down. A lot of cooldowns burned by Coast. CLG still very powerful. Nian in a good spot. Zion now taking a bunch of damage. Forced to run away. The hook is going to land. Down he goes. Inhibitor in the mid lane goes. 29.5 minutes in.
Zion's advantage has been lost. COG has neutralized it. Nian has done enough to catch up on Trundle, and COG has regained control of this game. The inhibitor goes down, they still have Zion Spartan dead, and they can secure another objective.
Wow, so Counter Logic Gaming looking so much better in this mid game there. They kind of just completely weathered that storm when they were behind in gold. Zion was big, they held their turret time after time. Dragon now going down, 4,000 gold lead to Counter Logic Gaming. They've only even given up one all game.
It is the mark of an experienced team, knowing when they are strong and when the other team is weak. They just waited out Coast. They let Zion Spartan make a mistake. They caught him in the jungle, and they found their own opportunities without ever getting engaged upon. It's part of their team composition as well. We talked about it before the game, how COG has the team comp that will fight when they want to, but is extremely good at disengaging, and they have done just that. Coast can't find the fights that they want to yet CLG can.
Some fresh play, but these guys, Zion Spartan now just playing by minions in the mid lane. You're actually seeing that he's been donated to the farm. Shifter is waiting off on the sides. He's looking to find an opportunistic kill. Someone walks his way. Link just might be that person. There goes the attempt. Oh, he misses the chain. That might have been the damage to kill him because the ulti mark would have triggered.
Yeah. That was popping his heal as well. Now with the blue buff, though, his actual Nidalee heal will get him up to full. That was an opportunity missed by Coast.
Very nearly stopped that push for another minute or so. Blue buff to Shifter. It's going to let him try more often here. Ulti's almost back up from cooldown. Death Cap going to be the next pickup there, but he's got a ways to go. Over 2,000 gold until that item is done. Ward swept out by CLG. They're starting to own the Baron pit.
Yeah, and the Ghosts have actually just been used by Daydream, and so their scouting is done for, which means CLG with multiple pink wards to control just started. They will peel off if they see Coast going back, but this is just an insurance policy right now. If Coast doesn't check, CLG gets it.
And Link right now just running interference in the mid line. It's going to be the heals coming in, keeping double his damage up. He pops the ulti as well. Shifter off in the wings. Hook's going to come through. Does he find the damage? No, he does not. Baron picked up by CLG. Nintendo forced to flash. One hit from Dead, though. Can he get himself out of this one? Flash Javelin actually hits him. Nintendo goes down.
I wonder if CLG tries to power play this straight through the mid lane. They do have a 5v4, they do have super minions up, but they have a giant wave in the top lane as well, and just like game one, they're going for all the turrets.
And they're gonna look now, the top lane is gonna be going down rather quickly. Minions have already claimed all those defending Coast minions. 20 seconds of 5 versus 4 CLG. Gonna have the chance to push Shift. They're forced to disengage over the wall. His cooldowns are down now. Ian happy to face tank this one. This turret will fall rather shortly. 5v3 for a short time. That is going to go down. Inhibitor likely to follow suit. Counterlogic Gaming now with 2 inhibitors dead and a Baron buff. What else can they grab?
Yeah, this is the question. They almost grabbed a Daydream with one hook, and Fusion gets solo. CLG might go for Nexus turret damage. It is slightly risky, but they got to be feeling confident after this great comeback.
Gigantic clump of minions are there. Zion Spartan gets kicked back into the team. He's going to be taking so much pain. Down he goes. Shifter also works disengage. Zion actually gets away on fire, but turret number 1, turret number 2 going down. Counter Logic Gaming.
There goes the
Gonna
Nexus.
make it 2-0. 33-minute game to follow the 30-minute game 1. Convincing quarterfinal for Counter Logic Gaming.
And this means they move on to play TSM in the semifinals tomorrow, which will be a matchup for the ages. But even so, this game against Coast, they were tested a little bit early on. They did not have strong tactical movements early, but boy did they have them late. Link landed many spears, Dexter initiated properly. Got picked off a few times by Shifter.
Yeah.
But all told, they stuck together, they got past their nerves, and CLG as an organization wins their first LCS quarterfinal ever.
And they made it. They made it up there into the top 4. Of course, guaranteed their LCS spot with that one. They're 2 series away from a trip to the All-Star Invitational in Paris in a couple of weeks. And yeah, everybody I feel like stepped up so well in this one. Standard situation for Coast though, right? Zion Spartan starting out his lane very well. Split push threat, making individual plays. Shifter on LeBlanc. He finds individual picks. That is things that these players do time and again, no matter how good their opponents are. These are phenomenal players that continue to perform. Unfortunately, Coast the team. And then a lot of that's CLG's team comp. They're able to disengage. But with the 2,000 gold lead, 18 minutes in, no plays were made. It wasn't strangle the map on the jungle and just like farm up, which we saw EG in the last week do against XDG. It wasn't dive turrets, close the game up, make advantages. It wasn't siege, it wasn't split push. Coast faltered there 20 minutes in. CLG found the way back and closed it out convincingly once they got the lead.
Yeah, Doublest got to be pretty happy about that one. Good CS throughout this series, 263 in the next game, a little bit lower, but that is to be expected because they were pushed back for most of the game. Unfortunately for Coast, they drop into that 5th, 6th place matchup, as you can see in this bracket as well. They will drop into that 5th place match due to their defeat. And Team Solo Mid versus Counterlogic Gaming tomorrow at noon.
It's going to be a fun one. Of course, we still have more matches today. It's going to be all kinds of great. Let's see what happens to this one. So, let's see, Coast, Coast's going to face off against our next quarterfinal match. Of course, Dignitas versus Curse, that is next. Loser faces Coast. We're going to see what that one's going to be. Loser of that match goes into the summer promotion tournament. Another important match for this one.
This is going to be a great weekend right here. And obviously, all these games matter a whole bunch right here. the next game between Dignitas and Curse, that is an even closer matchup. This one went generally to be expected. CLG was a much stronger team for the whole year. Can't say the same about Dignitas Curse.
Yeah, it went 3-1 on the season overall. Curse did win that. They went 3-1 against Dignitas in the regular season. You'd think they're the favorite going in, but they're still very evenly matched teams. The 4 and 5 seed, they're up next. It's just that's the match to watch now, right? Coast has to watch that match, say who's our opponent going to be, kind of key into that matchup and say, what are the weaknesses that the other team exploited that we could exploit? What are the things we can learn from our own quarterfinal match? Those are the questions that need to be answered both today and tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously TSM was watching closely against CLG. They're longtime rivals. Nien has got to feel good about this series. You know, he went up against Zion Spartan and definitely held his own, especially in that last game where Zion got so much of the farm that Nien wasn't allowed access to. And he still came in stronger in team fights, which really played to his strengths.
Yeah, and that's kind of the key. Is I also want to see, though, are there more looks to CLG? So they seem to hone in on a smart sort of disengaged comp. But even when he was like on Jax, a hyper carry, Nien was just, well, I'm going to be there for team fights. Wasn't a split push. I want to know how deep the strategic book goes for CLG, how many more looks they have. If a team figures them out, is that a weakness? It's something to be answered. Well, for now, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk, though, for more on CLG's victory.
Thank you very much, Freak, and I'd like to welcome CLG's dynamic bot lane duo, Doublelift and Afromove. First of all, congratulations on your win. Well played. Game 1 seemed to go perfectly in your favor. Game 2, a little bit more of a struggle. So let's talk about the opening minutes. Shifter seemed to get roaming a little bit. How did you guys handle the early game, and how did you bounce back from behind?
Well, I think we outplayed them early game in the 2v1. We finished the tower race a lot faster than them, and we put a lot of pressure on the map. And the thing that Coast does that no good teams really do, like the top 3 teams do, is Zion froze on Nien. And that's actually really horrible to do. It's just, you're putting no pressure on the map, and then like we are supposed to react, which we did eventually, but a little bit late by diving bottom. And we kind of did a little bit late, and it ended up having Nien really far behind. So essentially, like they had a top laner who was really strong, and we had a weak top laner, and all the other lanes were like doing pretty well. But Aurelia has a really strong early game and kind of falls off later on. So we kind of knew, oh wow, they have LeBlanc, they have Aurelia, and they're doing really well this game. Maybe like strategically they didn't play very well, but somehow they managed to get like really high CS on those 2 champions, and we were just trying to play like defensive. They just walked into our jungle, and they know they're stronger, but after like 5 or 10 minutes of that, we kind of catch up in terms of strength.
You seem to have a very good grasp on 4.5 sitting up on the stage. Afromove, what was preparation like coming into the playoffs? You know, quite a lot changed in terms of itemization and some thought process, the new tower push meta, so to speak. So how did CLG prep, and how are you feeling on the patch?
We prepared a lot versus Cloud9, who's really good at innovating and figuring out things before other teams do, which is why they're the top seed in NA. And playing against C9 really helped us a lot in figuring out what's good, what's not good. And, you know, the triple heal right now, the double heal bot lane, which is kind of ridiculous. And then runes are really new too as well, where reds give the same armor as yellows do. So it's just pretty good all around. And even in the 2v1, it's like people are discovering new ways to push faster like we did that game. So
I've got a very specific question that you know, we'll throw to Dexter later, but as a team, does CLG look at and evaluate Feral Flare? In Game 1, it seemed like you were super happy camping and farming. Dexter got so far ahead on Feral Flare stacks. Game 2, it felt like you were controlling Nintendo. So my question is, was that a conscious decision, or was it a benefit of the strategic play that you guys had going in?
It's a little bit of both. I think when we have a Feral Flare jungler, we tend to be like, okay, we just want 2v2, 1v1 lanes, obviously, because if you're 2v1ing, then the Feral Flare jungler kind of gets behind. You can't farm your camps as much when you have to respond to pressure. And I think it wasn't so much us making like a great decision, like a conscious effort, as much as Coast just making like bad decisions, because the first game, they chose to 2v2 us. They could have 2v1 if they wanted to, but they chose to 2v2 us, and that let Dexter farm forever on his Feral Flare. In the second game, we forced 2v1 on them, but they should have like known. It's really obvious that we're going to 2v1 that game. And they could have very easily, you know, chose to mirror us to 2v2 and then get their Feral Flare jungler started. So it's like a little bit of both. In the end, it's a little bit of a gamble, like a guessing game, but yeah.
Well, it seems to work in your favor. Another event that worked in your favor was a dragon fight from Game 2. Let's pull this replay up onto your screens. It was a slightly extended fight. Starts with some poking and Dexter some flashy moves. So Doublelift and Afro, let's tag team this one. Talk us through the play. Let's roll this one out and talk me through what's happening in the communication and you know, how you guys handled it.
Well, the spear landed, and I didn't even see this honestly on my screen. I play with lock camera. So maybe Afro can comment on that.
All right. Well, they had war control over our blue, but Daydream got caught out, and we got a spear right there. And then Zion got caught out by a good Nien pillar and a spear. And Doublelift died to LeBlanc here, and we're like, what's going on, dude? Holy crap.
Yeah, what was going on?
Well.
Why were you so out of position, man?
I blame Afro, dude. Where was my lantern? You should have told me. But no, I'm just really bad. I shouldn't have. I was like, where's LeBlanc? She was probably like next to Dragon or something. I'm gonna go check. And then I like walked into the brush and just instantly died. That was a pretty good signature me move right there.
Afro, who's the loudest voice in those moments? Because there's a lot of action, a lot of locations. Dexter's flashing in one way. All of a sudden, your AD carry's down. He's screaming at you. Where was my lantern? Who's the loudest voice, and who's calling those moments?
I would say me. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm the loudest.
So because you were commanding the team, you couldn't save lift?
Well, sometimes you just have to let them go.
Sacrifice one for the benefit of the many.
Doublelift, I have a question for you. Last week or 2 weeks ago, you had a quote when you guys took out TSM, and you said that it was one of the most gratifying wins of your career.
Yeah.
With the victory today, you are playing Team Solo Mid tomorrow in the semi-finals, best of 3. It is one of the longest, actually, it is the longest standing rivalry in competitive League of Legends, CLG versus TSM. What does that series mean to you, and how important is it?
Well, to be honest, I don't see TSM so much as like, yeah, there are rivals. I think they're about even with C9 at this point because our games are so good. I think it'll be way more gratifying to beat C9 because I want to make it to Grand Finals, obviously. But beating TSM just shows like, yeah, we're better than them, which I firmly believe we are better than them.
So going into tomorrow's match, 2-0, 2-1, I mean, those are strong
It's
words.
2-1. It's not going to be that much. Like, we're not like head over heels or anything, but I don't know. They seem to be really slow to adapt to the new patch, and I just want to get this games like in. You know, I just want to see what did TSM do to prepare because we scrimmed a lot against C9, who I think are the strongest team right now.
Aframood, talking similar vein, playing against TSM tomorrow. When you look at the rosters, a lot of players, old CLG, old TSM from the glory days, are not there anymore. But this is now modern times. How are you feeling going into the matchup? Are you as confident as Doublelift as the shot caller in some of the more dramatic moments?
I was actually really more scared against Coast because I feel like they would pull out the cheese, but thankfully they didn't. And versus TSM, I'm just really comfortable playing against TSM, and I'm very confident that my team can take them on in a head-to-head.
Well, a lot of confidence. I wish you guys the best of luck. I look forward to watching your games tomorrow. And once again, congratulations on the win. We do need to take a very quick break, guys. And when we come back, we'll jump into our next quarterfinal series between Dignitas and Curse, which will determine who will move on to our second semi-final series tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Sun goes in towards Dexter. Big burst! Wow! Shifter one-shot the guy! The chain's coming out the hook. Oh! It's gonna land. Shifter is going to be trying to run.
My favorite play, I'm kind of cheating a little bit. It was recent. It's the double ace I don't think anybody can forget. And it sticks in my mind because even I lost myself in the chaos of the fight. Here we go. Sinach may take him down, but the Zanya's play. Everybody jumps on one spot. All the eggs in one basket. He's still alive. Shifter finally goes down to the end. Double ace. Brett and the double ace. Nobody's going to end the game. And I didn't know who was dead, how they were dying, where it was going until the dust kind of cleared, and then you saw that everybody was lying on the ground and nobody was there to win the game.
And welcome back to the North American LCS Spring Playoffs. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry alongside Joshua Jatleesman and once again, of course, Saint Vicious. We're just minutes away from our next matchup, Dignitas versus Curse. But real quick, I want to check in what you've been saying over at Twitter. Earlier today, we asked you, who is the most clutch player in the North American LCS and why? And here's what you guys had to write. From @CaptainCorf, it says Reginald. This dude didn't play for months, then he comes back from retirement and stomps. It's the definition of clutch. Jat, what do you think?
I'm not sure what the definition of clutch really is, but that was a clutch move for him to come in. They had a better winning percentage, actually, with Reginald than with Bjergsen.
He got himself Week 8.
Really? I didn't know that.
And Week 8 MVP as well, if I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, thank you for that one.
Fancy stats.
Next one from @Hannah Freiberg. Aframu. He's shown how a support matters in game and how to engage in the right moments. He's the definition of a support carry. Saint, what do you think of Aframu?
I think the thing I like about Aframu the most is not only can he play those big playmaking jungler or big playmaking supports like Thresh, but he can also play Lulu. Like you saw in that last game, did great.
Yeah, very good play. Next one from @NSCU Wolf. The most clutch player in the LCS is probably Cloud9's Meteos. Those turnaround ganks have rebounded Cloud9 on more than one occasion. And what do you think, Chat?
I mean, one thing I'd say more about Meteos is he's unfazed by a lot of these things. He'll just continue to do his plays no matter what. He's like a machine created by Lemonation some of the time. And clutch play sold the Nexus.
He's pretty non-phased by a lot of things, even in interviews. Pretty blasé, laid-back dude. Anyways, thank you all for the responses. Keep them coming. Tweet to us @LOL Esports and remember to use that hashtag LCS. Now, we've heard who you think the clutch players are, but Dignitas is bringing Skara back to the fold at a critical juncture. With so much at stake, Skara says he's ready to leave it all on the Rift.
Skara's back. Now we're going to win.
It just makes me really glad to have Skara back.
I was actually excited that Skara was going to be back. I'm really good friends with him, and I think he's a good player.
I get a phone call from management, and so he pretty much told me, like, look, I'm back on the team. The first thought I was like, how badly could the scrims have gone?
The team as a whole, like, we know we have a week to practice with Skara, so we're just going to go hard and just kick some ass.
I found out that I was off the team a couple of weeks ago. Honestly, I had accepted it pretty quickly. I knew I had been underperforming quite a bit. I was not confident in myself, and a lot of that just stemmed from the fact that I had multiple barriers mentally that I was struggling to overcome.
Early on, I felt terrible about what happened.
He was pretty much plucked out of his mid lane position and stuck into coaching just out of the blue.
He's pretty much the person that got me into competitive leagues, so seeing him go made me like a little sad, honestly. Even though I don't like to admit, like, oh man.
The best thing about the movement to coach wasn't just like that I could overlook the players or any of that. It was mainly that there's a lot less pressure on me to do anything. Watch the scrims instead of playing in them, analyze the scrims together as a team, and then went to sleep. So it felt still kind of like I was a player, but there was just a lot less stress on me.
He did an incredible job coaching. I could not see somebody being able to fulfill that position better.
He was actually a phenomenal coach, though.
I'd love to have Skara as the coach and as like our mid laner, but that's something that's impossible to have, being an exceptional mid laner and teaching all of us how to play the game.
We're all excited for the playoffs. We think we'll perform really well, and we think we'll take down Curse.
I think our week's going to come out as a surprise and as a victory.
The meta right now favors a lot of champions that Skara plays, so we're actually very comfortable with him, even though he's been the coach.
Obviously, whenever big changes happen in your life, like reflections, I feel like necessary. You look back and you're like, well, what have I accomplished? And like, what have I done? Even if my career stops now, that I don't have many regrets. Like, I played League to pursue my one goal in life, which was happiness. I followed through with that pursuit, and I found it through playing. And whatever happens now, happens.
He's smart, he's handsome, he's just an overall splendid dude. He's helped carry us to like being an LCS standard team. Without him, we were struggling, so he could do anything that he wants, man.
I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna try my ass off for this weekend. And then after then, we'll see what happens.
A very emotional piece there, listening to the team. Overall, Dignitas sound happy to have Scara back, but you have to ask the very serious questions. How bad were those scrims? Let's talk about what your thoughts are on Scara coming back.
I mean, some of the numbers we touched on in the previous show with Golden Glue being 20 CS below the average CS at 10 minutes for mid laners. And Scara, when he did get benched, it was for a reason necessarily. He was underperforming. Not to mention, if he has been focusing on coaching, his gameplay might actually be lower than it was when he left. I think it's a very imperfect solution to their problem. They're hoping it works because they clearly get along. They definitely like Scara, but I have to question how practiced he's going to be coming into this and how much of an upgrade over Golden Glue he's really going to be.
Yeah, especially a player who had a limited champion pool already, and he's lost Gragas.
He can play Karthus now.
Well, we'll see. It is time for our next quarterfinal matchup, Dignitas versus Team Cursed. Now, Saint, does coaching have any sort of advantage or perspective that would help Scara now that he's come back to active duty?
I think it gives you a better outline of how the game should be played. Because, I mean, you're telling everybody, like, hey, you guys should be pressuring this, should be going to here, should be doing that. But now you're in the game, and you're like, oh, I can just tell them to do that in game. So I think as a leadership role, it helps out a lot. But I'm just still worried about how much Scara's played. I think he was at PAX all last week, so we'll see.
We'll have to see. Hopefully he didn't catch the PAX Plague, which I hear is terrible on this side of the world. Now, Jack, Dignitas' only win over Curse this year was with Golden Glue in the mid lane. Is it a risk for them to go back to Scara, an old lineup that has already lost to Curse 3 times?
I don't think it's any bigger risk for them. I still think the weight of all this is going to fall on the rest of the Dignitas organization and the rest of their team. I think Scara will actually do okay against Voidboy. I don't necessarily think Voidboy is going to run him over in the mid lane, but it's going to be about the other assets.
And that's Token, Voidboy. Who would he prefer? I mean, he's played both already.
Isn't he 3-0 against Scara? Stats don't lie, man. I think he'd rather play against Scara.
Well, he's got that wish for this particular matchup. Now, we are going to be heading into the game in just a moment or two, and I think the next thing I want to talk about is the two junglers. I Will Dominate and Crumbs. Both junglers, very aggressive, both like to get in your face. We are in a patch or a meta where aggressive junglers are doing well. Let's start with Saint Vicious. What's your take on both of these individual players coming to the series?
To be honest, I think it's just as far as relative skill and play style, I think they're dead even. I think that you're not going to find as close of a matchup between junglers in the LCS across any region. And I also think that both junglers are people that are going to have the best grasp of how the Feral Flare should be used in the new jungle. I've watched EU LCS, I've watched NA LCS, I've watched OGN, and every time I've seen Feral Flare brought out, it's like, you're like playing at like 50% efficiency. You're playing at like 70% efficiency. And I think these are going to be the two players who are like, okay, that's how you're supposed to use the item. So I think everybody needs to watch.
Yeah, both these junglers know how to farm, and Crumbs in particular, I feel like adapts to new champions almost faster than anyone. I've seen him jungle absolutely everything. And when I look at Crumbs, I actually kind of see a jungler who is overburdened with responsibility on Dignitas. His lanes don't necessarily do that well. He is almost solely responsible for their vision, their killing, their ganks, their objective control, everything. He has to do too much. And adding Feral Flare on top of that might push him over the edge of responsibilities and make him pull back on other things. I do think Dominate will have an edge in the matchup, not because he's better, but because I think his lanes have the advantage.
Well, we'll have to see how that plays out. We're going to send this one back over to Freak and Kobe this time to take us on to our next matchup.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. What's up, guys? I am back. Kobe is now joining me. Thank you for replacing Jat.
You're welcome.
I love casting with you. You give me gifts, and you make my jokes sound so much better. Thank you. Let's get right to it, though. Dignitas versus Team Curse. Now, Kobe, Curse has given, they've been a team that's given Dignitas a hard time this year. But in the last meeting, Dignitas did win. They got the score back to 1-3, so there's a chance, of course.
Yeah, Curse have shown that they can pull out a surprise strategy, and they have earned a reputation in the league for being unpredictable. So we can expect them to at least have something prepared for the first game, if not all of the eventual games. They've also run comps, anywhere from that Bash push with a solo Janna lane to an all-damage assassin reset team. Both of those were run with mixed success. And I just say that they really jump on new metas pretty quickly.
Yeah, we'll see if they found a good one this time around. Of course, these are two teams that have spent some time in the #1 position, but they consistently finish in the middle of the pack since they've started in the LCS. It's made for a highly contested showdown whenever they meet.
Yeah, these two teams do have a tangled history, and they've traded more than a few players back and forth. And this is the second year that they are locked in a battle for 4th place. A win here would be an important shot at the top-tier teams.
Yeah, it's going to be, we'll see what the guys do with this one. We're going to see who gets their shot in just a minute. Dignitas versus Curse is a matchup. It's been a long-time rivalry. Curse, though, they believe their ability to adapt will give them the edge in this best-of-3 series.
I think we are in a good spot against Curse right now. I mean, they did take the first 3 games.
In our 3 victories, we prepared very well against them.
We did take off the last game of the season against them, which is like pretty good.
It's just like a bloodbath between us. We just like duke it out. Like one team wins, the other team loses.
We're the type of team that can adapt over the course of multiple games, and a lot of teams can't.
I think if we just have a perfectly executed laning phase, and then we go to like that dragon fight with confidence and we play really well, we just outplay them, I think that can snowball the game for us.
Just historically, we've always won in best-of-3s against Curse, so definitely we have the upper hand against them.
The Nexus goes down, and that is it! Dignitas takes it into the top 4!
Right now, I would say we are at our strongest point that we've been in all season.
We always have an easier time against them than other teams have.
It honestly does feel like a grudge match. I'm not exactly sure why, but it does feel like that.
See how the match shapes up. We're going to check out the starting lineups now. On the blue side, Team Dignitas. Cruiser in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara in mid, I'm a Cutie Pie on AD carry, and Kiwi Kid on support.
And on the red side, it's Curse. Up top is Quas. In the jungle, I will dominate. Mid is Voyboy, AD carry Cop, and supporting him, Bunny Fufu.
And our featured matchup in the series is once again the mid lane, Skara versus Voyboy.
Yeah, what else could it be? Fans everywhere are anxious to see how longtime veteran Skara does back on the rip. Before he took over as coach, Skara was having a shaky split. In his last week of play, he was 7th in kills and 5th in KDA among the mid laners. But Dignitas attributed a portion of their recent success to Skara's big picture perspective and his ability to coach the team and give them a bigger picture view of the game.
Yeah, we'll see if Dignitas looks like a better team this time around. Dig is going to need him to bring that knowledge because he faced up against Voyboy, who is undefeated against Skara this year.
Yeah, we've seen Voyboy is a player that can set up and have a big impact for his team. This is Voyboy's best matchup, by the way. 10.7 KDA in their 3 wins versus Dignitas, compared to Skara's 1 KDA. But through the split, Voyboy has been inconsistent, and he averages a 2.5 KDA amongst the other teams in the league.
Yeah, you saw their stats actually in their head-to-head graphic. They're basically identical stat lines. CS a little better for Skara, KDA a little bit better for Voyboy. It's just like the head-to-head that works so much better. And it's fun, like, you know, we talked about the fact that these teams traded players before. Voyboy was the top laner for Dignitas way back in the day, so he's like played alongside Skara, and old habits die hard. Like, there's still going to be those Skara-isms that are still going to be there. That Voy is like, well, I know how you play, and can play around them. I mean, you're seeing that in this matchup.
Well, one of them is not going to be there is the Gragas, so he doesn't have to worry about that. But as they said, this meta does kind of favor Skara's playstyle. He was always known as being able to outfarm his opponent. That's how he gained a big advantage. He would get a lot of money, and then towards the mid game is where he would bring his power to bear in like team fights and stuff. So maybe we'll see him on one of those safer champions in farming with the Karthus or with the Orianna, something like that. Because really right now, it's not the League of Assassins anymore. It's more about heals and shields and longer drawn out team fights.
It is, and we're going to see, actually, I was wondering if he was going to learn the champion, but Nidalee comes through for Skara. You talked about safe long-range champs.
Yeah, very...
I haven't seen much Skara Nidalee, I feel like.
We haven't seen much of it, but it is one of those long-range mages, and it is a very popular champion right now just because of the power that she has late game. She can turn complete objectives or team fights around with only 2 spears.
Yep.
And both of these teams with very quick bans, by the way, coming out with their plans laid for this first game matchup.
Yeah, so it's going to be Bunny Fufu's Thresh, Quas's Rise, and Voyboy's LeBlanc goes away. Meanwhile, the Skara Soraka. I like that one. Used to play that one back in the day. Curse, though, I want to see where their picks actually go towards because there's a lot out on the field. Most roles only got 1 or 2 bans here, so he says, you know what, maybe Xin Zhao is the most important jungler. Top lane Mundo, interestingly enough, is going to be the lock-in for Quas.
Interesting here. The junglers were definitely talked up a lot coming into this matchup. And Saint was of the opinion that Xin Zhao is the strongest jungler right now. We can see that opinion shared at least a little bit by the team that he's coaching here. Dominate opting for that one early. He's a very well-rounded jungler now. It used to be that he was all about the early game and his very high-powered ganks. But since he thrives with the Pharaoh Flare, he also has a late game. You have infinite scaling with Pharaoh Flare.
True.
Once you get to the late game, kills or monster kills, everything awards you more damage, but also more sustain.
That's a big deal. You get into those team fights, and as long as you get the actual combine going through, you can keep it going on. Lucian already grabbed for I'm a Cutie Pie. Is going to be playing that one for himself. Skara going to make the lock-in for his team.
Yeah,
Annie support for Kiwi Kid. No surprise there.
No surprises for the duo there. Lock-in from Dignitas. We've seen so many big plays from Kiwi Kid when he's on Annie. They really rely on him for the initiations, and they've rarely been out of sync. He has a really good line of communication with the rest of the team and a very good understanding with Cutie Pie. They play together so much. They're both kind of on a different level, but they're on the same different level.
Yeah, they are. They have their own sense of humor, and it's wonderful and magnificent. And as long as they both get along, that's perfect.
Yeah. Now, the other thing I really want to talk about is the heal on Mundo. Heal, big buff to Mundo in the current state of the patch. I think that he's going to stick with this heal teleport combo, so he can remove any ignites. I don't expect to see ignites from Dignitas, but he can remove any sort of healing debuff that way. And the move speed bonus makes it a semi-escape and a semi-initiate for him too. Heal is really the jack of all trades when it comes to summoners. It's so good in almost every situation.
And you're going to see how many get brought out on both sides of the lineup. Right now, it's going to be Corki, Leona, heavy magic damage lane here for Curse's duo there of Cop and Bunny Fufu. With Thresh banned away, he can't play as most played his favorite champion, but should be okay hopping with the power of the sun.
Yeah, it actually used to be used as a kill lane a long time ago because he can proc her Sunlight's proc so easily, and the burst damage is there even before level 6.
True. It's a scary lane. The chasing is actually really strong as well. You've got locked in, you've got chasing. It's going to be tough to play against. And honestly, like Annie versus Leona is a bit difficult for Annie because you can't like burst down the tank in the front lines. You can only hit the escapable Corki.
And the main thing that they're looking for with that Leona is long-range engage for Nidalee. Whenever you're going up against Nidalee, you have to be worried about the end game. You want to be able to close distance. Leona is great for that. So we'll have to see if there's some sort of an answer from Dignitas, maybe an early Crucible from them. I don't think that they can go that way, though, having locked in Annie so early, who really favors that move speed and the talisman.
True.
Have to see where Kiwi Kid actually decides to spend his money early. There's two pretty good options for him to go with.
Yeah, the only real disengage tool is the fact that you can maybe drop a cocoon down and then like Tibbers hopefully locks down the front line.
Yeah,
exactly. I hope that works out.
That's why, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Kiwi Kid here to deal with the hard engage. It's either going to be cleansing someone or it is that speed buff that he's going to try and provide.
And I want to see what the last pick is for Curse. They're going to look. They were hovering Syndra. Or sorry, they're hovering Akali. They're hovering Syndra now. I am curious to see where it goes. Actually, yes. The Yasuo. Now, there's only a few knockups, but Yasuo's got good engage.
Yeah, since there are so few knockups, this is pretty much about the lane matchup. A lot of Koreans are not, you know, Yasuo into Nidalee is one of the few matchups that people actually like to take Yasuo in among mages in the mid lane now because he does have that kill pressure. And talk about closing the gap.
Yeah.
Yasuo also has the ability to negate spears in the late game, protecting everybody with his ginormous wind walls.
It'll be up easily once per minion wave, so if you want to play offensive or defensive, you can say, okay, during the duration of this minion wave, we can block all the javelins.
Yeah.
You talk about summoner spell picks, there are a couple of ignites there, exhaust for Scar to survive the all-ins.
So, yeah, exhaust all around amazing against assassins like Yasuo.
Yep.
So that's why we don't see a lot of them, but because he's such a good pick against Nidalee, that's why they're going for it. Good to leave that as a last pick.
Yeah, it's good adaptation. So as the teams load onto the Rift, let's tally the votes over at LOL Esports. 54% think that Dignitas is going to come out on top. Very close.
I like that because this is definitely the closest match I think that we're going to have today, especially since coming into this is the match where both teams have prepared. So we get to see how good their theory crafting is. As the best of 3 goes longer, and we get to see the adaptations and the differences with side choices. But really the first game is so exciting because we get to see what they feel is very strong in 4.5, which is fairly new for these guys.
We'll see it happen. Now remember, guys, throughout the game, we will be checking in with you at Twitter to see who you think will win.
Yeah, tweet your choices using that hashtag DigWin or the hashtag CurseWin to @LOL Esports. And we will periodically be showing that graph and decide if the fans
are you guys right?
are fickle or if they will stick to their initial votes.
Well, I mean, I think it's fair to like get evidence and then change your opinion.
Yeah.
That's just being scientific. Like, I thought Dignitas would win, but Curse for 10-0, you know what? I feel like I'm going to change my option here. See which way it goes right now. The stun charged up here for Kiwi Kid. Also goes for a Spell Thief's Edge. I don't see that actually pan out amazingly for Annie typically. It's a bit hard to get stacked, especially against the Leona lane. But
yeah, they're probably expecting 2v1 situations because they're so common nowadays. 4.5 with all the invades to protect junglers' first buffs, which are, to be fair, extremely important. And there's a reason that everybody does that. There are other plays that you can do. You can everybody stack up and try and defend a buff, or you can invade the off buff. It's just that the other plans involve a little bit more risk, and each extra ounce of risk that you have in the early game makes these teams very uncomfortable. They don't want to have the other team snowball an early lead off of level 1 just because of they chose the wrong buff to invade.
Yeah, so Curse playing a bit risk averse here. I actually want to check back on the Summoner Spell picks because we actually have a pretty varied lineup actually. So as per normal, everyone's running Flash, but it's two exhausts here for Curse. Mid laner and support running exhaust, primarily for the Jax, I'm guessing. Scar running exhaust for Void Boys. Yasuo, as you talked about. But Ignite for Kiwi Kid, so kill pressure here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, he actually is opting with the old Summoner Spell, Ignite. It got a little buff as well. You got to give him some love. You can get vision of people if they go into a bush while they're Ignite, then you will continue to see them.
Ignite?
I'm going with Wombat on that one.
Ignite, all right. It's fair enough. Gonna make a sweater.
All right, so the buff trade here, this is the new normal start for everybody. And it looks like it will transition into that 4-man level 2 lane push. Yeah, the double jungles coming out from both sides.
Slightly different looks for the two, though. So,
ooh, Shinsao going back to get his buff.
Yeah, exactly. I will dominate soloed his own buff, got level 2, and he's going to grab his own red. Meanwhile, Quas is just taking the white by himself. I guess he's not going to recall backwards because, again, it's a 4v0. I guess he could just regen without it. And then they'll group up for the 4-man push. Meanwhile, it's the duo jungle here for the Dignitas group.
Yeah, so Dominate had a longer path to walk, but he is going to hit that level 3. It looks like Mundo actually trying to do some jungling of his own. So they're on the top lane. That turret has the champion reduction. And they're also taking the longer route. So Dignitas are by far going to have the lead in the turret rush down. They've just gone with the level 2s. Whereas Dominate here, teaming up with Quas for the double golems has hit that level 3.
Now, one thing that's going to be interesting to watch for, though, is that Dignitas pushed on the second wave, meaning most of these minions are now dead as that turret went down. So their second turret push is going to be very minion-light. Their cannon minion just now is showing up. Curse's push is on wave 3. A lot more minions here. They'll move faster, though Dignitas is farther ahead.
Yeah, you got to keep track of that cannon minion. So important. Dignitas's cannon has just come in as well. This one should probably be able to save most of that giant wave for Curse. They've got a lot of ground to make up, though. And meanwhile, you have to always think about the mid lane as well. You know, there's so much action going on in the side lanes. That means the mid lanes get to have isolated matchups. And Void Boy was the one who got that counter pick. He's the one who's trying to use the Yasuo to punish Scar's Nidalee early, try and keep her down before level 6.
And Dignitas made their way up to the inhibitor by about 4 minutes, but Curse with the early recalls are going to make their way back. So +1 turret for Dignitas. However, Cop is still in that side lane, shoving it down into the tier 2 turret, getting a bit of a minion lead for that. See how much that pays out.
Noting the Curse back time here for Void Boy. He's timed his back. When everybody goes invisible from the bottom lane push, he does not want to be one of those mid laners that gets ganked. He's a melee champion. He usually has to be fairly far up in that mid lane, and we've seen several mid laners since the inception of this new meta be ganked by surprise support ganks mid or something after they're done pushing.
Yeah.
Void Boy will not be caught off guard.
It looks like there's not going to be many surprise ganks in general. Look at the item builds. I will dominate Void Boy both. Grab dual wards on their way back to the base. Machete plus double Doran's Blade here, so the investment in early power, a lot of vision here. Curse setting up for an early vision game.
Yeah, also in these 4 versus 0, I guess, switches, you also have to know what each team is going to do with their wave that was shoved all the way in. Looks like both of them are opting to try and push it back. They're not trying to have any deep freezes here. Dignitas, they at least have one extra turret to fall back on for Jax, and they're happy to funnel all of their extra side lane farm into that Jax. They want their solo laner to be more of an impact towards that mid game, because if they do not have him with that teleport, then they're going to lose out on the first dragon.
Kiwi Kid already killed one of the pink wards, but walked right by the second. So Curse invested 200 gold, lost
And
half it.
Dignitas talked about what are they going to do with the big wave. They move up top. They get the early positioning here.
All right, well, Cop saves him with the Summoner heal. He might have been okay anyway, but Summoner burn just to get him out of there quickly. 3-man defense up here. Quas pushing the bottom lane by himself. Cruiser will TP down there to defend. Skara and Voyboy in a battle. Level 5 versus 4, actually a bit of a lead there.
And look at this swing from Dignitas. They send everybody up top to make Curse react to them. They have all their resources try and defend that turret, and Dignitas abandoned their giant wave. That's the huge wave that you usually see teams pushing with, but they make a really good call. They use their teleport down bottom, catch that wave at their turret, and actually swing everybody towards the mid.
Get a bit of damage for it. Cocoon goes on, and I will dominate, actually. Curse on the back foot with all of these moves here. Cruiser did get some farm in the bottom lane. They're 37 to 29 across those guys. And the Jax is really scaling. He is level 6. Mundo not yet there. Cruiser got a good deal with these lanes.
Yeah, so what they did here with Dignitas is not only did they funnel, mid lane.
Big engage. Kiwi Kid very low on health, but the damage comes back. First blood goes through to Dignitas. Cutie Pie trying to get his team to safety, but Voyboy gets the knockup. Still getting the damage across. The counterattack by Curse looking pretty good. One hit to go on Crumbs. Voy gets in turret range, has to flash. He is one hit from dead. Little over aggressive.
Yeah, 1 versus 1 exchange there for Curse initiating when they still only had 3 people, so it's sort of a 3 versus 4 for a small amount of time. And they only trade kills. Very dangerous for them. And it's good for Dignitas now that Skara has finally hit that level 6. We will look for the blue buffs next time around. Let's see here. How far is Corky? He's fairly close, but again, it's a little bit early. Kiwi Kid does get some distance with his flash, and it buys him enough time to get his stun off. So that was huge for them. Cop eventually does come in and answer the kill, though.
He's going to make it, though, a 600 gold lead, though, for Dignitas. Of course, they're the team that's plus a turret. But, you know, being the team that has the first blood bonus gold for 150, the extra turret's worth about 700, them being only up 600 means that the farm is going Curse's way right now. They are out CSing, getting individual gold in general on the map. So that is one thing to keep in mind for Curse, is the long laning phase so far is going their way.
One of the most interesting things about the changes to the early game is watching where teams actually choose to put their money, because before, a lot of laners' income depended on how good of a laner they were. You know, how well can you CS against your opponent and deal with jungle pressure. Now, though, teams actually get the choice early on. Who do they want to funnel that side lane farm into that's been pushed in past 2 turrets? And Dignitas are putting a lot of their money into Jax. They try to get him that full top lane wave all the way up to the turret, and then they also teleported him down bottom to get all of that. So it's very interesting to see, and it's pretty much expected when you do have that Jax who scales so well towards the late game, to see where they want to put it. The next question that is going to come up, how will they deal with any sort of dragon pressure? Because the teleport was used for Cruiser, but it was used on a turret, and it will come back up very soon. So they can actually reposition him one more time.
Yeah, Cruiser TP up very, very soon. Quas already is there. Voyboy going to hold the lane in the top side. Looks like a rotation by Dignitas not going to pan out here, as Curse also made that move. But Cutie Pie still wants this push. He is still clearing minions up in the top side, wanting this push to work.
And he's got 3 people up top already swinging down towards mid here for Dignitas. Cop's got to be a little bit more careful.
Okay, good dodge there by Cop, but his turret very nearly dead.
And Voyboy being up top, he does not have a teleport. Dignitas could try and rush something here. They're getting the early control of this mid lane, which is really, really low.
And there's the minion line. Looks like Dignitas don't want to force this. Bunny Fufu not even level 6, but they don't want to risk the engage anyway. Cruiser and Quas just chilling in the bottom lane, 8 for 7. This matchup actually is continually going Cruiser's way. This minion lead has gone plus 20 since I last looked at it.
Yeah, he's gone with the early burst build here for Jax, the Sheen. So that just makes his harass even more scary. In the laning phase with Jax, by the way, it's quite easy what you do. He's very strong right now. Once you hit that level 6, you auto-attack a minion twice to get your ulti proc, and then you leap strike onto them with Empowered Strike. Adding Sheen onto that is so much burst damage. He's almost like a mage at that point.
And if you fight him, he's got attack speed already. You can dodge you for a while. It works out quite nicely. He's a great lander once you hit 6. PewDiePie, he's going to get the bottom lane to farm. As Cruiser went back, looks like Cruiser will hold the top lane. More well-equipped to stay in lanes with no turrets available. That's fine. Dominate still on the clears, though. It's going to be Ancient Golem for Crumbs, no surprise, but Wriggle's Lantern for Dominate. He's actually 14 stacks, and Curse is going to start out on Dragon.
So they actually have amazing positioning on this. Should be uncontested. Now, in the last series, there was a lot of criticism for Nintendo and his management of the stacks. However, you have to remember that these games are the lane swaps, and you have to put some time into turret pushing. However, Dominate is doing a pretty good job of balancing the off time in his jungle, and also you have to remember that you can also steal away big camps from your opponent's jungle. So every time you see them available, do not be afraid to do some counter jungling.
Not right now, Dignitas. Playing it slow and steady. Curse kind of doing the same. They've actually made a good move for some global objectives, though, with that dragon going down. And the early gold lead from the first blood in the turret pretty much washed away now at this point. Pretty much even game right now. Scar happy to keep farming up, though, on Nidalee. Still just chilling with the Chalice. This mid lane turret so close to dead. But Dig don't quite commit for it.
Yeah.
PewDiePie going to kill that ward away. Nice choice.
That's why wave clear is so important in the new meta, because there's so much time spent sieging, and you want to buy as much time as you can for your jungler to be able to actually jungle. Corki's a good champion for that as far as AD carries go, but it's not enough, and they can't hold on to that mid lane. Good little move here from Dig, rotating from the mid lane after it's dead all the way up to top.
And here we are, Dignitas. Their entire lineup is here.
Quas, excuse me, has his teleport. So this could be a 5v5 if they want to go for it. If they're not going to go for it, they should be having Quas shove his lane as hard as possible. Oops. Sideways
windfall right there. Late teleport comes in. Curse wait till the turret goes down, but no engage whatsoever. Dignitas, 2 turrets unanswered.
Yeah, a few little mechanical mistakes there from Curse all at the same time. Does cost them that large cooldown for teleport. They already lose the turret and don't get the fight, and they also don't get the shove down bottom. That wave that Quas was working on is not even going to hit the turret. The minion wave is going to stop right before it, and that will be PewDiePie. Very happy PewDiePie.
Yes.
Able to go soak all of that blob money right up.
They'll get to have his pie and eat it too. Ah, Javelin missed. This guy's got to try again. Puts the trap down. There he goes. Blue buff for himself. Even if it didn't, if you didn't hit the turret quickly, like Cruiser still had TP, there was almost no way that was going to nobody.
Yeah, that was just perfect timing there, though. That's going to be a stacked up Bloodthirster. Perfect for PewDiePie. The other thing that's good for them, as we just saw, controlling blue buff. They didn't have any hard time with it, even though it was the dual invade and both teams exchanged blue buffs. There was no small lizard left there to delay the respawn of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was theirs at the very beginning of it all, and they kept it going. So it's interesting to me that Curse is playing so slowly in this game. It feels like one of the games where they lost to CLG, where they were so afraid to make any moves that Counterlogic Gaming like kept pushing, and Curse never actually went to go engage. Like, well, this one's not good yet. This one's not good yet. Dignitas have now answered 4 turrets in the mid game. Curse have engaged exactly 1 fight. No one's making any plays.
I think they've been trying to accommodate the Pharaoh Flare jungler into the lineup here. They were doing their best to hold all of these moves from Dig without having to call Dominate, because he's not going to do that much at turret. Xin Sao not that great when compared to Elise when he's sieging up. Crumbs will obviously have a pretty big advantage in that, able to harass under turret and be ranged. So Curse are sort of biding their time early. I think the biggest mistake for them was that top lane move. They wanted to finally go for it. That was their hard engage. It's the hard engage versus Nidalee. You need to actually
make that play work for them to stay more even in this game.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see 2 minutes till Dragon. That's going to be maybe the next big fight. Dignitas still working the map. Now, Dominate's at 24 stacks now. So he's about at a 15-minute combined, which is still a rather quick clip.
It's really good time for the swap that happened.
Yeah.
And that's what I was talking about, how they were sort of sacrificing little things to try and get him to that point. It's such a huge burst in power when you get the conversion up to a Feral Flare. Because then not only will it stack with the monsters, but also the kills and assists. And the sustain with Xin Sao is amazing. If he builds one defensive item after this, then he will be a fairly effective tank as long as he's able to continue attacking throughout the fight.
Okay, well, here's the test. Curse, they've got nothing else to wait for now. I feel like Jax would likely outscale Dr. Mundo. I mean, Yasuo's always going to be great, but with an exhausting enemy team, you have to question how often do you have to fight to make that finally pay off. Scar, of course, with the Athene's already done. Interestingly enough, actually, doing Athene's versus a physical damage mid laner. You often see all kinds of different builds when you fight, somebody's going to be in your face, deal a lot of AD. But Scar wanting the regen, wanting the siege build.
Yeah. That plus blue buff will be plenty for him. It's interesting, the summer spells now. Okay, double man gank up top.
Nope.
Negative. Now, do you think we will progress to the point where everybody's just running heals and exhausts and teleports, and we even forego flash? Because they're so strong right now, and heal actually gives some move speed. Wait till we see a team fight where there's 4 exhausts.
5 heals, 4 exhausts, and a smite?
Yeah.
I actually wonder, like, I'll entertain the thought, right?
Just try it, and that will be hilarious.
Yeah.
Nobody does any damage.
5 heals the dream. And you run Soraka Lulu.
Oh, God.
Support Karma. AD carry could be Sion.
I am interested to see how the first fight does come out, though, because Scarra's exhaust will be extremely important.
Buddy Fufu gets exploded over the wall. Nothing's going to save him there. Down he goes.
Yeah, that's what we talked about in Champ Select, why Dignitas rely on Kiwi Kid for a lot of the plays to be made, and why they locked in that Annie pretty early for them. Vision control around Dragon comes back up, and they get the jump on Team Curse. Rewarded with an objective. Curse are in a bad spot trying to answer Dragon with mid-turret pressure.
So Quas going to run away. Double Ruby Crystal still in the inventory, actually. Going to wait for a while to combine those the rest of the way up. But Dignitas, now the inside track in the mid lane. Good Javelin hits I Will Dominate. Cruiser going to zone the team away, put a ward down as well. Dignitas are going to stay for this one, but Bunny Fufu off of the wings has the ulti. Puts it down. They stun Crumbs. Quas comes in. Voidway off the wings. He's got 2 Qs to go to the knockup. Puts the wind wall down. Goes back to the engage. Cruiser in the air. They don't go for that one yet, though. The flash is coming across the wall.
He exhausted
the chase still coming through. Cruiser versus Dominate. Dominate wins that fight. Looks like Curse are picking up kills. Voidway still has the ulti to re-engage. Dignitas run away.
So right before this, I called out where is Scar going to use his exhaust. It was down on Mundo. The Sunfire Cape Rush Mundo. Not going to deny a lot of damage, and this is the hard engage versus the Nidalee comp. This is the give and take. Yes, it was a 1-team fight for Curse, but they're still behind in gold, and they've got a long ways to go. Great Solar Flare from Buddy Fufu. They get the engage, and the fallout from damage is quite nice. Dominate comes right in, and they're able to lock up Cruiser here. The exhaust going down on Jax to keep his damage low. Nice jump there from Dominate. The confidence to go after Jax.
Yeah. I'm actually so surprised that Jax even died in a very auto-attack heavy team fight. That he's dealing with Xin Zhao, he's dealing with Yasuo, dealing with Corki, and he's like, actually got focused down pretty early on and died. I'm surprised that a champion who generally excels at not getting auto-attacked was a target and didn't fall.
The double heals also did a lot of work for Curse there. Quas, as we said, on Mundo, bringing even more to the team fight because he is running a heal.
Yeah. And I mean, he's going to get Spirit Visage very soon. He's started the recipe on that one already.
Like, we saw the difference between Flash and heal. This is why I'm bringing up the point of actually dropping Flash, which is nobody has done in a very long time. We saw in that team fight, Cruiser uses his Flash. He flashes out of the fight, but he still dies because Dominate can follow him. But
Dominate flashed.
Whereas Quas was able to add healing for everybody. So yeah, the answer to Flash, more flashes still, so probably won't see it drop off, but I do like the move on Mundo.
Just bring teleport. It's like a longer range flash.
Well, he's got that as well for you.
Yeah. There you go. See? Made it happen. Replace that summoner. Heal is to stay. Flash is optional.
Ooh, gets it right in behind that minion.
And that's before any magic pen or the completed death caps. That will get scarier. Skara doing his piece-by-piece wave clear, sniping out some caster minions. Pink ward's coverage for Dignitas. Looks like Curse is going to let him have this one. Quasten on the top lane. Uh-oh, getting a lot of damage onto him. Bursted down. Cruiser gets the kill credit. 3,000 gold to Dignitas.
Now that's going to give them control of this top lane. They also have a wave coming in, and Nidalee has blue buff. This is perfect scenario for Dignitas. They would love to siege up at this outer turret here and throw spears for as long as they can. Well, I see how well Voyboy can try and protect this with his wind wall. Looks like they don't even want to get close because the dive would be very, very, very real.
It's true. It's 4v5 without any kind of a big front line. Dignitas going to stay, take the damage for it. QtPie picks it up. 5-1 in turrets now. Dignitas well winning the objective game.
And they also run right after that turret goes down because they just saw Quas come up and his teleport is available. They did not want to get another solar flare locking them down.
You know what's interesting about the way this is playing actually is Dignitas have forfeited the last couple of dragons. They're only playing when they get the damage in, when they get the picks. But it's interesting, if Dig keep forfeiting dragons, they have to push quickly because they're basically getting 1 to 2 turrets per dragon that Curse gets, right? And if they can keep that pace, they'll stay ahead in gold. Uh-oh, Kiwi Kid might get turned into a smoothie there. I will dominate going in. 1 hit to go, takes the solo kill. That was nicely done.
Yeah, he might have been able to run a little closer towards Skara, but Kiwi Kid was pretty much dead there. Now the dive could come from Curse.
There we go, slow in from Quas. Skara has nowhere to go except backwards. 1 more hit, puts the exhaust down again, and he goes down to cop another kill now. Curse, keep finding random kills and getting their sieges off that.
Yeah, not only did they get that solo kill, but also the exhaust is going to be down for the next team fight. Meanwhile, dual push here from Dignitas.
That TV's going to stop. He killed the turret. There's no defense right now. QtPie can keep going.
Yeah, though you want the reduced cooldown by teleporting to a turret, you have to use it on a minion because they can't actually kill a minion. The turret can go down. QtPie with a great job, no fear, is able to get the top turret. It's 2 for 1 for Dig here as far as the pushes are concerned.
Will QtPie stay? It's going to be a bad fight. He'll die if he stays for it, most likely. He's going to try to make his escape now. A little bit low on health. Dashes away, gets rid of the slow, but Quas, I don't think he's going to be stopped.
Yeah. QtPie's trying to run over to Jax for some support, but Cruiser.
Summoner heal comes out, the dodge. They get the inhibitor, actually. Quas, now she's forced to defend against Cruiser. QtPie gets away, but he's getting chased by Curse right now.
Yeah, Cruiser runs the opposite way. This is a great strategy here. The crisscross from Dignitas.
Oh,
they get QtPie out the bottom and Cruiser up the top here.
Void doesn't have boots. He couldn't chase down against Lucian. Static Shiv, not as good as boots do.
Oh man, the switcheroo there from Dig. What a beautiful play from them.
Double inhibitor take versus mid inhib being down. What a counterattack. Dignitas continuing to out-strategically play Curse.
Yeah, that was amazing. Skara gets dove mid, and Dignitas make the call to push both sides, gaining so much more than Curse.
So now, Curse, how well can you hold on to these minion waves? Because there's a bunch of gold flooding in. There's 2 basically one-sided minion waves that Curse can farm for XP and gold. So how well does Dig siege mid? How well do they control Dragon and Baron? Or can they siege off the super minions?
I don't know. That was just such a huge swing in power in the last 2 minutes. Curse didn't even get the middle inhibitor after taking down that inhibitor turret, since they all were trying to cut off both members of Dignitas that did the pushing. So much momentum there for Dignitas.
You're going to see another objective go their way. So, 3,000 gold. Interestingly, the gold is actually incredibly still close between these 2 teams. Dignitas up 3 turrets, but the kills are close, right? Minions going back and forth. I'm amazed like how much it feels like Dig are able to create these advantages on very similar powered teams right now.
Yeah, well, it's not like their power is going to fall off either. They've got the Jax and they've got the Nidalee. Like, they are very happy going towards the late game with 2 inhibitors down. They can even, you know, do sneaky Barons. It's a Trinity Force play to the Ruin King Jax. He can do a duo Baron, and they can control mid lane with a blue buff Nidalee. So there's so many options now for Dignitas.
Yeah, well, right now Dig are sweeping away the wards inside of Baron, but there's one to the left that they don't see right now. Quas still holding down to this bottom lane, a giant wave up in the top as well. And Dignitas are going to start this one out. Cruiser's going to get seen, I think, going in towards this.
Not sure if that outer ward. He did ward hop to it, so they might have got a glimpse, but 2 inhibitors down means there's so much pressure. And with the other 3 members of Dig zoning, I don't think there's any way that Curse could actually face check that without terrible results.
Yeah, you're right, Curse aren't even going to try. Quas actually back to his Nexus turrets defending. Baron goes down to Dignitas. 4,000 gold lead, 2 of 3 dragons, the only Baron, of course. And they can make that siege even better next time.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty strong push from Dig here. This might be game-ending siege. They've got that purple and blue Nidalee, and Jax, once he gets Baron buff, is ridiculous, benefiting from both the AP and the AD that it gives. This should be Dignitas making quick work of the mid.
It's going to take a bunch of damage. All of Curse will converge when they can. Voyboy not going to win wall that yet.
So here's what's going to happen is Curse is going to have to make their last-ditch effort here. They have to go for a hard engage, and they have to try and burst down Dig before the dual lines of super minions come in. If they wait, then they are pretty much screwed.
Well, Bunny Fu just took a giant javelin. He's forced to disengage. Turret goes down. Curse stuck in their back of the base. Now 3 inhibs are going to fall. Dignitas. Right now, they own Curse's base. Yeah. Still a 5v5, but there's minions coming in. Dominate takes another javelin. Top inhib respawns. And it's going to be the engage. Dominate gets the knockup. Here comes the fight. Dominate goes down, though. So far, 5v4. Solar Flare comes in a bit late. Cop still putting in damage to the backlines. QTPie finds a second, though. He finds a third. It's going to be Curse getting routed in this fight. Bunny Fufu also going to go down. 26.5 minutes in. Dignitas find their big break. Turret number 1. Turret number 2. Going to be the Nexus. 1-0 Dignitas.
I think Dignitas showed a very good handle on the 4.5 changes here. They punish the Feral Flare play correctly. They get very early pushes going, and they continue with the pressure onto the turrets, always swinging back and forth from top to mid, and using the teleports very effectively. You have to commend Cruiser for his use of the teleport, getting a lot of farm on Jax very early so that he got to that threatening point very quickly in the game.
Yeah, and I gotta call back as well to Coach Scara.
Oh, look how happy he is. Yeah. Everybody, all smiles.
I mean, Kiwi Kid's literally always all smiles, but Scara definitely, the rest of the team, happy about that one. But the Coach Scara point, though, the double inhibitor take was just such a swing in that game. That caused the end game.
And it was Scara being the martyr for that play, too.
Exactly, yeah. But that's the thing, right, is like, right, Scar had those 3-4 weeks back as a coach, right, watching the scrims, informing the team. Again, all his teammates saying they loved how much Scar's tutelage helped them. And then they get the shot call to be like, yeah, you guys push those sides, right? Just the clairvoyance there to say, yeah, go for these. And then once those fell, it was just step by step till Dig won.
Yeah, how important is that macro game perspective? Extremely important, especially with the new changes that have come here.
Yep.
Dignitas just blow Curse away with this one.
Yeah, game 1 of the quarterfinals was exactly what that one was. So, Poke Comp worked out for Dignitas, right?
Yeah.
You know, split push Jax, Nidalee, Lucian, Elise there as well. Some good sort of backline support right there. Leona's there in case, or not Leona, sorry, Andy there in case you need some disengage. The picks that came through for Kiwi Kid actually pretty well. Curse tried the hard engage. They had Yasuo to follow up on the Xin Zhao, to follow up off of Leona. Didn't work. Curse found so few fights. I think there were, 5 kills all game with a hard engage team? That's rough.
I think the draft phase is going to have to go better for Curse next time around because giving up Jax and Nidalee, those are both extremely high priority champions right now. I don't see anybody giving those 2 champions away again. I mean, remember back to the split where Coast, they won all this, they won a streak winning with Jax and with Nidalee.
Yeah.
Just extremely strong combo.
Good thing to watch out for, guys. But for now, we're going to throw it over to the guys at the analyst desk to break down Dignitas' first win of the series.
Thank you very much, Freakin'. It was a good game from Dignitas, swinging, coming out the gates with Scara on the lineup. First pick Nidalee. I want to touch on what Kobe was saying right at the end there. Dignitas got both Jax and Nidalee. As soon as Nidalee was locked in, we were discussing how hard engage is one of the best ways to deal with the Nidalee. There was a Leona fairly on, a Yasuo. I mean, I think Curse had the tools, but they just couldn't stick to Dig long enough.
Yeah, I think they had a good ban pick phase. I think that they had the team comp they wanted to play against Nidalee. It's just people weren't hitting their abilities, and they got out-rotated at the start. You saw they took the 2 turrets to 1, and just Curse looked behind the entire game. It just looks like nerves almost. Quas was behind on CS, and people are just missing skill shots. Like that Leona engage at the top lane is the most critical point of that game. Because if that engage hits and you get off even one kill, you can start pressuring other lanes. And just people missing skill shots.
I think the one thing we underrated when we were previewing this game is Scar's like experience. A lot of these guys on Curse are coming in for the first time. Quas never played in a playoff game. Bunny Fufu's still new to the LCS. Those guys kind of folded under the pressure, and even though Scara didn't have a great game, he didn't choke, right? He played solid enough on Nidalee to just let the game happen.
Yep, he showed up, did his job. I mean, he didn't really have to make any like flashy or clutch plays. Like, hey, I'm here, I'm throwing spears and healing.
The clutchest play that he probably made is when he died in the mid lane because he distracted them long enough to kill 2 inhibitors.
On the same token, the decision-making from Dignitas seemed to be very smart. They, as we talked about, they pressured the side lanes. They kept Curse sort of on the back foot, and every time Curse did engage, as you're saying, it didn't connect well enough. So talk to me about the map pressure that Dignitas was creating and moving around the map. Was it what we expect on 4.5? Where does it rank in terms of overall map movements in contrast to the previous series by CLG, for example?
I mean, it looked pretty similar to how CLG was playing, but I'd say it's more mistakes by Curse that it looks so good because they weren't ready and waiting to kill people when they were trying to deny them vision or putting wards in. When you're putting wards in people's jungle, you're going to expose yourself. You have to blindly go into the jungle, and you could face check the wrong brush, and you could just get instantly killed. And because Curse was just behind on that, and not ready and waiting, and not ready waiting to get the picks, just nothing ever happened, and they just slowly lost, and they bled out.
Yeah, as far as it being a slow loss, I think it was more about just one really bad set of errors that was too much to recover.
That didn't help either.
Well,
inhibitors going down.
I'm happy you bring it up because that's actually the replay that we've got. Let's pull the replay up onto your screens. Before the inhibs go down, it does actually start with Curse getting some kills. So let's roll this replay through. Jat, talk us through this mid-game fight to
at this point, Curse has been waiting so long to try and find an initiation. When they want to get Scar, they just all pile on. But think about where they actually had to commit here. That's 5 people strong to get 1 kill on an Italy in between turrets. And when they go that far, even recalling in between turrets is impossible. So the earliest they could have gotten back would have been Quas teleporting to a minion. But as Saint pointed out earlier, he actually teleported to a turret, which went down, which delayed his back even farther. And at this point, because they had dove so far through, the backup just didn't arrive for the rest of Curse. And Quas, there's not much more he can do on Tank Mundo when there's 2 damage dealers killing inhibitors.
Yeah, I think getting greedy for that teleport was really big. Yeah, it cost him not only top inhib, but bottom inhib too. So just can't be greedy with the summoners.
22 minutes into the game, Super Minions down both lanes. Outside of Curse overcommitting in the mid lane, who needs to get their targets aligned? You know, we talked about in the previous game, they try to find engages. They had an engage comp. They over-aggressed on the engage. How do they fix this now?
I think we just need to take a deep breath and just play it out. I mean, that game literally just looked like nerves to me. I mean, yes, Dignitas had a really good early rotation. I loved what they did where they're like, oh, well, you know what? I'm not even going to get level 3. I'm just going to go start pushing a level 2. Like, what are you going to do about it? And I really like that play. But I think that Curse could have stabilized after that. And it just, nobody was on point. Nobody was being proactive. They're just waiting. They're being reactive rather than proactive.
Anybody outside of Scar on Dignitas' side that stands out in your mind? We talked about Crumbs in particular. Yeah. He picked up Elise again. Elise has fallen somewhat out of favor in recent weeks. Did a pretty good job overall, but I mean, what do you think of his performance and his map pressure himself?
As long as Crumbs is still in the role that he was in midseason, where he's making the majority of the strategic calls for Dignitas, he played fantastically. Just knowing where his minion waves were and when Dignitas did that 2-man off the side push, because honestly, that decision, those 2 minutes, decided the game. It was anyone's game before that, but because the minion waves got out of control, because they had 2 split pushers going at the same time, they were just in a position to win. And because Curse dove in on them, I mean, that has to go to I Will Dominate there. Or no, the other way.
The other way around. Now, on the topic of I Will Dominate, on the side of Curse, picked up the Xin Zhao, got the Feral Flare, sort of mid-tier from what we've seen of the games today already, but a lot of Feral Flare junglers. Xin Zhao didn't do a whole lot to defend against that very map strategic push. Does I Will Dominate have other champions in his pool to maybe help counter if Dignitas do the same strategy or same style of play?
I mean, he definitely has other junglers he plays. Like, he's played junglers that aren't Feral Flare before Feral Flare got introduced. So, of course, he can play those champions. But I don't think that the champions are going to be... I actually like their team comp they had there. I thought it would have been really great if they just got the picks they needed. They just need to start going out and being proactive. They have to go do stuff rather than like, hey, like you're taking our turret, like maybe we'll show up and watch you kill it. Oh, it's dead. Like, all right, we'll see you at the next one.
So hopefully they can avoid it.
Yeah, I actually feel like that's kind of been Curse's weakness all year, though. Whenever they've been losing, we're always saying, they need to go do something, and oftentimes they just let the game lose around them, which is why I feel like they're strongest when they run the hard initiation compositions because it lets them pull the trigger. But they weren't pulling with the right time because of nerves, so they were kind of inactive with the wrong type of team composition, and it's got to be the nerves.
Yep.
Well, we'll have to see if they can fix it going into Game 2. We do have to take a very quick break, but there is still more LCS action to come. As we've mentioned, when we return, this Game 2 as Curse takes on Dignitas, who are one game away from securing a spot in the semi-finals. Keep that browser where it's at. And welcome back to day one of the North American Spring Playoffs. We're gearing up for our next game between Team Curse versus Dignitas. And I'd like to ask you guys just a few more questions, this time looking forward at the match. Let's start with Skara, probably the biggest talking point coming into this game. 0-1-6 in Italy. Seemed to play pretty well, not necessarily a game-changing performance, but what was your take on Skara this matchup, Jet?
I think he did his job, he didn't choke, he was almost a zero-sum for this game. He didn't necessarily make any great plays, but most importantly, he filled the gap in the mid lane and Dignitas got an equal performance out of him.
Now, next on my hit list is going to be Quas. Dr. Mundo, bit of a passive top laner, was against Jax being played by Cruiser. What was your take on Cruiser's performance, on Jax rather?
I thought Cruiser actually played really good. Not only was he up CS early, but he had some he used his TP a lot better. He split pushed out a lot better, and he just did his job better overall. I mean, it's not like he did any like shining plays. He just like, hey, I'm Jax. I'm gonna split push. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
So
worked out in his favor. Bunny Fufu missed some skill shots. You were quite critical maybe earlier on in the game. What do you think of Bunny Fufu coming into now match 2 of the playoffs?
I mean, he's in his senior year of high school, so I can only imagine how much pressure this would be for somebody of his age. So hopefully he can just brush off the nerves. I mean, I hope the team's there to just back him up and take care of him. And yeah, he performed better.
It seems like for Bunny, it's thresh or bust. His karma is pretty good. If they went back to a poke type composition, he could pull that out. But I don't necessarily think that's what Coast style is going to be for the playoffs. They should be back into the diving stuff, which means his Leona plays just got to pick up. And I don't know if I see that happening.
Yeah, it was a tough game. I mean, the few engages he did get in there didn't exactly land those Zenith Blades. Now, the player that did play Dr. Mundo was Quas, of course. Got a bit pushed around, was forced into a situation where he had to defend 2 members of Dignitas and his inhibitors.
Yeah.
What do we think to the Mundo pick? Maybe something a bit more proactive, maybe something he can do a bit different in the game?
I don't really think that the band's picks phase are really what wrong with that game. It's just, you just have to play at the level. And if you're choking and you're just not there, and he showed up the lane, he was like 30 CS behind Jax, and he couldn't fight him at that point. So, and he had some poor TP decisions, he had some weaker rotations. He just has to get his stuff together.
I remember when Quas played in the summer promotion tournament at PAX last year. He choked in that experience. At the very start of the LCS season, he wasn't playing well. As he got more comfortable with the regular season, I probably put him as 3rd best top laner in North America, quite honestly. He didn't play like it that game. He wasn't even close. He is completely consumed by his nerves right now. I don't think it matters what champion he plays. He just needs to settle down, and it's a problem that he has to be able to get past. Now's the time.
So I got one final question for St. Vicious before we throw it back to the casters. If you were Coach Vicious right now, what would you say to a Curse team that we've watched? The summary of our post-game analysis and pre-game build-up now is that Dignitas made right decisions and Curse just individually felt lacking. So Coach Vicious, what would you say to them?
Oh my God. I mean, there's nothing really to tell them. It's just to like, they know that they can play at that level. They know that they're good players. And I mean, even Jad, he's like, yeah, he's like 3rd best top lane in an A. But he's not playing at that level. You just have to take a deep breath and just realize the situation. Just going like, hey, it's just like you're playing at home, man. There's no different. It's just like a scrim. Just go in there and like put it all on the line.
If I could chime in, I would say ban Nidalee because that's what put the most pressure on them overall. And then just do what you want. Just play the game is the biggest thing.
Yep.
Breathing, ban Nidalee, and do what you want, guys. That's the advice. We'll see if they take it. Freaking Kobe, take it away.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. We're here. We're ready. I already banned Nidalee in my mind.
Are you nervous?
A little bit. I'm like cold randomly. I don't know. I've never been like cold up here, but I was like shivering from the air conditioning or something. But you know what? Got playoffs. We got exciting games. Let's see how it's going to go. Going to have champs like going up in just a second. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah. Curse looked pretty focused this time around. And that's actually a team, they've kind of highlighted nerves on that team because Voyboy sometimes, got a little sick before the matches.
Yeah.
This time around, they're talking about Bunny Fufu being very young, Quas's history in the promotion tournament. It seems like those problems are kind of plaguing them, whereas Dignitas, they're on top of the world right now. They're very calm. And they were all smiles.
True.
And they should be because they played it so well. They controlled their minion waves and their aggression very, very well in that game.
They played the game quite nicely, and here we go. The picks and bans coming through once more. I feel like Curse are a team that don't need to change much about this one. Yep, the Annie. Now this time actually going to get banned away from Kiwi Kid. Actually, they have a lot changed. Sorry, they're going to ban away Cruisers, Lee Sin. Now, will it be Nidalee, or will it be the first pick for Voyboy? That's kind of the big question. And then, do you ban Jax to allow yourself to get one and not lose the other?
So Jax is very important. We've already been over how important Nidalee is, but Soraka, you can't forget about this champion.
Yeah.
Extremely important in the meta right now.
No, they go for Crumbs' Elise. They're saying, you know what? We'll remove the early game playmaking, the Annie in the laning phase, the Cruiser Lee Sin that just is so strong. This guarantees Curse gets at least one very high priority pick. Dignitas has to think, okay, well, first, what are they going to first pick, and then what do we want to get to respond to them?
Right, so they could let them all slide and try and grab 2 in response here. We'll have to see what they want to go with on blue side. They also have the guaranteed counter pick to save for whichever lane they feel needs it most. Soraka being the greatest of the evils.
Well, Curse say they just want the jungle presence for I Will Dominate, but
That gives the second in Italy in a row now to Scara, and the Thresh still gets stolen away by Dignitas, so Bunny Fufu is still going to be just that little bit uncomfortable.
All right, so Curse this time around opting not for the Pharaoh Flare. Kha'Zix's extremely powerful, still considered probably the top jungle champion by a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's definitely arguments for the Pharaoh Flare style. Saint really favoring that Xin Sao right now. But Kha'Zix is always in the conversation at least.
Yeah, but the thing that's weird to me is Curse have 0 knockups in this lineup, and they're expecting that Yasuo is some form of engage here, that he's going to actually get to the back line.
I feel like he's kind of hung up on the 1 versus 1 and not quite as much thinking about the 5 versus 5 with the pick. However, the Wind Wall is always a great tool against the Spears, like we highlighted before. However, we saw him a couple missed Wind Walls before, threw it sideways and still got hit by a Spear.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes there from Voyway, but the Jax does get locked in here for Quas. I think that is the right choice for Chris to get a strong top lane on this one. But we'll see if Cruiser can pick a Renekton and beat it up, if it's going to be 2-on-1 or 2-on-2. There's a lot of questions to answer. When you've got Jax in the game, it's going to be Trundle, actually, for the top lane pick to fight against it. And Graves for Cutie Pie.
Yeah, so Quas, when he was facing Jax, decided to go with the Mundo. Cruiser's going to take Trundle into it. I do like that pickup. He should be able to handle it. However, it's probably going to be the 2 versus 1 switches, so we'll see how it works out, especially with Graves being picked up as AD carry. High burst and an AoE there.
Yeah, he's not like the best disengage AD carry. He's short range, hard to siege turrets with it, but I'm like smoke screen, not really so much. Kurt's going to make their choices. Second time the hover on Syndra.
I like him against Kha'Zix, though, because he's a bit tankier.
Yeah.
And he can actually fight Kha'Zix towards the late game. One of the few guys that can do it as an AD carry. Plus, he's got Thresh backing him up, so the backline feels pretty safe here for Dignitas. Anytime you can lock in Thresh and Nidalee as a combo, just right there is the core of a very strong team. Thresh brings so much peel and so much disengage to the Nidalee sieging aspects.
So Curse complete their lineup, though. Jungle, Kha'Zix, top lane Jax. It's going to be Lucian, AD carry, mid lane Lulu. So a couple of new picks up here for Curse. It's going to be a very new look for their mid lane. Are going to change their team.
Well, don't play with me, Krems.
We'll see what Dignitas want to do. I mean, they can still run the same siege kind of composition. Of course, Elise being banned away means it's going to be Evelynn now for Crum. So interesting early game moves are available, getting by some wards.
Yeah, so I do like a 2 versus 1 here for, or a lane swap here for Dignitas. Evelynn is really good at even taking down turrets. Like, people are saying, oh, you kind of reduce her invisibility aspect early on. She can't pressure all these lanes, but she can actually take turrets very quickly. Attack speed buff on her E, and Graves' wave clear is amazing. So yeah. I think they would be strong.
And she's a very fast clearer. I think faster than Kha'Zix a little bit because of the attack speed on the AoE. So she would get to that turret sooner. She would out-damage the Kha'Zix when she does get there. It's going to be a thing to watch out for. Certainly, I feel like Dignitas still put together a good lineup. I think they've still run with the same strengths they had before. I'm going to see what happens with this one. So as the champs are locked in and loading, head on over to Twitter and let us know who you think's going to win.
Yeah, tweet us as always at LOL Esports and use those hashtags DigWin or CurseWin and share your prediction.
Yeah, and we'll see if you guys keep it correct going on over throughout the day. Of course, it started out with a 54% to Dignitas, and well, Dig did win the first game, so.
And this time around, we're seeing similar strategies. We've got Dig with Nidalee, they've got Poke, they have Pillar disengage, they've got Thresh disengage. Curse, once again, they're going with the Leona. They want the hard engage. They're going to try and get in there with Kha'Zix, Lulu ultimate. I feel like Curse are going with the same sort of strategy. As Saint said, they need to execute this time, though.
They're going to have to. They're going to actually have to get up there, make the plays, start the engages, the Leona Solar Flares, the follow-up from Lulu, Jax, Kha'Zix. There's a lot of ways for these guys to jump in if Curse can make those fights actually happen, if they make the decisions, if they go for it.
And they're the ones with the Jax this time around. So they can rely on the snowballing, late game power of Jax. Will Quas be able to utilize his teleport more effectively, though? I mean, that mistake where he teleports to the dying turret really did cost them. In this game, where it's not all about team fights anymore, It's about how you spend your time and how effectively and efficiently you can move around the map. A few seconds like that, teleporting to a dying turret and then having to recall instead, will cost you everything. That's as big as a mistake as getting picked off, as dying in a team fight, misplaying like that.
Absolutely, you saw 2 inhibs went down because of that one. The dance battles have started. Quas doing circles. Cruiser just kind of hopping up and down real quick.
Gotta be careful though.
He's got the moves.
He's lulling him into a false sense of confidence here. Cruiser is pretending it's all fun and games, but it is not all fun and games in that bush.
Yeah, there's a Chain Warden right behind him, ready to protect his turf. And I feel like Trundle, like especially this skin, like that is the leader of a gang.
Oh yeah,
like
it's like
he's got his posse backing him up.
A pack of Velociraptors here trying to trick Quas.
Those are odd-looking Velociraptors. I've never seen a Velociraptor in a dress.
Well, they can open doors, and you didn't expect that, did you?
It's true. They can do that, so you got to be careful. Can they open locks, though? If it's a locked door, can they open it? I don't think so. Curse losing a bit of control here, both in the fan vote and the jungle. Dignitas going to make their way down into this one. Looks like Dig will initiate the 2-on-1.
So Cutie Pie shoots the buckshot over the wall there into Fog of War just to make sure they're not going to get ambushed from that ledge.
It's a very smart choice.
So there's so many things that you have to check for in this early game with so many different strategies of the level 1s coming out. You have to make those small choices like he just did, trying to make sure there's nobody around the corner going to kill them all.
So Crumbs and Cruiser are going to take the blue buff, then the Wolves, and it looks like they will take down this camp as well. Actually, they leave one of the little Wolves up, and they go for the white. So interesting moves. I keep seeing the flash of recall from Kiwi Kid, though I don't think he's actually backing. But I was wondering if they're doing something strategic. He's betting buttons.
He's working on his actions per minute there.
Mm-hmm. Has a bit of a cast time. I think dancing is faster, but it's okay. I will dominate, gonna solo his own part of the jungle. Looks like Quas will join the party late. Similar to last time, actually. Curse sent Quas to solo jungle.
Yeah.
Dominate grabbed both buffs, and then they converge.
They seem to be a little bit more greedy in the early game. And Dignitas, once again, they get the early start on the turret. I like Dig's strategy in this, because both times, even though this time around they're working on the turret with extra damage reduction, they get the jump on Curse, and they sort of force Curse to react to all of their plays as the game progresses. It's sort of advantage Curse right now, or Dignitas.
Yeah, and the thing is, I actually kept track of the minions this time. So Dig took that turret down with 2 minions left of wave number 2, plus all of wave number 3. Curse's push, they're actually lower on minions, actually. Like the cannon minion took a bunch of damage the way before it, all died right here. So Dignitas, significantly faster push.
Yeah, plus they time it so that they hit the second turret with a fully fresh cannon minion. That's the most important part.
So it goes down. Curse eventually going to get rid of this one as well. And now, we did see before.
Full steam ahead.
Wow, they're going for the inhibitor. The recall's starting now, but the wave is there. Curse going to send 2 guys back. Quas doesn't even bother TPing, but it's down below half.
Now the thing is, if you don't actually finish the inhibitor turret, then it costs you, because those regen, and it's hard to get back down there later in the game. But Dignitas are staying here to finish it.
There we go, turret number 3 at 4:08 into the game.
They left a giant line of ranged minions there, so the option is available for Curse to very, very deep freeze. There's no turret there that will thin out the minion line. However, if you do a super deep freeze like that, you give up your pressure elsewhere on the map, and it looks like Jax did not waste any time. It's going right back in his favor, and they will be shoving this back up towards top. And he's got a cannon minion in that pack as well.
Yeah, I mean, Doublelift didn't mince words when he said that you shouldn't freeze this. You give up so much pressure for your team. You should push down and make the play. So,
wow, they're shoving their top back and simultaneously going for Dragon here. So Curse trying to make up for that extra turret that they did lose.
Looks like they're going to get some decent damage. Kiwi Kid going to walk by a ward, but not walk by a Dragon. So he is unaware of this. Voyboy keeps the mid lane pushed as well. He should escape Kiwi Kid successfully, and Curse are going to be right back into this one. Crumbs finally getting his second buff. That was safe the whole time, so that's not too big of a problem.
So they get a little bit of the gold back. Dragon still at the low base value there. And that's been traded for the freeze here from Dignitas. They decided to freeze this side and also farm their jungle instead of going for that dragon.
But the thing for Curse is that push, their entire rest of the team is recalling because they took health doing dragon. That giant push is just free farm for Cutie Pie.
Right. They gave up the big wave. Said the thing to look at a lot in these lane swap starting games is what do you do with that big wave that you get as a result? And Curse weren't able to do anything with it. Well, I guess you can say they traded it for dragon.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
It's a trade there. Cutie Pie happy with that trade, able to soak up a lot of money himself. And that's why I said I'm really excited about the meta now because it gives teams the option to decide who they're feeding their money to. Dignitas are actually deciding to feed their money to the AD carry. A lot of the times they will choose someone else. But since they've got Cruiser with a teleport and Cruiser freezing his lane, they decide to buff up those two players.
Level 5. Hook lands on a cop, actually. Doesn't mean much. No one's there. It's okay. I mean, it's a good hook, to be fair, but no one died.
That is a die-hard Thresh fan.
Yep. And will dominate, makes his way back to the mid lane. No big deal here for Curse. They do put their major resources on this lane. Voibo actually holds top against Cutie Pie. Quas holds the bottom, so the top laner is going to be battling down there on the south side.
Yeah, because they went for the dragon here, Curse, they kind of exchanged global gold, which is balanced out through the team, for focus gold. The focus gold of the two solo lanes for Dig. As we said, it's going to be a powerful Trundle and a powerful Graves.
Well, the rotation, though, Dignitas are going to make their way for this big push. Even Scar's heading his way down. Cutie Pie's going to hold mid, but this is 4 versus 2, 4 versus 3, soon 4 versus 4. And
Giant wave, they're actually letting him have that wave back, so it should equalize now. That was the little bit of advantage that Dig had to work with. They're not able to make a quick enough move, a little bit slow on swinging everybody down there, so they couldn't go for that dive. A lot of times you'll see everybody send, 4 or 5 even people down to that bottom turret when they have that wave to go for a dive. But Dignitas are not able to get it, and that means Jax catches right back up. So, Quas in a good position now.
Yeah, but Dignitas, though, they got the timer on this blue buff. They're pushing it down. Force the rotation out from Curse, take this one away. Cop wards it and says, 5 seconds too slow. His jurisdiction's been breached. Miscreants running around taking blue buffs.
He wasn't able to apprehend the miscreants. Looks like Quas, though, again, shoving it back. And his teleport is available. So, Curse actually, he's trying to ward for himself. He actually wants to stay here pretty deep. This is dangerous.
I want to see how Quas pays out in this one. So the first game he went for Mundo. He opened up double Ruby Crystal, lost his lane with his early items, and unfortunately never really had much to do with the game. Quas this time around triple Doran's Blade, investing heavily in his early game. Level 6 right now, but I guess he actually caught back up with Cruiser in this one. And we'll see if the Jax can actually scale up well this time.
So, once again, a double side lane push for Dignitas. This is how Curse sort of lost the last game. Cutie Pie and Cruiser doing their solo pushes here. They're getting a pretty good advantage over Curse. Curse really need to make something happen. If they send all their resources mid, then you better make something happen mid. Otherwise, you need to go soak up those two side lanes. It looks like this time around, they're going to try and take the waves that Dig have pushed at them.
This is interesting, yeah. So Curse, okay, Quas back to the top lane. I mean, funneling farm out of Jax, I think, is the single best choice they can make right now because it gives them such a late game bet that they can kind of put all their chips on and be like, yeah, well, eventually Jax hits 6 items, then he can do everything for us. And Quas, if he's playing up to par, he's going to have a great game in this one. The thing is, though, Cruiser has been I feel like he's been generally freezing with these lanes. He's not pushing very quickly down. It builds up a very big wave. And we'll see if Dignitas attempt number 2, they can push down this turret.
It's kind of happens inherently when you have Trundle because he doesn't shove very quickly. But it has been the choice, the go-to choice there for Dig so far. So they're making a second try at this. We saw this last time. Cruiser built up a big wave, and they called people down, but Dignitas were a little bit slow swinging down there, and they weren't able to make anything happen with that wave. This time around, they got there first, and they zoned Curse out of getting into defense of that turret. They got to the tri-bush first, zoned away the members of Curse that were trying to come support this turret, and this time, they're rewarded with a whole bunch of damage and a lot of denied minions as well.
Wow, but Dignitas gun shy on that one. They see one glimpse of Curse and say, well, in case Quas TP's in, it's a 5v4.
Yeah.
They back right out. Skara gonna push the mid lane down, but Cop just holds that very easily. That turret is very, very low, though.
Cruiser should probably teleport up top. There we go, able to back just in time. And since he was nurturing that slow wave down bottom, he's in a great place to even take on Jax. So he feels fine going up here to the top side, even with no wards. Dragon up at 10.
Well, that means TP's up for Quas, but not for Cruiser.
And Cruiser is still going to be top. Because like I said, he shoves very slowly. So, Dignitas getting the large wave up top and getting the damage on the bottom turret. This is not them giving up the free dragon. There's a lot of damage on the bottom turret and farm top that they traded for this. Curse again, going for the global gold.
Yeah, and they get it. That's 2 of 2 dragons. They're owning those with a team that will fight very well if they're not getting poked. They're going to win those battles. Cruiser slow pushing top, not going to mean much. Cutie Pie actually, he had the ability to push that bottom turret down and at least shove a wave into it, but realizing that all of Curse were just 2 screens away at Dragon, backed off very early on and said, I don't even want to risk dying to this one, giving away a kill. 12 minutes in, no champions have gone down, but 2 dragons and 5 turrets overall have. And hundreds of poor helpless minions have given their lives as well in this game.
Yes. Now, Dig, they're having a hard time because you cannot really push on to Lulu. So even if they committed more resources there, Voyboy with the strong early wave clear, and he's even gone with a strong early wave clear item build, funneling his power spike into that Morel and Omicron. More power right now in the mid game.
Well, think about it. He's fighting 3 Summoner Heals and a Trundle and a Nidalee. That's, I think it's just straight superior to getting
also, if he got that mastery, the spell thief or the
you always do
one that gives 5 magic % damage on your hit, then his auto attacks even are going to apply that. So he'll be able to apply grievous wounds over and over again.
Anyone below 40%, he can pretty much get the entire team with it. I think it's a really great choice. I'm glad to see that item come back as heal gets more prevalent. Because it will affect the application of the heal.
Yeah.
It removes the debuff after the healing comes through, but you can just keep reapplying it and keep getting him low. Skara getting locked up, huge damage through Summoner Heal. Not going to be enough. First blood goes to Quas. Crumbs pops the ulti. Bunny Fufu locked up a bit. Cutie Pie is going to push the bottom lane successfully. He's going to have to back off.
There's the global gold from that trade that they made earlier that cost them Dragon. This time, though, Scar going down. Man, that was a true stun lock from Curse.
Yep.
They overlapped all of their stuns pretty well there, taking out Scar. He had no chance for any sort of counterplay there, barely getting his flash off, and that's actually double summoners down in addition to dying, so it turned out even worse for him trying to escape.
Very well played. Bunny Fufu gets himself the hand in the first blood. The mid lane turret goes down afterwards as well. So Curse and Dignitas tied in this game. Dig up a turret, Curse up a champion and 2 dragons.
Talk about execution. I mean, that was the big point from the analyst desk. The nerves from Curse. Right there, that was execution.
Bunny played that one really nicely here. So here we go. Mid lane under fire. Another stun up on a Scar. Gets hooked in though. Has to pop the shield. No, he has to flash away though. Very low. Javelin hits. Skara answers back and gets revenge.
Yeah, the pick poke there. Graves, great addition to Nidalee because you can always fire a bunch of burst. The most mage-like of AD carries. And it's also an early power spiking AD carry. When he has Bloodthirster and Last Whisper, he does tremendous amount of attack damage with his abilities in an area. So double sources of damage that you have to worry about. Can't just itemize a single way. All right, so this is Bunny again, landing a pretty good combo, but having to burn his flash and heal for it, and still dying anyway. This is kind of the sniper combo from Dig, the sniper comp. They've got the Nidalee throwing spears or javelins, and Cutie Pie with his, what do you call that, a long-range shotgun, I guess. That's not really sniping.
Doesn't matter. Still works out
Give
for
it to
him.
him.
One thing I do want to actually point out, it's really cool, I didn't think about this yet, is that Graves is really good at destroying an entire minion wave, which helps create the openings, right? It removes all the barriers for javelins. Yeah. Like Graves will one-shot a minion wave, and then you can just throw one down the middle.
Kiwi Kid didn't even need that.
Solar Flare goes in, slows Scar, he's gonna back off. Hook onto Voy Boy. It's gonna be a javelin, hits him for about a quarter of his health.
Teleport is up for Cruiser.
He's gonna show up, there's the ulti in from Crumbs as well. Dignitas on the chase, are they gonna get the damage through? Another one onto Quas, he's gonna run away. The team is gonna stay safe. There's only one 7er heal left for Curse. 2 still up for Dignitas. Looks like
They don't have to be. They don't even have to be that scared right now, Dignitas, because they know the hard engage from Curse is down right now, and the ulti from Kha'Zix is down, so they can't even sneak a Kha'Zix in there for a Lulu ult.
Bunny Fufu once again hooked in, but they don't care about him. They care about the turret. Cop takes another javelin. The turret's gonna go down. There we go. 5-3. Dignitas 1,500 gold up. The siege continues to work for these guys.
Yep, and a giant minion wave stuck at their turret, so the increase in gold will be even more. They can funnel more focused gold, try and get Cutie Pie to that last Whisper. But it looks like they're actually choosing Skara this time around because Cutie Pie is needed for wave clear at mid.
And I guess who's going to play the defense for this one? Dignitas cashing in all their money. Crumb's going to grab his red buff as well. So here we go. We found a couple engages. They've generally, I want to say, worked for Curse. But the problem is those have cooldowns. Dignitas get right back into it.
Yeah, and I like the counterplay from Dignitas. Immediately able to answer with the hooks, and also the slows coming in from Crumbs there. Pillars, by the way, not just for disengage in the poke comps.
Yeah.
Also great for chasing down. I think this is a really nice combo of the right AD carry to pick with Nidalee, since Nidalee doesn't have the long-range wave clear of a lot of other mid laners like Orianna and such. Graves can be the one to hold that mid lane when they're coming in with a push.
Yeah.
Third dragon here. This has been the story for Curse. Though they have given up turrets, they've been controlling the dragons very, very well, which gets increasingly...
Boy really going aggressive. Quas comes around the backside with teleport. Skara gets a lantern though. Kiwi Kid with the save. Dodges a part of the solar flare, but Bunny People goes back in anyway. Takes a bunch of damage. Down goes support. I will dominate now, stuck in the back lines. Played up is going to go down. Double kill for Dignitas.
Kiwi Kid just won that team fight. Not only did he save Skara, but he walks into the face of Leona because the solar flare was predicted behind him, and then he backs up, throwing the box down to counter the engage of Curse. Just all around, so well played by Kiwi Kid there.
Dignitas now up 3,000 gold. They keep finding things to do. They're only 18 minutes in.
All right, so it all starts off with the teleport from Quas. They didn't have vision of the area, so couldn't even see the ward teleport coming in. There's the save from Kiwi Kid. Steps up into Leona's space for the play because he's cut off by the Leona ulti. And then the box catches both of them after they engage.
Yeah, the great burst from Graves comes through as well, right? Level 10, level 11, just Bloodthirster Zerk Greaves, but Cutie Pie helped, of course, get that kill on a Bunny Fufu. We don't see him much, but he's a great champion.
The strong mid spiking of the AD carry is a very big point. He got some buffs too, extra collateral damage for his collateral damage.
And it's fun to watch this because it's so different from how it plays out in solo queue, right? 19 minutes in, team fight, team fight, team fight. Right? These guys have left laning phase very, very early on. Dignitas doing, I would say, almost the bare minimum to keep their minion waves in good shape. But Quas looks to the engaged flash, not going to hand any of the stuns there. Boy, because the knock of the Cruiser, not in the best spot right now. Has to flash backwards, does dodge Glitter Lance. Lantern is coming in a second, though. Takes it away. But Bunny Fufu goes back in for the engage, finds the stun on a Kiwi Kid, locks him down. There goes the Dignitas support. The engage still coming through. Crumbs also has nowhere to go. Another kill picked up. Curse collapsing.
So even though Quas splits the difference on that stun, doesn't lock anybody up, they still chase down 2 kills. Gives them map control, but all the lanes are pushed up towards them, so they can't claim any objectives.
I'm a Cutie Pie actually already pushing the bottom side. No one is there to teleport, and he's got a gigantic minion wave.
Those
could be a turret.
Those picks were not that much of a problem for Dignitas. I mean, they happened at pretty much the perfect moment. since they were shoving up all the waves, they don't lose out on much. Quas will get there in time, at least, to soak up this minion wave for Curse. Not too bad.
Yeah, gets it down to half. Looks like only 1,500 gold, though. Those kills actually meant a lot for Curse's coffers right here. They're not that far down anymore. They're right, and again, Bunny Poopa goes in, finds an engage, and it works. Just anytime it's up, if Curse can keep looking.
So everybody, everybody was looking for that engage and the chase there. You also got to give the props to Quas.
Yeah.
Not letting them take that blue buff and get away with it. Plus, some of the gold that they gained back was because all 3 lanes shoving towards them, so they got a lot of minions to pick up as well.
But Curse have yet to make their way really across the map right here. They've only got 3 turrets down. 2 of those were in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Ooh. Face of the Mountain will be coming in pretty soon here for Bunny Fufu as well. That plus Lulu shields and ulti on either Jax or Kha'Zix means that if they can get a target and stick on them, the team fights here, the 2 melee carries for Curse will be enormous if they can get buffed up. If Dig are not able to use the Nidalee Spears to poke ahead of time, it could be disastrous.
Another engage attempted. Kiwik is going to put the hook down onto I Will Dominate. Not going to go anywhere, though. That is a kill picked up for Curse. Now 4-3 on the map.
Talking about those engages, Rick, you're like, oh, every time Solar player's up, Bunny Fufu goes in. Hey, up! They go in, they get another kill. However, once again, Dignitas are pushing at the same time. So they're not, Curse is not able to claim any objectives after this, and they kind of have to go clean up all the side waves.
You're going to see Crumbs. He's been sitting there in the Baron pit for like 2 minutes now. He's been waiting for something to happen. No one's crossed by him yet. But he's been chilling for quite some time, waiting for his team to start up the Baron attempt. Crumbs now going to start it there with I'm a Cutie Pie.
Not too tanky, but they've got pink ward coverage of it, so gives them some confidence.
Yeah, things come out and they're
They
going to
got
run
no
away.
tank here. Usually when you...
A ward saw Kiwi Kid, or Cutie Pie jump the wall.
Oh, that ward behind red buff is pretty important.
Cutie Pie.
That's really sneaky, actually. Keeping that one up is definitely important. But yeah, usually duoing with the top laner, who has Blade of the Ruin King, would be a lot safer.
Completely agree. But Cruiser can't hop over walls, so...
Yeah, he could flash it.
It's true.
He could teleport to a ward inside there.
I've seen that. I've seen both those. I've seen someone fail a Shyvana ult.
Freak has seen some stuff in his days.
I have. Played this game for more than 4.5 years.
So the teleport is probably going to be burned up top, though, for Cruiser, because right now Quas is shoving it in, so we probably won't be seeing that used into the Baron pit.
No. It's going to be chilling up here. Wow. Like,
it gets it up.
Cursor so...
That's a giant wave.
He's not even pushing it. Okay, here comes the TP, though. Dominate forces to jump away.
Oh, man, that TP sucked.
Yeah, it's going to give a free turret there to Quas in the top lane. It's going to be turret for Dragon, I guess.
Okay, so they lose the top turret for Dragon. They didn't get their engage, though, and their giant cooldown of the teleport is not going to be available here. It's actually Jax could teleport in for the Dragon fight, too. They don't even have to give up this Dragon fight. Bunny Fufu could ult them.
All right, this is the risk. Javelins have
they're not going to go for it, though.
They've not yet landed. They're waiting. How much time can they buy? Culling comes across red team. Good smite there by Crumb. Secures it. But it's going to be now 2 turrets picked up.
All right, so
Dragon.
They wanted to play it safer. This is Curse playing a little safer game. They could teleport in, try and force that fight inside the Dragon pit, which is great for them. You know, they've got Leona. They're the hard engaged team. That's what they want. However, the safer play, trade a secondary turret for the Dragon. Just try and steal the Dragon. Maybe you get lucky with that calling.
Sure. But it's going to mean that Curse are now within 200 gold. Dignitas were fostering up to 3,000 earlier in this game, and Curse have come back very well in the mid game. The picks haven't turned into turrets necessarily, but the Jax split push has come online. Trinity Force done. He's got Bilgewater Cutlass now as well. And Dignitas, really, they've not forced the issue much in a while now. That top inhibitor has been open since minute 4.
Well, I mean, what kind of forcing can they do with Dig? Look at what kind of hard engage is this? Are we like, Kiwi Kid, you got to land a hook. Hey, we're going to slow them down with Crumbs and Cruiser. We just saw how they tried to force that fight down at Dragon 5-on-4. Nobody's going to keep them there long enough for the teleport to come in.
I'm saying for this kind of team, like, set up the siege, right?
Yeah.
Like, get the lanes in a decent situation, like, make Quas TP to something, and then you have that sort of small gap where it's like, if Quas pushes, he can't join for a 4v5, and, like, set up a siege somewhere. Go pressure the top inhibitor. Like, Curse can't not defend that.
I definitely agree. They need a blue buff on Skara. Check. Now, try and use that to your advantage. Maybe go for the siege. You rely on Kiwi Kid's disengage. He's got a talisman. That would be a miracle hook if you could get it over that wall.
Not gonna happen. Voyboy. Waiting for Dominate to help secure the blue.
Dignitas are kind of forced into doing this Baron. There's a Jack split pushing against them. This is a bad place to be forced into when you're the Nidalee team here. Curse, they've got, again, Bunny Fufu ultimate ready. They can go for this Baron fight or trade for the inhibitor.
Well, this one's down to about 1/4. Box comes down, Solar Flare as well. Will they stick for it? In comes Dominate, picks up 1 kill, and the fight is on. Cruiser, he's gonna be going down. Many kills picked up. Great smite by Crumbs, but Dig are on the run. Quas finds another. Huge kills coming for Curse, 3 so far. I'm a Cutie Pie is on the run. Dominate doing what he can to slow him down. The flash over the wall for both these guys. Cutie Pie's looking more damage, does have the quick draw. Quas can't chase him down, but it's a 5v2. Curse can pick up more.
Yeah, the discrepancy in summoner spells there with the teleport advantage to the Curse team, who has also the hard engage advantage. Well, there comes Skara.
And Curse stop fighting. They back off because the respawns come in. Cop does get the mid turret down. That's a really good pickup.
All right, so they got the Baron buff, and they actually did not even lose that inhibitor turret. So Dignitas, you know, Crumb staying in there with the smite.
Wow.
And then Skara coming up huge with the javelins.
You know, he went Morellonomicon.
That's
He's missing 40 MR.
It looked like a pretty good outplay from Curse, but since they didn't get the inhibitor turret or steal away the Baron, and then they also gave up that kill right there. Dignitas sitting pretty.
Yeah, the overall trade was Curse got 2 kills in a turret, or plus 2 kills in a turret, and Dignitas got a Baron on them. You can see the gold.
Yeah.
Same as it was before, plus 300 gold for Dignitas, but they're wearing 2 Baron buffs.
The Baron buff should definitely give them the confidence to go for that siege that you were talking about, to force something, to force that fight.
Force Dominate away. The Ascension is used as well. How well can Kha'Zix escape right now?
Whoa!
The flash, the pillar. Dominate is gonna be slowed, and the pink ward reveals. The hook comes in as well, and they pick him off. They do force it. Cop, though, dealing some damage to the back line. Another hook into the box. Big damage. Solar Flare hits onto 4. Dignitas now forced to run. Kiwi Kid taking some damage. Crumbs the front line, taking huge chunks out of his health. He's gonna go down. Voyboy leads the counterattack. 4 versus 4. Bunny forced to run away. Another javelin misses. Cop takes down Cutie Pie. Skara on the retreat. Curse taking big chunks of damage down. Skara tries to run. The Morellonomicon helps a little bit. There was a +1 fight for Curse.
Oh, Dignitas going for turret dives when Curse still have the hard engage, and they definitely paid for it. Now Skara, though, you gotta be careful chasing in Nidalee. It's not like Singe, where you slowly burn down.
You just instantly die. Bunny Fufu, how good's the flay? How good's the play from Kiwi Kid?
Timing, gotta watch the timing on this one.
Good play. Nicely done, Kiwi Kid. Nicely done.
Hey.
He hooks him to be sure.
Yeah, get out my face. Kiwi Kid has been making some pretty good plays. Got out a couple times, but man, that last fight was huge. I hope we'll get a recount of that one. Because so many things happened. I mean, the Baron buff, as I said, it was going to give them the confidence to try and siege up. However, they opt to go for the tower dive. And, you know, Bunny Fufu comes in. He came up big, actually, stunning again. So, Kiwi Kid, that was 1 hook that awarded them 1 kill. This is another hook that awards them some positioning. The ult from Graves, actually, Bunny takes that one to the face and it explodes behind him, so they don't get that one. But Bunny is actually going to flash in again just for the stun on Cutie Pie. And I want to see why Cutie Pie sort of walks back into the team here. He's just walking slowly back into the team. That's not optimal.
Yeah, that wasn't good. Scar actually missed a lot of javelins there as well. I saw him hit 1 of 3 so far.
Hey, he hit that one on Lulu to kill him.
Yeah, it's true. But
yeah, you're right. Right there, he did miss a few. I think the bigger detriment for Dig was Graves just walking and not auto back in there. He was also slowed right into the team.
He's the tankiest of the AD carries. It's fine. You can frontline it. No.
Yeah, apparently it is not fine.
Apparently not. But Last Whisper now completed for Cutie Pie. It's his 3rd pickup. Oh, I will Dominate off to the side. Good engage by Crumbs. Dominate goes to the back line, looks for Skara. The hook from Kiwi Kid might keep the safe. Cruiser finds 1 kill. Dominate keeps the shield, stays alive. 1-for-1 fight. Curse firing from the back lines. Cop doing some great damage. Cruiser still chasing down. Quath in the mix as well. Crumb's forced to run. Lantern saves Cruiser. But Curse so far winning these scraps, another 2 for 1.
Well, the poke's not done yet. Scar's got more targets.
But so does Cop. Nope, disengage. All right, Scar's not done.
I think. Okay, this is very dangerous.
Curse are low.
I mean, Scar's got the double buffs here. This is a very interesting choice here. One spear lands. There's no smite, so they'll get the dragon at least.
And
double hops. Okay, so looks like Cop slapped Scar with a restraining order, keeping him away from the rest of the team there, and is able to zone them off long enough to award them the dragon and safe escape.
Yeah, so Curse turning it back on 20 minutes into the game. You can see they've equalized turrets now 6-6. They finally started to grab their own dragons as well. They're up 5 kills and they're up 2,000 gold now in this game. Dignitas Curse weathered the storm, got their items in, and they're finding much better fights.
Shall we check back in with that hashtag who's going to win the game dealio? Because this is exciting. Back and forth. Dig now a little bit down in gold. However, the poke versus hard engage is always an age-old battle that could go either way, depending on the accuracy of a few spears or a few solar flares.
Well, it's all about skill shots. They call them that for a reason. You got to aim well if you want to make it happen. Skara knocking down minions in the mid lane. 246 minions in that guy. With the javelin to I will dominate. He's got to back off.
Oh. Strongly in favor of Dig now.
Yeah.
And they're actually behind in gold.
It is cumulative over the course of the game, so they're winning for a lot of it. You guys got to go back and vote twice as hard if you think Curse is going to win.
All right, so.
Nope, still going to Dig.
People
still think Dig's going to win. All right.
Teleports are up for both of these guys here, so I'm actually interested to see, since it's been so long since we've had the matchup of Jax actually fighting Trundle in a lane, which one would have the advantage? Right now, I think that it would be heavily in favor of Quas, and he could probably bully Cruiser around.
Yeah, he's up an item.
If they met up.
It's like a little bit of health versus a freaking Trinity Force. Like,
yeah,
no
because of that. Did go for the hard engage.
There comes the ulti. Wow, down goes Cop at the start. Bunny Fufu in the front lines. In comes everybody else. Quas back there, chunking down Cutie Pie. Dominate stays alive. 1-for-1 so far. A cluster of champions. Quas puts out more damage. Flashes out. Crumbs on the chase. The shield might just keep him safe. Javelin won't land.
Leap strike is up. Can he get a minion? Oh, the trinket ward. 2 for 2. We did question Dig's ability to hard engage, and I was like, oh, what are you going to do? Count on Kiwi Kid's hook? Yes. Yes, they will. They will 100% count on Kiwi Kid for the hard engage, and they get a pick before the team fight even starts, but they're going to kill Scar
for the turret. He dies for the inhib turret. Another kill to Quas. Quas is 5-0-7 now. He picked up, I think, all three kills in that fight. That is a scary Jax.
All right, so definitely if he ever meets up with Trundle, he's going to crush him now.
Yeah.
Looks like they're turning their eyes towards Baron here with their jungler just spawning. They have to have Dominate there because Crumbs could get in there and sneak in there with a smite.
Well, they're looking for Cruiser, though, who's got really nowhere to go. Slowed down by the Glitter Lance. Quas finds another 6-0-7 on Jax. Continues the push.
All right, Jax's late game status here.
Word comes down, Crumbs.
Crumbs has to be careful about showing his face, but if he makes a quick move in there, he could steal it.
Well, some damage comes through, actually. Quas finding another kill. Kiwi Kid goes down. Crumbs still waiting in the wings. Can he get the steal?
Kha'Zix is here, so it's going to be ridiculously hard for him to get it.
Crumbs got it! What? He got the Baron! I'm a Cutie Pie will die to Quas. Crumbs will die for his service. It might not be enough.
Oh, they're probably gonna lose most of their base here, but go Crumbs, that was ridiculous.
Hashtag worth it right here.
Wow.
Curse moving in for the inhib. They'll get the inhib turret.
Oh, they're gonna at least get the inhib here.
Oh man, they can get the game. Skara.
Oh no, Dominate going way too deep.
Skara, Javelin, nope, all right. Mid inhib goes down. Curse aren't done yet.
Yeah, 20 seconds. I think they
5v3.
Warboy's low on mana though.
Hook comes in, a little bit of damage. This could be good. Turret number 1. Here comes the engage for turret number 2. The Baron might not be enough anyway. Damage comes through. The Nexus, the only thing standing. Curse, focus it down, and they're going to bring it back in game 2. 35 minutes in, we got ourselves a match.
Oh, that was a good game.
Yeah.
Now that was a good game. The Curse, they shake off the nerves. They go hard engage into the poke one more time. They get it this time.
Yeah, they did. And even though 2 Barons, I think it was 2 Barons with the Dignitas, Curse still made it happen. Pick a couple different champions. Quas super stepped up that time. That was the big one. Bunny went for some engages, made those happen as well. And the follow through was there. Dive in the front line. Voyboy supported Quas the entire way through. You can see him on the screen, happy with that win, of course. Very much a team effort in that game.
Crumbs with the YOLO Baron steal at the end was impressive. If everyone else hadn't have died to Quas jumping over the Baron wall over and over, catching people and just killing all of them, then they could have held out.
Yeah, Quas won them the game off those picks, basically.
Quas definitely won them the game at the end there. The Jax, after the team fight where he got 3 more kills, he was rolling over everybody.
So very impressive play now in this one. We're going to have the game 3, and now you got to think about, like, these guys got to change things up a little bit because
do they? Do they? That could have gone either way. That was.
I'm not sure, right? But it feels like if you look at the progression, right? Like, okay, Poke Comp game 1 worked. Curse was too pensive to play it. Curse stood up for themselves a bit more, found the engages, and it's like, well, and honestly, Scar was not hitting javelins that game.
Yeah.
He flatly wasn't, and so it's like maybe look at something else. I think Jax once again becomes top priority. I think it's a first picker ban because we've seen him just do so much. I was surprised that he got to be picked so late. Like the steal on Thresh was a higher priority, the Lucian grab was a higher priority, but it let Quas have that late game potential. I feel like that champ moves up in priority, and I wonder then, are Dig comfortable to run a poke comp against a team that are actually engaging properly?
Yeah, I don't know. Since Curse performed so well this time with it, I mean, anytime you do have this matchup where you have the poke versus hard engage, the onus of action is always on the team that is taking the Leona, that's trying to kill Nitty, hard engage on her.
Yeah.
So it's up to them to either make the mistakes or actually win the games. They're going to have to take action. If they don't, and you do nothing, that's what happens in game 1.
Yeah.
Or if you do and you mess up. And Dignitas, though, you can run poke comps if you don't have faith in your enemies. You think that they'll either mess up or they'll be indecisive.
Yeah.
This time around, I don't think they can take that chance with Curse.
Yeah, so then it's like, do you change your pick and ban phase? Do you remove Leona as an extra ban, right? They can also be on blue side. They can first pick the Jax to deny that one, the clutch pick, right? Still ban away, ban away the Thresh, ban away the Leona, and just like, okay, your gauge is gone. We can make you passive again.
So because it wasn't like an amazing Nidalee performance, I don't think they want to tailor everything around focusing on getting Nidalee and doing poke again and trying to ban out the counters to poke. There's a lot of things that you can take to run into poke.
Okay.
So I think that they'll probably use a different strategy.
Okay, well, we'll see what it is. We're going to toss it over to Quickshot Kobe. Nope, Quickshot Jat and St. Vicious to walk us through Curse's big win.
Thank you very much, Freak. And with that win, Curse have tied up the series, and we'll be taking Dignitas into a game 3. There's a whole lot to talk about in that game. I want to go right back to the beginning very quickly, because the second game in a row now that I felt Dignitas got a slight advantage early on. 4.5, 5 minutes in the clock. Curse lost their inhibitor turret, and we were looking at a Quas like hesitated to jump in with Jackson. It was against 4 members, of course. But the early tower swapping, not necessarily Curse's strong point so far this series.
Yeah, it looked like Quas was a little late getting to the 2v1, and he also, he was hesitant jumping in. Nobody really had mana, and you had people right behind you. The tower was still up. I think he should have been a little bit more aggressive with that, but I mean, he brushed the nerves off pretty quick, and he like took that game over.
Yeah, Quas went 8-0-7 on Jax. And Saint and I were talking about this too. This was one of the craziest games we've seen all split. There were a lot of fights down the stretch in the last 5 or 10 minutes that could have ended the series.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous that Curse ended up pulling this one out.
Yeah, very exciting to watch. Now, talk to me why that mid-game went as back and forth as it did. I do want to highlight that I think both Bunny Fufu and Kiwi Kid stepped up their engages. I seen much more skill shots landing. And at different points. But at the end of the day, most of the fights went in favor of Curse. Is it purely because they had hard engage and their champions did slightly better in those fights? Or was it Dig being out of position? What's your take?
I think they proved really early on that they were able to close in on positioning if Dignitas was anywhere. The amount of times they could jump onto Scar's Nidalee really early on, we saw them pile on the mid lane once they killed Scar. And at that point, we're saying, yeah, they can kill Nidalee if they get the positioning. And it was Curse, I feel like, relaxing, bringing a much harder initiation onto their team. The Jax for Quas, taking it out of the hands for Cruiser, was huge. And I think that's probably the contested pick coming in Game 3.
Yeah, I think Jax is probably going to be the biggest contested pick here. I mean, Cruiser shined on it, Quas shined on it, and it just like takes the game over. There was one fight where Cop, the fight started with him getting hooked and instantly killed. And I was like, oh my god, it's done for Curse, it's over.
And then Quas just jumped in.
Yeah, I was like, oh god. And we just ended up cleaning the whole fight up, and
we'll get to that a little bit later. I do want to quickly just touch on Bunny Fufu and Leona. Game 1, not that great. This game was a lot better. There was a kill in 13 or 14 minutes where he completely stun-locked Skara. Then less than 2 minutes later, he sort of re-engages defending his turret, goes down. I was much happier with his performance in Game 2. You touched on the fact that Quas sort of shook off some of the nerves. In general, Curse seemed more alive in this game. And do you think it is just settling down and getting into the rhythm again?
yeah, I think so. I mean, they were still a little bit behind when it came to the rotations, but at least they were there to defend the turret this time. And yeah, they were actually there holding the turrets and prolonging the game and taking it out of that fast push that Nidalee really likes. So I think that's a big factor.
I would say as the game progressed, they got more and more over their nerves. Right at the start, Quas is a little hesitant. Even through the mid game, Bunny Fufu was making some bad mistakes, but by the end of it, they seemed comfortable. And I think that carries all the momentum through to the next game.
Well, we'll see, because one of the things that gave them a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence was a Baron, let me put it that way. Let's pull the first replay up onto your screen right now. Old Dignitas, Scar is back. They start the B word, as we have seen countless times before. Chat, do you want to talk us through Curse's positioning and maybe what Dignitas did or didn't do right? Let's roll this replay.
It actually felt like Curse might actually win the game straight off of this one, because there is a Jax split pushing. All 5 members of Curse are at full health, and he has the teleport up with the pink ward inside. It is just a disaster waiting to happen. Look how low they are before the fight even starts. Yes, Kiwi could got a flay onto I Will Dominate, and thank God Crumbs was able to smite this one down, because it could have been a disaster. You trap 5 people in the Baron Pit like that against a Lulu, Glitterlance, all the shields, and a Jax. It's just death.
And that's exactly what we've seen. Atypical Dignitas. I mean, they shook off the B word towards the middle of the spring split this time round, costing them. I think one of the questions I have to ask you is, did Dignitas need to go for Baron? I mean, you've seen on the map there, Jax was busy split pushing. He already had his Trinity Force built by that point, and Quas was becoming that monster. Was that the tool they needed, or were there other options available to Dignitas?
I think that they definitely had to go for Baron there. That's just what Jax does. He makes you force your hand. And Jax still had the TP up, so he could come into Baron. Wasn't Trundle's TP down? I'm pretty sure it was down at the time. Yeah, so he has no TP to sit there and hold the Jax. They have to force something. They have to force Jax to come to the fight. Like, thank God for Dignitas that Crumbs did end up hitting that smite. If he didn't, that would have probably been the end of the game right there.
Yeah, he hit a couple smites. I would say they didn't need to go for Baron in that fashion necessarily. I think they probably should have actually had Cruiser back on Trundle and try and just force Dignitas to TP in and try a 5v4 Baron, because at least they wouldn't just be opting into a screwed up fight for them. Overall, though, they were in a bad situation, and I think they made a slightly suboptimal call.
Well, I really like the decision-making in this game, because you've seen it swing in control from each team. Now, the team fight we were discussing a little bit earlier, where Quas just jumps in. This is our second replay. Let's pull this one up onto your screens. It takes place fairly late in the game, a couple of minutes before it ends, actually, and it's going to take place in this middle lane. So let's roll this one out. And Saint, I know you were talking quite excitedly about Quas and how he just sort of man-modes it up here once the fight breaks out.
Yeah, so I see this happening. I'm like, all right, nice. They're going to get away. And then somehow Kiwi Kid hit so many good hooks this game. And you can see it right here. He just nailed one right on Cop and just blew him up instantly. I thought this was the end of the game right here. But Quas is just such a powerhouse at this point. You can see him. He's just bulldozing Cutie Pie down. He doesn't care who is on him. Just takes out 2 members of the team on his own. So I think in a straight head-to-head team fight, Curse is just a much better team. You can't fight head-on with Nidalee. You have to hit a little bit of poke first.
Very good play there from Dignitas. The Jax really shining through. So 2 for 2 on Jax this series so far. Both teams, some minor mistakes here and there. But in general, that was a little bit more about Curse, especially in comparison to Game 1. They're feeling good. You've discussed the momentum. Pretty happy with their performance so far.
I think Curse was actually a little lucky to win that game because of the mistakes they made earlier. I think of the Dragon fight that happened earlier on in the game where they tried to kill Voy Boy, then Bunny Fufu went in and died, and like, oh, at least they got the Dragon, but they're down like 3,000 or 4,000 gold. I do think they played much more to their style, and the momentum should carry them through to Game 3. But man, that game was so crazy. Even now, it's like a 55-45 who wins.
Well, we're hearing about the Twitter vote, #CurseWin, #DigWin. We've been talking predictions, we've talked momentum. I want to know who's taking the series. Jet, is it Dignitas or Curse that will face Cloud9 tomorrow?
That is a bold thing. Right now, I have to go with Curse with the momentum.
Saint?
Well,
he can't.
I wonder who I'm
This is such a
say.
tough seat to be in.
Maybe
lock it in.
Curse.
Maybe Curse. Not convinced, though.
No, I don't know.
It's incredibly close.
They're momentum-based. I'd say they're a heavily momentum-based team, and the nerves are gone, and they do the right band pick phase. Hopefully they carry it
See,
through.
not convinced. So Jet's feeling the confidence, Saint locking it in. We'll have to see how it works out. Guys, we do need to take a very quick break. And when we come back, it is Game 3 between Dignitas versus Curse to see who will come out on top and advance to our second semi-final series. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the North American LCS Spring Playoffs. It is time for our final match of the day, Game 3 between Dignitas versus Curse. the spot in the semifinals on the line. I want to talk about some players, as I like to do as we preview this. Let's start with supports. Bunny Fufu, Leona, both games. Game 1, not so great. Game 2, significantly better. If he gets Leona again in Game 3, you have to feel that those engages are very important for Curse. What's your take, Saint, on Bunny's performance so far?
He played a lot better this game, but he still had some really bad plays, like the one where they're defending the turret early in the game, and then also trying to engage on Thresh when they were trying to pick Nidalee around Dragon. So needs to pick his engages a little bit better, but overall he's starting to, he's becoming more comfortable.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Saint said. It's just a matter of him finding his bearings. And if there's, in some miracle world, he gets Thresh, I think it's going to be 100%, but that's probably unlikely.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. So, Thresh, now that you brought it up, played by Kiwi Kid in the previous game, had some fantastic hooks in the latter stages of the game. Ended up going 2-8-13. I think his hooks were great, but they may have been a little too late. What do you think, chat?
Yeah, I mean, across the series, that's a score. 0-5-8 on Thresh. The score doesn't do him justice. He was making a ton of plays for these guys. He almost won the game when he found the hook onto Cop. And it was only Quas and Voidboy that miraculously pulled that fight back. Kiwi Kid is playing some of the best support I've actually ever seen him play in this series.
That's good. He's going to need to draw from some of that ability going into Game 3. Talking about Game 3, we are just moments away from kicking it off. Something that I want to discuss is picks and bans. I know, Saint, you were highlighting how picks and bans for Curse is going to be very important as we were wrapping up Game 2. Rise has been banned up both times, and on the red side, Curse banned Soraka Game 1, Dignitas banned Soraka Game 2. We've seen Soraka being played by CLG. Is she that powerful? Is it a new red side ban, Jet?
I think it's trending that way, especially with the way these two teams like to play. They just like to bash into each other and fight, and if you do that against Soraka, the Star Call will win, and it would win you the game. I think Curse is up against a wall here because they have to ban Soraka. I think they should ban Nidalee, and then you also want to control Jax, and you're giving them a chance of first picking Jax. That might end up being their 3 bans, otherwise they're giving up something they want.
Well, the other option they can do is they can just leave all the OPs up, and they're like, all right, well, let's see who plays it better. And if you're on purple side and you leave more than one OP up and the other person picks it, you can just have access to even more champions since you can pick 2 champions on the second rotation.
Do you consider that maybe the strategy Dig tried last game? They left Jax up. That they first picked Kha'Zix from Curse, and it was a Thresh and a Nidalee lock-in for Dignitas. You have to feel that Scarra's maybe rustiness and some of the other champions could be a factor in that. What is Dignitas' priorities for Game 3 picks and bans? Nidalee first pick again? Yeah. If you consider how important Jax has been?
I think it depends on what's up. I think if Jax is up, you're going to definitely see that first pick. If Soraka's up, that's definitely going to be first pick. I think actually Dignitas made a mistake by first picking Nidalee because A, it shows how much they prioritize that champion. So they really showed their hand with that. And B, yeah, you can be counterpicked. Like you can have these hard brawling engage team comps, and it just hurt them.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Wild West right now as far as picks and bans are going on this 4.5 patch. There's too many things that these teams want to ban, but at least with these guys where they do seem to play all the things they're banning, maybe it's a chance to just, we don't see it that often, ban Urgot, ban the things that no one's going to pick in this game, ban Varus, ban Ezreal, because they're not priority picks for these two teams, and just let the cards fall. That could be an interesting strategy to mix things up.
I'll go big or go home. We are about to find out what these teams decide to do, so let's send it back over to Freak and Kobe for all the action.
Thank you very much. Quick
I do
shot.
want to say, you don't have to like ban Urgot and ban Varus and stuff. You can target ban one specific person on the team. Then you don't throw away your bans.
Right.
You're like, haha.
There's select bans. There's Annie away from Kiwi Kid. Right? There's like Yasuo away from Voidboy. There's like Mundo away from Quas. Like these aren't like the best champions, but they're one-sided bans. It's like, look, we'll both contest Jax, but you don't get your second pick. Like that's the way you do it.
Are you excited?
I am. I'm sorry. I'm
excited.
I love picking ban faces. They're an interesting puzzle. It's also a great freaking game. Loser of this game plays Coast.
I do think they're right. Jax probably moved up a tier for Dignitas because they first picked Nid twice and didn't work out.
Yeah, it's incredibly important, right? And so we are in a picks and bans. It's going to be an interesting matchup here. And I do want to see what these guys have decided. You know, you get a 5-10 minute break between games to say, okay, let's wrap our head around it. These are things that are important to us. Cruisers Lee Sin every single time. Okay, I understand that. One-sided ban for the most part. LeBlanc away from Void. Okay, again, that's fine. Bunny Fufu's Thresh, right? Still generally one-sided bans. Like, yes, Kiwi Kid plays, yes, he's good at it, but like, it's a targeted ban more than it's like the, well, it's Soraka. Of course you have to.
Yeah. I think that's the way to go. All right, so the Kha'Zix actually this time here. going to be banned as well.
It's Curse first picked it, and I think they banned it both the other games. So last ban is Soraka. That's going to be the Jax. Yeah, of course.
And there it is. Dignitas have realigned their priorities here. Jax taking the place of Nidalee. He's moved up a notch in the power, and they've decided to lock that one in. I mean, nobody's going to argue against that right now.
Yeah, but I want to
current state of the game. I mean, Korea, same thing.
Absolutely.
Highly valued. Europe. Highly valued. All across the world.
What I want to see is Curse to go for a 2v2 and play Renekton. Because we've had 2-on-1s every single game, right? Jax just gets to freeze lane at some point, TP to the farm, and reach late game. Like, nothing threatens
I do feel like that is risky. Like, how can you guarantee that you're going to get the matchup with Jax versus Renekton? If Jax has an early lead, if Jax goes to a lane you don't expect him to go, and Renekton has to follow him there, getting a half a wave short or a wave later, then Jax actually can win that lane matchup.
But you can summon a TP to the turret right off the bat. Like, you'll see him and you'll miss at most a minion.
All right, that's true.
That's my take on it, right?
True.
You're gonna run teleport anyway. Like, you don't seek a matchup and then go ignite. Like, that's like the worst idea ever, because if you fail, you're screwed.
It's just risky. I mean,
sure.
And then you always still have to worry about the end game. I mean,
of course. But you figure, look, you know, right? I'm talking about Curse right here. Like, Cop and Bunny Fufu, incredibly strong lane. Like, they should be able to, like, you should, if you're gonna try to win a game, you should be confident in the fact that you can win a headset matchup. If you're dodging that, it just sets you farther back. Dignitas, they're gonna get 2 cover picks for themselves. They're gonna get the Nidalee mid anyway with the Soraka ban. They're gonna get Andy for Kiwi Kid here, which is a great choice, of course, on him. And so Dig has a lot of things they want.
The thing, if they went with a Renekton now, and then have a Renekton and a Xin Zhao, and if they do not capitalize on the early moves, then they would have a very rough time. Fiora into Jax is not usually a good idea. Anytime a regular ability counters your ultimate, it's not a good matchup. Jax can just pop his Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Chris gonna look for the engage again. Makes a lot of sense running Leona here. Lucian, of course, was such a high priority pick. I'm surprised that Lucian's been so important for both these teams. Like, Curse have like first rotationed it on red side, I think both times here. Really wanted that champion.
This time around, I thought that Curse was gonna bring the momentum to this game and carry it through actually, but I like this early picks and bans here for Dignitas. They're going back to what worked in game 1.
They have almost entirely the level, their game 1 comp, except that now Cutie Pie didn't get Lucian. He's now got Graves here. So Dignitas in a comfortable strat where they won game 1 convincingly.
Yeah.
Curse, they've got some mix of engage. I mean, they might go back to Yasuo.
Ooh, interesting wrinkle here. They don't have to fully rely on Leona if they can get this TF.
Okay.
However, Jax late game split pushing versus TF's late game split pushing, Jax will crush your face.
That's true. The thing is, Bunny is like laughing as he clicked a Kali. I want it to be the case, but it's it's Curse gonna play basically the mix of game 1 and 2. Gonna say, okay, yep, Xin Zhao jungle, but instead of Yasuo, you're right, the engage wasn't very good. Run the default Lulu. Voy has been good on Lulu this year.
Huh.
But the damage is low on this
I'm
team.
gonna say, if they get the engage, how are they gonna burst down somebody?
How do they kill Jax?
They gotta work with the early game here. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I think Dignitas have a little bit of an edge here if they are able to play the beginning of the game out as they want.
I wonder what Mundo's gonna do in this one. I do like Mundo coming back in with Summoner Heal. You can remove Ignite, makes your ult more powerful. I understand Mundo. I'm just curious about Mundo into Jax because I feel like you get out late gamed and out laned.
You're only gonna bring 1 Ignite here, max.
True.
If Kiwi Kid decides to bring Ignite even. So the removing Ignite thing, I don't even think is that big of a deal anymore. And I think it's important that this is a comfort pick for Quas.
Yeah.
At least he's confident on this champion.
It's true. They talked about that in the video.
But man, we're going to have to watch how the early movements around the map go because I think a lot of it will rely on the early shoving here.
Yeah. Well, we'll see in the first few minutes, guys. The teams are loading onto the Rift, so head over to Twitter and let us know who you think's going to win.
Yes. Tweet us at LOL Esports as usual and use that hashtag DigWin or CurseWin depending on who you think will take this series.
All right. Well, it's the climactic game 3 here. It's the important match. So what it all comes down to here, CLG convincing 2-0, 63 minutes total game time. Here we are to this matchup. Roughly 30-minute games both times around. Game 3 up in front of us right now. Dignitas running the same strategy every single game. Curse running pretty similar as well.
I mean, if they only had a couple days to practice with Skara, they could focus just on one strategy.
Yeah.
That's probably what they've spent most of their time on. So Dig actually pretty happy probably with pick spans for the whole series so far.
Yeah.
Since Skara's had such little time back.
And
Not having to change much.
Yeah. And I think about Curse here, and I'm like, you guys had better be incredibly confident that you figured out how to beat Dignitas, because Dig got basically the same comp.
Yes.
They got the exact team comp from game 1 with the switch of Graves. So
who brings that wave clear that they need when they run Nidalee. So I think that's even like a really good, they didn't lose out anything switching those AD carries. He also has amazing burst with Annie. I mean, basically it's the same sniper idea. If Nidalee lands a spear, then there's so many things they can follow up on to execute whoever just got speared. It's not only going to take someone down to half-life, it takes someone down to the critical danger zone where you can lose a person and then lose an objective right after.
Absolutely.
There's flash tippers that start things out. I mean, there's so many things you have to worry about here.
Well, we'll see what it is. Curse, though, because those champs got through, because none of them were really stolen away. Xin Zhao, not, to my knowledge, that contested of a pick, right? Lucian, okay, yeah, but it's an AD carry. They seem interchangeable. Curse, to me, this says they knew Dig was calling with this, and they have the plan ready.
What if Dominate does not go Pharaoh Flare and he tries to make a lot of moves early with Xin Zhao? I mean, Xin Zhao is going to have a good amount of damage, but we'll have to see.
Well, back to the 2-on-1s we go. Once again, third game in a row, Curse, or I should say Red side, initiating the 2-on-1 swap. This time around, Quas and Dominate actually jungle together.
Yeah.
So they will get to the turret much faster. Dignitas might not get that free turret lead.
Yeah, 2 games in a row. Dig have done the same early level plan. This time, Curse are actually adapting to it and using the same strategy here. However, this time around, they are on the red side, so they're going against the turret that has extra reduction in damage, and they'll probably still, you know, have a little bit of tough time.
Yeah, at least Jax just seems like such a good duo to take down turrets quickly. Jax, bunch of attack speed from his passive. Elise got Spiderlings in her W.
Yeah, Spiderlings and W is amazing. So Elise is very strong, taking down early turrets. Xin Zhao, though, similar thing.
True.
His Q and his W are both amazing at taking down turrets very early.
And Quas learned Masochism at level 2, so he's got that bonus attack damage. Lower he is, the higher it goes. Took some damage jungling. It's actually pretty high damage Mundo. And Curse are not far behind on this one.
Right, so they've made a good adaptation. Not going to start out behind this time around. Let's see what happens at the second turrets, though, because it looks like they're just going to go full steam ahead, shove in on second turrets. Then we get to the interesting choice that faces all these teams. Do you commit a bunch of your HP bar to actually go for an early dragon that doesn't reward you with that much gold, thereby losing out on some map pressure? Or do they force recalls here? You know, keep on shoving, make the Dignitas team return to you, and focus towards mid lane. Mid lane right now, very weak for Dig. They have Nidalee early. You can actually punish that champion pretty hard in the early game. Lulu can shove in. She can clear waves really easily. Nidalee pre-6 does not have that option.
And you're seeing a 50% minion lead for Vorbo right now. Yeah, it's only 7, but he's consistently pushed down to the turret. Denied, gold this way. It's a 200 gold lead for Curse as a result of their minion game. See how this one pans out right there. Of course, the turret's going down. Equal situation as far as the map control goes, though. And Crumbs, I like the choice. He early recalled to make sure he could get control of his jungle again, and he's now got a red buff, and he's ready to gank.
Dominate as well, getting his red buff. And continuing with the normal jungle route. I think it will be regular then. He's going Feral Flares, nothing wacky. He's not going for some weird bursty early damage or something.
Yeah. Normal stuff in this one. Boy. Skara still trading 8 minions right now. Boy gonna miss a couple. Gets those right there. So here we go.
The interesting wrinkle this time around, Dignitas have the minion wave very deep there with Jax, just trying to nurture it and prune it. Whereas Curse actually shoved it pretty quickly so that they could move up for that early dragon. We talked about.
Interesting. All right, so the wards are going down rather quickly. Cruiser looks like he's not yet going to cash in with the teleport. Volby taking some poke low on mana, but there it goes. Picked up now for Dominate. Kiwi Kid up in the mix there, flashing away. Bunny Fufu is low. Cruiser re-engages with the stun. Quas forced to run. He will drop to Crumbs for first blood. The answer onto Kiwi Kid. Bunny Fufu has to flash. He will survive. Dominate also. Cutie Pie. One hit, can't get it. Skara trying to help him out with a summoner heal. I will dominate though, takes a javelin and down he goes. And now Boy is caught out on the wrong side of this fight. So is Kopp. 4 kills picked up for Dignitas.
I think that could have almost even been an ace if Cutie Pie had kept going. He got a little bit scared of the red buff Xin Cao and did not continue to try and chase Bunny. But Dignitas, they make the choice. All right, you can have that dragon. It's going to get you low enough. We will kill everyone. Teleport in with the Jax who was freezing his lane, and Cruiser comes up with the flash, leap strike, giant stun. 4 members locked up, and it's easy for Elise. At this point in the game, she's such a strong jungler. Once she gets every single ability, they're able to chase down. He has gap closers, he has CC, and Cruiser is going to be very happy to clean up some extra money here. PewDiePie taking the ones down up top.
And there's no chance for Cobb to take that kill back. So 4-1, 1,000 gold right in there, Dignitas. Looking so far great in this game.
That's what I say. The early dragons are very risky. They cost you so much of your health to go after. It gives you a very weak sort of 5 to 10 minutes game. And Dignitas capitalized on it with their giant minion wave that Cruiser started before the teleport. They actually get back there in time to meet it at the turret. Teleport comes in though. Curse wants to stop it and clean it all up. Oh, the juicy Lulu Glitter Lance.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Can we get a slow motion replay that one zoomed in? Challenger series, maybe? All right. Dignitas Cutie Pie, though, is going to hold the mid lane solo while Team 4 pushing the top lane. To be more minions going this way. Of course, the teleport was forced away. That was something that Saint talked about is, yeah, you know, make a play to force the teleport out and get that on cooldown so that you guys can do something else. Cutie Pie aggro's the blue buff. He knows about it.
And CS is heavily in favor of Curse now. But they lost so much with that 4-man kill at the Dragon. It'll be interesting to see how they pros the next couple of steps here. Already an early ward onto that blue buff. Could be dangerous because Dig already claimed theirs. They've secured it.
It's true. And the ward went down, but Cutie Pie could have gone for it. Like, no one checked for a good long time, but They're make the way over.
Well, they're waiting for Crumbs to come back over because he was hoping to get their own blue buff. Too slow, though.
Little Lance takes it. Nice javelin, though. Tags Dominate. Nice shot right there, Skara. Minions go down. Dominate's out of mana. Is going for the Wriggles. No surprise in this one. Early Sork shoes, though, for Crumbs.
It would have been crazy.
Yeah.
To go for some bursty stuff, but it's not gonna happen here. So that means that at this point, Elise gonna have way more influence on any sort of team fights that break out. Early penetration here. Crumbs is going for high impact right now.
We'll see what these guys can do with this one. Top lane once again pushed in. Skara is level 6, so is Voyboy. They're both wearing blue buffs, going towards Athenes as well. This time, no Morella Namicon here. It's going to be the standard stuff for Voy. He took 1 too many javelins last game and said, you know what? MR is a good stat against Nidalee. I'm going to buy some.
Yeah, decent against Elise and Jax as well. All around pretty good buy there. Scar trying to get those Fog of War spears. Hard to push on that blue buff Lulu. That's why that secondary blue buff spawn was so important.
There's a big minion wave in the bottom lane pushing toward Dignitas' outer turret.
Graves.
Yeah, Cutie Pie is going towards it. Curse aren't capitalizing on it, though. Like, it's building up, but they're not showing any signs of rotating. They are pressuring mid, though, which will make it a 4 versus 3 in this lane. If they can make something happen. There's no wave through without Graves.
It's hard for them to actually push onto the turret, though. As we say there, the speed. They're actually buying enough time even for Crumbs to jungle. So this is pretty big that he's even able to get this. Mundo walking all the way down. Cruiser's got to make a choice. Join the team or try and shove this lane.
Oof, Cobb takes a javelin, but the turret is going to get pushed on all 5 show. Cruiser, no teleport. Wow, Curse back off in a 5v3. They backed off, didn't stay for the turret.
All right, again, Dignitas, side lane shove. They're doing both of them while Curse try and make something happen mid. but it's too early for them to go for any kind of tower dives. So Dignitas slowly getting a little bit more control of the map. And then once they have 2 lanes shoved up, they get the choice of if they want to pressure top or bottom.
And we'll see. Cruiser gonna take his time up in the top lane. Cutie Pie's already shoved out the bottom lane. He's gonna recall back. Should be a blood. Nope. Can't quite afford the Bloodthirster, so just boots the speed.
Man.
The Dignitas AD carry.
Those are some deep pink wards that Dignitas have been able to get to. We talked about how important vision is in the early game because all these turrets are down early and because everyone is swinging back and forth from top lane to bottom lane to mid lane, trying to keep track of these minion waves. Vision inside your enemy's jungle is paramount. And again, it's Dig who have the advantage. However, they've used pink wards for that bottom side, which do show and should be able to be cleared out by Team Curse because it's hard for Dig to contest those. They can defend the ones that are on their territory, but it's hard defending the ones so deep.
So Dignitas should have seen Curse walk into that brush with that northern pink ward. Dominate, not going to realize. Okay, there we go.
Dragon's up, and they're actually going to pressure mid turret here.
Okay, Dignitas, they don't want to play the Dragon Siege game. They just want to play the mid lane Siege game. Mundo Quas gonna have to make his way back down across the map. Cutie Pie putting some good damage down. Little Lance hits onto 2. No one's really there. It's gonna be the turret picked up. Dignitas.
Yeah.
They're actually staying for these turrets. Curse, I feel like they keep backing off when it's low.
Great zoning there from Dignitas to zone Curse out of their own mid turret and get a uncontested objective right there. Mundo coming down a little bit late, and they try and do the exact same thing. Dignitas faint over towards Dragon, and Curse make them pay for it with the exact same move.
All right, so equalized here. 500 gold apart. Dignitas are up 3 kills to the Dragon of Curse, and it's basically a tied game on this one. Dominate looking to make his way down across the map.
Yeah, you got to be real careful about pinning yourself inside the Dragon at this point. Neither team wants to start it up. This is going to be a mid lane shove, game of chicken versus the bottom lane shove. Can Dignitas actually keep Curse over here? Because the AD carry here, Cop, he's shoving up that mid lane. They're going to lose minions to the mid if they don't make a decisive move. Are we going to start the Dragon? Or are we going to shove bottom?
Yeah, Digger's still stuck
starting
there.
the Dragon, that's the call.
There we go, down to half HP. Quas still trying to poke a little bit. Scar's going to hurt a bit more. Down to half HP, Dominate shows up for it. This is going to be the fight to watch. The engage going to be flashed away from Dignitas, though, on the run, trying to escape. I'm a Cutie Pie dashing away even more, but gets knocked up. Down he goes. Quas finds one. Cruiser now joins the fight. A lot of damage comes through, though. Cop is just firing from the back lines. It's 3 kills picked up for Curse, and Dominate actually lived through the whole thing. The slow onto Kiwi Kid. Gigantic fight for Curse. Kiwi should be going down.
I have no idea why Dignitas start this Dragon. They're the ones going for late game. They're the ones with the Jackson Italy. They're pinning themselves inside the Dragon pit. And they get cut off here. It's a good move from Curse. This is a great call for Curse. They're very happy with the way this will start out. Dragon will start attacking Curse as they try and follow this up, but it's not nearly as much damage as Dig already took from it. Cutie Pie getting stunned up there was unfortunate for them. Great Leona ultimates, by the way, from Bunny Foo Foo. Can't even see Jax's HP, but Cop came in right behind him. And this is not the fed Jax. This is early game Jax.
Yeah. You know, I questioned what Mundo was going to bring. He brings mid-game teamfight power. He's unkillable 12 minutes into the game. Get a Sunfire Cape, he's going to put the damage through.
I think it's mostly just having an extra heal on your team. They've got 3 heals there for the team fight, compared to only 2 for Dignitas. And you're right, you know, Mundo was unkillable, but early Sunfire rush by him. Ooh, they want to make it happen again.
Well, Dignitas get top outer. They're up a turret again, but they're down about 1,700 gold. Curse making a great mid-game attempt here. Quas going to get forced back. Solar Flare going to land a little bit of slow on the Crumbs, hits with a briefcase as well.
Level 6 Kiwi Kid is what everybody's scared of right now. They're a little wary. There's no flash on Kiwi Kid, but he does have Tivers available, so that could easily turn a team fight. Last time Bunny Foo Foo got the initiate, great stun. Could easily be Kiwi Kid making that play. A lot of these mid-game team fights are in the hands of the supports.
See if they can find the next engage then. Solar Flare, we've got a while to go till that comes back up. But the Javelin Siege is here. They know there's no engage, so
Unless Dominate gets a really great push in, but Voyboy, he's getting harassed down. Kulling comes across, the flank comes in from Dr. Mundo, does not land the first slow, but Crumbs doesn't have much of a place to go. He's gonna rappel up to the air, but he will go down. 1-for-0 so far. Curse gonna run them down. Quas with the briefcase on the run. Cutie Pie also gonna fall. The engage from Curse is good even without Leona. Stun on a Quas also not gonna matter. Kiwi Kid will soon fall. Triple kill for Voyboy. Curse find the fight.
Yeah, the early game being very telling. That's what I put a lot of emphasis on from the champ select, and Curse are making amazing moves here. First time Dig actually get themselves trapped, but this time it was a great teleport in, a flanking maneuver there from Quas, able to get right in the mix, and they're having no problem finding those hard engages that they want.
Yeah, I am so impressed with that. That ward down there was an MVP. Quas gets to start this fight without Solar Flare.
Yeah, this is pretty much popping the ulti as soon as he gets in here for the move speed. And Voyboy backing him up here. Lulu also very strong towards this middle of the game. Knockups, slows also, so there's no way anyone's going to get away from him.
The whimsy, wild growth Mundo. You do not get away from that champion with a poke comp.
Correct.
Oh, like Jack's the only guy who can kill that man.
I mean, what's the disengage this time? Because they went with the Annie instead of Thresh, they don't have that box to rely on. They're just kind of throwing out these skill shots behind them as they try and run away, trying to throw out cocoons and spears.
And it worked. I mean, Mundo's got tenacity.
Yeah.
He didn't go Merc Treads, to be fair, but with the W, he's going to have some. Lulu keeps speeding him up. Like, you just get to run people down if you're Curse's team comp.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, we got our first pick, Jax. We do not fight when it's late game, though. They're not letting it get to that power curve.
Yeah, Dignitas are forcing it early. And it's interesting to see, actually, these 15-minute in fights, the map is different than it would be if it was a 2-on-2 lane, because there's so many dead turrets, Curse gets to run them down. Normally there's an outer turret there that says, okay, you gotta stop again, you know, top lane turret hasn't died yet normally. And this open field, the 2-on-1s, actually plays into the way that Curse would win a team fight. Mundo runs in, Whimsy makes it happen. It's very interesting, like all the little things that actually kind of came together to make this game work for Curse so far. But you're right, the late game Jack is something that we have to wait for. The Dignitas also needs to wait for.
Let's see if Curse can actually capitalize, because after those team fights, they were able to get some wards down in the blue side. If you deny Nidalee blue buff, it takes away a lot of that threat. You know, even in the mid game, even after the Athenes and working towards death cap, if they can control blue buff area, that would be huge for them.
See what these guys can get.
Wards timing out, though.
Well, 3,000. The gold lead for Curse. 113 until Dragon respawns. Outer turret is available on the bottom side of the map if they want that one.
Dominate 23 stacks on the Pharaoh Flare, so it's almost turned into...
Good stun from Kiwi Kid.
A Pharaoh Flare. Kiwi Kid is able to protect Cutie Pie, running his screen here. But yeah, Dominate 18 minutes. Because of all the action, that's not that bad.
Couple of wards come down. Dignitas, they want to contest this dragon. They're investing a fair bit of money warding it out. A couple of pink wards come down from the team. They control a couple of the brushes. They can see most of the engaged paths.
Sweeper is already being changed out here too for Dignitas. Going with 3, trying to clear out that vision because they're very worried about the picks from Curse. This is where Curse is going to shine. I mean,
It's nice from Dig, though.
They've got the flash, they've got the Leona ultimate ready.
They force the rotation to the mid lane. I don't think they're going to rush down Dragon. I feel like that's a big risk, but maybe they do.
They would have nightmares about last time. I feel like that would be a misstep from Dig. I don't think they'll make the same one twice.
Javelin comes out, Bunny Fufu has the shield. Whimsy is coming on. There comes the engage. I will dominate. Knocks back Crumbs, and here is the battle. Moon to the front line. 2-man Solar Flare. Cruiser is going to be going down almost for sure. So far, 1. Now it's 2 kills. Curse in the lead. The dive on a Cutie Pie. Glitter Lance not going to mean much, but he takes it anyway. Bunny Fufu eats a Javelin just for fun. Double kill for I Will Dominate. Curse again win the fight.
Yeah, making it look... Ooh!
And the flash in, Cop secures the 4th kill of the battle. Dragon also surely to go Curse's way. 12-4, convincing in the fight.
I mean, Kirsten making this look real easy. If the engages, almost be able to get that with a spear. Dominate, though. He can smite away Dragon. As long as Crumbs isn't around, he won't be outsmited. Dominate, great engage here from Shinsao, by the way. And then another Solar Flare. Man, Buddy Fufu really crucial to this team. As I said, there's a lot riding on supports when you run these two types of teams. And they've been able to get the engages that they want. I mean, they're making it look so easy here. They have flashes available. I feel like the thing that Dig are not respecting is the flash distance.
Yeah.
Dominate was able to get his flash engage there for the slow, queuing up a nice Solar Flare there.
Yeah.
But again, Dig are kind of putting themselves in these positions, so.
Good thing he didn't run heal.
Yeah.
Flash engages. Quite successful for him.
We were being a little facetious with that. Everybody just run heal exhaust.
Still want to see it.
But I still do want to see it.
If Dig exhausted all 5, would they just win the fight, though? Engage all you want. Gonna exhaust you. Well, Skara now on the back foot. 0-0-3, 123 minions.
And again, Dig return to the 1-3-1. Double split pushing here.
Yeah, now I think they really do. I mean, you kept calling it, but I want to reinforce the point a bit more. Dignitas need to calm down at the objectives and just let Cruiser get some farm. Because they have tried siege after dragon attempt after siege after dragon attempt. Each one turned around by a curse. Make them force the engage under Dignitas' turrets. That should be the MO. Just wait for Graves, wait for Nidalee, wait for Jax to scale up.
Yeah,
make Curse dive.
And we talked about, where is Curse damage going to come from? It's going to come from gold, just straight items, because that was a lot of money that was given over to them very early in the game. When you get that kind of gold lead, the power difference is fairly substantial here, and they're going to continue. They just need to force things, get some vision down in the jungle, pick people off.
See what they can find. 6 stacks on Pharaoh Flare, by the way, for I Will Dominate. So he's going to start scaling those up in team fights as well. His AoE working nicely to get extra ones.
Yep. So
the siege.
If you had something like Thresh or like Trundle, which Dig had used at different points as well, then they would have that disengage and they would have options of running. But they don't have either of those, and they also don't have a talisman. The talisman is very expensive, not quite completed yet. Not even working towards it yet. He still has the Spell Thieves. I expect him to probably sell that to try and get some speed for the team, because they're having a very hard time. They have no mobility.
He does need it. You're absolutely right about that. I don't think Twin Shadows would be enough. You'd stop 2 of the engagers, but I think that's insufficient. Like, I don't think this is true because of Flash Xin Zhao and like Flash Leona, but like, you almost get enough out of the slows from like Twin Shadows or Frost Queen's Claim. But yeah, getting your entire team out of range, I think, is more important. I don't think you can just go for those upgrade paths. But Kiwi Kid, he's going for damage. He just got to grab the needlessly large rod on this one. He's saying, you know what? The way we're going to win this is bursting people out when they do go in. Removing I Will Dominate. But Dominate's already starting to go tanky.
Yeah. I mean, on Shinsao, you really... Getting control of the Baron is pretty big here for Curse, because the Pharaoh Flare is completed. There's one ward they didn't see, though.
Now they do.
Haha! On Shinsao, he does a lot of damage just with Pharaoh Flare, but he's also added into that a Hex Drinker. Great flanking teleport in. Can he cut anyone off, though?
Looks like no, but that does give
advantage Jax then.
Yeah, huge room for Cruiser. 5-minute teleport cooldown. Dominant takes damage. This forces Curse to react, go back to their base and defend. Dignitas just bought time.
They still don't want to fight. So really, it's just trying to pull attention away from the Baron area where fights can be forced. Buy enough time for the Jackson mid to scale up.
And even the Ana to scale up. Like, if Kiwi Kid goes, I would guess, I almost want to say it's Deathfire Grasp more than Death Cap. Like, I don't think Zonius is worth it for Kiwi Kid. But yeah, if you went DFG, it would help Scar, it would help Crumbs, help Cruiser a little bit. Until you get Void Staff, I don't think you can really justify getting a Death Cap on a support. So,
thing is,
my expected build.
It's going to be hard for Kiwi Kid to get positioning on Cop. Like, if he got a Deathfire Grasp, he would be able to 100% to 0 an 80 carry. However, how is he going to get his squishy little Annie self past Xin Sao, past Mundo, past Leona, that are all backed up by this Lulu. He's going to have to get some sort of flank, some kind of crazy speed boost, or he's just going to YOLO flash in and sacrifice his life.
Well, Kiwi Kid does have Distortion enchantment. It'll give us some movement speed after the flash, so
I think he's probably going to die after
maybe he's
the
going to
flash.
YOLO it.
He's pretty squishy.
Yeah.
That's the other thing, though. The drawback of putting a lot of your faith in the support Annie engage is that if support Annie takes any damage before a fight, she's very easy to kill immediately. If they're able to pick her off or something, or shoot her before it starts, then that's your whole engage gone.
But Dignitas has successfully gotten control of the map at least a little bit. They've swept away most of the wards in the Baron Pit. Curse have none. A little bit of money picked up for Dig, and Cruiser has spent that time split pushing 167 CS. He's most of the way to Trinity Force here. Cop actually playing very defensive on his wave clear because there's no wards to see if he's safe from rotations. Dignitas got map control back.
They do have great vision of the Baron area. And they have Crumbs, who basically has controlled all Barons.
True.
In the matchup. He's been ridiculous with his smites.
Dominate. Quas going to do with the Scar, reveals with a trap. That does show what's going on very briefly, but no one's around to get the smite secure. Dominate, nice move. Walks forward to face tank a Javelin just to ensure he gets it.
Yeah. I mean, Curse definitely have a huge advantage right now, and it's not like they fall off quickly. Their tanks scale up really well too. Xin Sao and Mundo are going to be scaling well towards the late game as, on a similar course here. So
yeah, I'm actually curious on something, right? So like, you actually have some pretty good hard CC to stop Jax for a while, right? You've got Whimsy, you've got an exhaust from Leona, you've got Leona herself, you've got Sinjao to knock someone back, and even though Jax does scale incredibly well and all that, you've got a Mundo who's going to become eventually invincible, and a Sinjao who can scale to infinity here, and is going to be a much bigger damage threat than we expect. And because he's not doing all those rotation games, he's getting to farm. He's got 119 CS on a jungler,
so
and will have a lot of damage.
What it is that Jax scales really well for split pushing, for solo fights. Looks like they might have to call him in here, though. Curse have vision control on Baron, and Jax is nowhere near the base. Burning this one down.
Dying extremely fast. Crumbs can get over the wall in time. Look like it's still getting burned down. There's the rappel into the air. Red team picks up Baron Nashor. That is Curse. To take that one over. Kiwi Kid forced to run. Nice slow lands. And down goes Annie. Cannot get the engage in. Another kill comes in. Curse. Gigantic lead.
I think there were just too many early game mistakes from Dig that gave Curse way too much money. They're so strong right now. You saw how easily they can tank Baron. And I talked about how their tank line scales. So that's all they really need to do. Wait and then force Dig to come into their hands. Looks like a pretty good advantage towards mid now after picking off the initiate.
Voyboy's got enough AP that his shields completely tank Skara Javelins right now. Without any magic pen at all for Skara, Voyboy takes 0 damage as long as he picks the right target to shield with this one. So there's a lot less recourse here for Dignitas. Kiwi Kid actually in the last fight tried to flash engage to save himself, died after flashing, so just lost a cooldown on that kill pickup. There's even less tools now for Dignitas.
Yeah, 4 to 14 is pretty telling as well. We'll have to see. Curse now in control of the bottom side. Will they wait in this jungle though? Bunny Fufu circling around the back side. This could be pretty bad for Dignitas.
Well, pressure is on now to the bottom turret. Bunny Fufu making the rotation. Exactly, keeps him away. Baron buff on 5. Curse happy to keep this pressure going. 10,000 gold lead. Very significant margin for these guys. 4 are there. Quas gonna hold top lane on Mundo. 3, 1, and 9. Very tanky man here. Visage, Randuin, Sunfire. Level 15, he is above Cruiser, and I feel like if we actually win the duel, he'd be tanky enough to not die to the sustained damage and just burn him out with all the fire.
Definitely has a good chance. I mean, Jax has completed the 2 main items, but he's still behind. So much global gold gives Quas the advantage here on the Mundo. Ridiculously tanky, plus he is running that heal. I think what's really telling is that both AD carries have gone with this mid-game spike in damage. This is as mid-game focused as you can get. Bloodthirster, Last Whisper, and Shiv on both of them.
Yeah.
Like, this is all about the mid-game wave clear, mid-game tower shoving, and the team fight spells that they can bring and burst.
We'll see if they can find any more with this one. PewDiePie, lightning comes out. Shocking pickup for him. I will dominate. I will dominate.
All right, so shall we see the dive? This Mundo you're talking about stacked up a ridiculous amount of armor, and their tank line is extremely beefy here. They've got definitely all-star linebacks on Curse right now. Looking to go for a tower dive here versus Dignitas. All eyes on Kiwi Kid. Can he stun up Cop?
See if they can find PewDiePie taking a bunch of his health. I will dominate. Goes in. The knockup's coming through. Solar Flare onto Cruiser, and the battle has begun. Kippers comes across, backline, retreating for Dignitas. 1 kill picked up. That's Crumbs going down. Cruiser takes a briefcase, takes a heal. He's still running, but he goes down. Double kill for Cop. This could be the final push for Curse.
All right, 4 to 16, looking to end it already through the bottom lane.
Well, Dominate takes turret aggro, though, has to back away, losing a lot of health. Runs away with nothing left. The shutdown actually comes through. That is Sinjao dying with the trade back. PewDiePie falls over. Now 4 to 2. Second turret going down. Looks like Scar and Kiwi Kid not going to be able to hold it. And in 31.5 minutes, Curse come back for Game 3, and they're into the semifinals.
Congratulations, and look at that. Boy, ecstatic with the win. They're able to actually defeat Dignitas this time around. They get vengeance for last.
They really do. Wonderful play by these guys. Boy overcoming nerves the entire season. We had games delayed.
The whole team series really coming around.
Yeah, especially in Game 1, you saw how pensive they were, and finally showing up to deal some real damage in fights. The Quas flanks, I gotta say, were massive. I think that was the first big turnaround in the mid-game. Just in general, man, those guys made it happen, buffing up the front line. I feel like Quas carried both Game 2 and 3 for this team.
He definitely had a huge impact on both of the games. The Jax factor was undeniable in the second game there. And likewise, Mundo, this time around, as you said, the tank, they're really looking to scale those tank lines here for Curse, and it worked out so well. Yeah. They got 3 hard engages for fights early on in this matchup. That is exactly what Dig did not want.
Yeah, Dig honestly playing for objectives a bit much. Like, some of them were like, okay, you're sieging a turret and like sieging a turret with solar flare down. You're like, all right, we're gonna be good, right? They have to, back away. Javelins will land, eventually get the turret. But the TP flank from Mundo, that was awesome for one of them. But there's 2 that were just like, Dignitas started a dragon, and they didn't land any javelins to earn the dragon. They were just like, we're going to hit it, and we're going to hope that we deal the damage. But as you identified, no disengage tools, no trundle, right? No thresh.
Thresh was a big time.
Yeah, and that's funny because we talked about the important picks in Champ Select. Oh yeah, get rid of Bunny Fufu's Thresh. That was a ban. Oh yeah, first pick Jack. So those disengage tools were removed as options in Champ Select by Curse's own volition, or Dignitas' own volition. They removed the tools they needed. It was interesting. But
too bad for them.
It worked out. Guys, let's check out the playoff bracket after the last quarterfinal showdown. With their 2-1 win, Curse advances, and they're going to face off against Cloud9 on Saturday in our second semifinal series.
Well, Dignitas will face off against Coast to determine who will be sent to the Summer Promotion Tournament.
For more on Curse's day on the Rift, just kidding, hold on. We're going to talk to Curse a little bit later. Just kidding about that one. So the playoff bracket there, right? Tomorrow, both semifinals, and the 5th, 6th place game. Those are important ones. So Curse Cloud9.
CLG versus TSM.
That's a big one too. Curse Cloud9. If Curse actually keep this up, right, and they're making these good moves and Quas plays this kind of a series, that's a big chance here for Curse to make the play.
I think they overcame a really big hump that we saw. Stark differences between Game 1 and Game 3. Nerves definitely looked like they played a big part in that first game.
Yeah.
And maybe now Curse will have confidence from the very beginning of their series moving forward.
Yeah, and then the other matchup, CLG TSM, long-time rivalry. Of course, CLG has won a game now in this series, or in the regular season here in the 2014 Spring Split. So they've got that chance. I mean, these guys are all fighting for top Team NA.
That one's always really exciting. We'll have to see that tomorrow, though.
It's going to be all kinds of exciting. So for more on Curse's day for real this time on the Rift, let's throw it over to Trevor at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. I do want to welcome Curse's Voyboy as well as I will dominate the analyst desk. Let's start by saying congratulations on the win. It was hard fought. Boy, you looked a little bit emotional at the end there, jumping, getting all hyped. What did the victory here mean to you?
Yeah, this like match meant a lot to me. Like, we did not have the best season. We started off with rocky footing. We really could not find like our wins. We did not look like a team. And another backlash from that was there was a lot of pressure on me too. Like, I would go like constantly my Twitter and Reddit comments and like Facebook, I would just get like, go back to top, like you don't deserve to play in the LCS and stuff like that. And like that was really hard for me to take for a while, but I just tried to block all of that off, like look to improve myself and my team as well, and just like try to make us as good as possible. And I think in the last like month and a half, 2 months, ever since we got Bunny, we've been playing really well, and I'm really confident in the future of our team. And I would be very surprised if we don't like finish top 3 here. So I'm really proud of how far we've come.
Well, it's really great to hear you speak so positively. Congratulations. That was a great series. I do want to talk a little bit about the games. Dominate, expand on me your picks and ban strategy. Game 1, you guys had a pretty clear focus. You were, taking out the Soraka, etc. You didn't panic ban when Nidalee was in your face on the Jax. And it felt like you stuck to your guns in terms of your strategy. Was this a clear, conscious decision, or how did the games go in your minds from that perspective?
Well, we knew ever from game 1 that we could win the fights in the series. So as long as we didn't get outplayed strategically, they didn't get an early push on us or like get a dragon advantage or something like that, we'd be able to win the games. So after the first game, we didn't really take it as, oh, we lost because Jax and Nidalee are just too hard to deal with. We lost because we made a mistake. We should have been able to respond to their split push, and instead we kind of just forced down mid, and we weren't really conscious of how much damage they were going to get on our turrets and inhibitors at that point. So yeah, I just think that we kept our minds about us. We practiced against Jax, so like we know how to play against it. It's not something that we can't play against. So we decided to keep our strategy, play against the Jax, and just try to execute the team fights we had in game 1. Keep that same thing into game 3, and then just not make the mistakes that we did with the split push.
It definitely got better as the series went on, and it ended up working 2-1 in favor. How did you settle the nerves of Quas and Bunny Fufu? Because game 1, they didn't look up the standing. Game 1, they didn't look like they were really in it. But by the time we got to the third game in the series, that was one of the best Mundo performances I think we've seen in a while. And, Bunny Fufu really shone as well. So is this something that you took upon yourself, or how did your team get over that?
So when we play as a team, we really like to pump each other up. I think, however, we're all performing overall is just going to affect everyone else. So first game, I don't think any of us were really on point. We weren't like... We were looking for like some okay fights. We like won a skirmish here or there, but then like when the moment came when like the logical decision was to send people back, we just weren't able to do it, and we lost a lot off that and ultimately the game. So I don't think it was Quas or Bunny playing badly. I think we just played badly as a team, and I think games 2 and 3 we came back really hard and just showed everybody that we can win games here.
Game 3 got you off to a very shaky start. We have a replay. I think you guys know what it is. It's the first dragon fight. Let's pull this up onto your screens. Oh, now, we are going to show the first one, which didn't go well, and then the next one, which did go well. Dominate, can you talk me through what happened? Let's roll this clip out and explain to me what's happening in comms, etc.
So we go into this fight. We're trying to force something because we mismanaged the waves. They actually have like a freeze going top, and we weren't able to freeze bot. So we're trying to do something to punish the Jax from being so split, and we want to force out his early TP. Just because, generally speaking, a Jax would like to keep that freeze. He doesn't want to TP in early. So we get into the fight. We get Dragon, and we're kind of just calling, like, look for Annie. She's the only one low. And then at this point, we know we need to disengage. I don't think we actually did that good of a job of flashing out in different directions. We kind of, like, all flash after each other. Like, my flash was terrible there. And we just, like, all end up dying. So it was really just a reactionary play to the freeze they had. We were trying to do something against that, and it just didn't work out for us.
How do you mentally come back from a team fight like this in the deciding game of a series? What was the morale like, on your heads?
We were honestly fine with it. Like we knew that we did lose a bunch of kills, but we did get Dragon, so it wasn't like a complete train wreck. And then we also kind of broke their freeze top. Their wave started pushing into us, so we weren't really in like a horrible position. It just kind of like felt bad in the game, but we just all like kept the mentality. It's like, yeah, next fight we're just gonna like destroy them. Like next fight we're gonna just.
Well, the next fight did come a few minutes later. This one, Voyboy, I want you to talk actually. Let's pull that second replay up on your screen. Also starts with the Dragon Pit, and really these were the two black and white engages. Let's roll this clip out, and all of a sudden this is a curse victory.
Yeah, so there's a long like cowboy desperado standoff here. We had people pushing down mid, and then they didn't start for a long time, and then they finally went for it. And we were pretty confident that we could win this fight. So they are taking Dragon, and we just like we're looking for the engage. We get the Zinzalian, we Lulu ulti him, and then we just train them down, which is really a strong aspect of our comp. And although they are able to get a few of us low, they can't actually secure any of these kills. So we are just able to keep chasing them down, and we don't actually lose anyone. And we actually kill 4. I believe we get the Annie too. And then we just took Dragon right after. So that was a really big momentum swing back in our favor, and it was just complete opposite of the first fight.
From that fight on, you never really looked like you were out of control of the game. It was just multiple kill chases after kill chases. So it was very well executed. I do want to ask you guys about some of your rotations and your map control, because Dignitas did give you a lot of headaches. And I would say all 3 of the games. The opening 5 to say 10 minutes, Dig seemed to get more towers and you seem to rotate better. How do you guys work on that going into the series tomorrow against Cloud9?
I actually think that Dignitas did something really good in terms of their early push. They did something that no other teams do, which the standard 2v1 meta is you take 2 buffs, the top laner gets level 2, and then you push as 4. What they did is they only did 1 buff, 1 camp, and then they sent everybody level 2 to the wave. So every single time they'd get the push advantage in front of us, and we weren't able to really punish them for that. So in the 3rd game, we actually adapted, and we just did the same thing they did. We're like, all right, you're doing 2 camps and going to lane, we'll do 2 camps and go to lane. So we kind of just matched them there, and I don't think it will be that much of a struggle going into the next games, because no other teams really do that. And even if it is, we've at least got we've been exposed to it, so now I think that we'll be able to handle it better.
Yeah, a little bit more aware of the options. 0-4 versus Cloud9 on the split. You have given them a run for your monies throughout the course. The games have been competitive. What are you expecting going into your semi-final series?
I think that we're going to take it to 3 games. I mean, we've been practicing really hard. We've been winning games versus TSM, CLG, and like all these other teams, and I feel pretty good. Cloud9 is probably the best team in NA right now, but I think we can definitely come out strong and hopefully with the win.
So as a final question, it's something that I know has been discussed and brought up on Reddit and social media and things like that. We've seen heavy engage styles of compositions and run you down today in the quarterfinals. Dominate, are we going to see a Curse Poke composition or some variety tomorrow? Or are you focusing on the one-play style?
100% we're running Poke first game. First pick Nidalee. So
that's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear.
Hopefully Cloud9 not watching this. So
yeah.
Well, if they are watching, is it a nice mind game here, Void Boy?
No, we're like that's actually what we're doing.
Yeah, if they ban Nidalee, we're screwed.
Well, congratulations again, guys. We're looking forward to the semi-final tomorrow. And, of course, you've locked your spot in for the summer split. That wraps us up here on the analyst desk. We're going to throw back across the studio to freaking Kobe.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. We're going to see what happens with Nidalee there on Champ Select. I predict first ban Cloud9. We're back here tomorrow with more North American Spring playoff action. It's going to be great. Our first semifinal showdown, TSM faces off against Counterlogic Gaming in a best of 3.
And then in our second semifinal matchup, it's the #1 seeded Cloud9 taking on Curse. And we'll conclude the day with another best of 3 battle for 5th place between Dignitas and Team Coast.
That action all gets underway Saturday at noon Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. These matchups, very important ones, right? So TSM versus CLG, Cloud9 Curse, grand final spots there, right? There's a 3rd place match the day after. That's all fine and good, but you got those 4 teams in the battle to go to France, to go to Paris, go to the All-Star Invitational. That's a big one, but also at the same time, right? End of the day, that 5th, 6th place match, right? Loser likely to pick Complexity Black, but you lose that, you fight for your LCS spot. It's nerve-wracking.
Yeah, nobody wants to even be in a position where they're having to fight for their LCS spot. No matter who you get to choose that you're fighting, you don't even want to have to fight that one.
You get to fight me, and I'm horrible. You still wouldn't want to try, just in the case that I get lucky and crit every attack. Now, guys, we're going to sign off for myself, Kobe, Quickshot, Jat, Saint Vicious, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you here back tomorrow. Two-man stun, gigantic engage well intended, very, very low. Hexdrinker pops, but Link will almost pick up the kill. Yeah, the Q from Double It. Big burst, wow, Shifter one-shot. Big damage, has to flash, Dexter flash kicks, takes him out. Summoner heal comes out, the dodge, they get the inhibitor actually, Quas. Now she forced to defend against Cruiser, Cutie Pie gets away.
Quas comes around the backside but teleports. Scarra gets a lantern though. Kiwi Kid with the save. Voyboy leads the counterattack. 4 versus 4. Bunny forced to run away. Another javelin misses. Cop takes down PewDiePie. There comes the engage. I will dominate. Knocks back Crumbs, and here is the battle. Moon to the front line. 2-man solar flare. Cruiser's going to be going down almost for sure.